All right.
Hey guys, welcome to Ready Up. This is the AMA Specializations Special Edition.
Yes.
And as you can see, I'm joined by Mr. Jon Peters. And we're going to have a 4-hour show.
That's what we told everyone anyway.
That's what we told everyone. We're aiming for 4 hours.
We'll stall. We'll figure out something. We'll think of something.
Either that or we have to hurry up and rush through some at the very end.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we got a lot of guys coming on today. We've got Carl McLean, we've got Robert G, we've got Roy, and we've got Matthew. A bunch of different guys have been working on specializations. Each one of those guys is going to come on and give a full breakdown of everything that we currently have in development in regards to core specializations.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty exciting stuff.
And just the system too, as Josh said, we're not going to spoil every elite spec right now. Sorry. Spoiler alert. We're not going to spoil those.
Or any.
Or any. But everything about the system, including if you have questions about how the elite ones interact with it, but not what they are.
Yeah.
And then the whole system and all that stuff. So.
Yeah, so first thing we're going to do here is we're going to go through and kind of explain Specialization System. I know we had 2 large blogs that kind of explain the whole new system and how everything's changing.
Yeah.
And so we'll give John an opportunity to talk a bit about that a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then we're actually going to do a in-game demonstration of the new, we call them the Specialization reward tracks.
Yeah. They're profession reward tracks, I think, is the current name.
All right. So, which brings up an interesting point, and something that we're going to reiterate multiple times during the stream, is that everything that you're seeing right now is not final.
No, this is very, in the middle, but the system we're happy with, so
yeah,
we have
the framework, essentially.
Yeah.
And now we're filling in the pieces, and we want to get you guys involved very early on. We definitely want your feedback on things, and there's definitely going to be a lot of opportunities for that.
Yeah.
And as we start going through the trait-by-trait change, you guys will see a lot of stuff that is still there's a lot of temporary text, a lot of things that still need to be changed. I know John has already talked about things he wants to change on certain professions as we're looking at them.
Yeah, I'm going to show you some stuff that is on Ranger right now that's going to change. But anyway.
All right, so introductions are over. That was fun, right? So
that was great.
I want you to tell me, what is the specialization system, and why is this a good thing?
Yeah. Well, we sat down to make this expansion, Heart of Thorns, and thought about how do you expand on our skill system. And the answer was you just pile stuff on and it's a big mess. And we decided that was probably not the best way to go about it. So instead, we decided, all right, how are we going to do this? And kind of came up with this idea of, all right, what if we kind of break everything back down, simplify the trait system into this specialization system, create these elite specializations that plug in, kind of gives you a way to customize, but without creating all this bloat. It gives us categories of stuff to add to. So when you ask me, all right, what's going to be the next Ranger skill? I'm like, Ranger. But as soon as we say, what's going to be the next Druid skill, it's okay, we have ideas. There's lots of good ideas, and there's lots of cool packages we can do. And we knew we wanted to add weapons. We knew we wanted to add, new skills. We knew we wanted to add new traits. And then sort of that system just grew, and we started adding more to it, the profession mechanic stuff. And so that's sort of how we got to this point. And then sort of all the benefits of it we talked about already, how fast it is to make a build. And I can't talk about all these, but it's going to be better as this stream goes on, where Josh is starting to use it, and you see the UI, and you're just click, 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 click. Okay, I'm done making my next build. It's so much easier to make builds. Obviously, we had some really not so positive reaction to the new unlock system for reasons that it wasn't that good.
You're talking about the previous
trait unlock system. And to be honest, the original skill unlock system has some problems as well. And so this was a chance to look at how are we going to unlock these things? How do we want to make it easier to get stuff earlier, get the stuff you want to get, feel like it's cool to get the stuff, but still feel hey, what do I want? I don't know. The system teaches me a little bit, and it's not just a list of 200 things. So that's sort of where the new reward system came in as well. And then, I think from there, we should probably just let it go. And yeah.
Man, now you're making me feel like the bad guy.
Okay.
Because there's a couple things I want to talk about a bit more before we jump in.
Okay.
So some of the changes specifically that we're doing for the specialization system, right? So we are locking traits to tiers.
Yeah. Okay, so all that stuff. I mean, some of that...
all that
stuff. Well, I thought we were going to get lots of questions about it anyway, and we could talk about it. ultimately, like once you start to see the stuff, you'll see why we did that. It's really hard to explain, but and everyone who's played the game, which is basically everyone watching, knows that like there are a lot of traits that you just don't click on. And sometimes it's because their numbers are bad. Sometimes it's just because they don't do enough. And when we started looking at that, we thought about like, okay, if we condense these and we made it 3, 3, and 3, you can kind of, when you see the panel, you'll see like how that makes your choices much easier. You don't have to click into a thing that pulls up a list and you mouse over all those. Like all the traits are right there in front of you. It's really easy to go through. I saw a Reddit thread about it this morning. Someone was like, "Could we save like what my selections were, so that when I when I put a thing away and put it back in, like it'll save what the selections were?" Like that's an awesome idea, and we'll have to talk to programming about it. But it sounds really good. Like that when you put Air Magic back in, you get like you get what was already selected there because you kind of want to remember what you had there. So there's just a lot of really good things. Just looking at all on one panel, the whole build panel is a single panel now, right? So like your skills are there, your weapon skills are there, your utility, your heal, your elites, your specs, all your traits that you've selected, everything is in one place, which is really awesome. And then there's a single place to do build, and there's a single place to do unlock. So all of these things kind of came from that. Like you said, when you start locking, you don't get to pick 3 adepts. Well, when you see how we change the traits to make them better, that makes much more sense than it does now. The reason why we made that change is for simplification, but we had to do a lot of these trait changes and make the traits better in order to make that a viable thing. Like if we had just done that with the old traits, yeah, it would have been terrible. And you can like theory craft how terrible that would have been with the old traits, and it's definitely true. But I don't believe that that's actually true with the new traits. You guys will be able to do a lot of theory crafting because I think we're going to go through almost line by line and mouse over as many traits as we can, at least the ones that we've done. Like we said, this is work in progress. Specifically, warning, engineers, like literally we can't even show you the panel because there's so many changes. We're going to have to show you like a PowerPoint presentation of, how the traits change.
Yeah, so, like the idea behind that is that everything is so... the word we're using is flux. Everything's in flux so much right now that showing you what the current implementation is not really close to what it actually is at all. And so we'd rather show you the PowerPoint presentation, basically, which is just a copy of our spreadsheet we've been doing it in, and which will give you a much better indication of like where we're heading with it. You just won't be able to see it in game. Yeah. But the good news is you've already seen, you'll have by then seen multiple other professions, so you kind of get an idea how it's going to work for engineer too. Yeah. All right, so we're going to move into the unlocking panel here in just a second. I know everyone's getting ready. You know, they're rearing to go.
I'm just seeing if there's any good questions already, but...
Well, so I have a question for you. So when we show this panel off, I'm going to spend my points on it, right, to get unlock each one of these lines. How do I get these points, and what's happening to the old points?
Hero points. Since this is just a question everyone's going to ask anyway, hero points. There's some amount that you get from leveling, and then every single old skill challenge, which I think we probably are going to rename hero challenges in the world, are going to give you one also. I believe my math is right that there is about 220 challenges, so that's 220 points. The goal is that leveling's going to give you about 400 points. These are all placeholder numbers. And that the goal is that you need about 400, and right now I think the number is 465 points to get everything, which means you literally need to do 65 of the 220 skill challenges to literally have every single thing unlocked that's not elite, like all the core stuff. And so definitely anyone who is world completed is going to have like hero points left over to spend on elite specializations and already go into them before they even need to get more stuff. Since we didn't say it, I'm sort of ready, but since we didn't say it, like this core changes are coming out before Heart of Thorns. Yes. They are coming out before Heart of Thorns. The elite specializations will come out with Heart of Thorns, but the core changes are coming out before Heart of Thorns.
Yes.
I cannot tell you when yet, and you'll see why, because it's work in progress. So.
Yeah. So do you want to show off the panel?
Yeah, let's show it off.
Okay, so let me grab the little controller panel here, and let's move in real quick. So we're going to show the full panel.
Yeah.
We're going to show the full panel here.
Yeah.
So let me hop in the game right now. And guys, I know I've got a bouncy chest. I apologize. I'm not going to click it off. I'm so sorry. So this is the new unlocking panel, right?
Yeah, this is the new unlock panel. And you can see these are all the LE lines. I'll just go ahead and confirm the thing that pretty much everyone knows is true right now. That line at the bottom, Tempest, that is the name of the LE Elite spec. So I said I was not going to give anything away. That one we totally have to give away.
We already did that.
We already did. So yeah. that is the Elite one, but we're totally not going to click on it to give away what's in it.
Yeah,
but
sorry, guys.
basically what you do is you pull up a line. You can see there's like arcane.
How about air?
Yeah, air, well, let's start with air magic. This is a trait, a line filled with trait unlocks. Basically, every unlock in a trait unlock line right now costs 5 points. So you can see Josh has done 0 skill challenges. He's level 80. He has 400 points, like I said, is the number we're aiming for. As you click into the line, it unlocks a thing. So you click once, go ahead, like boom, fills up. It's going to look even cooler.
Will that be the sound effect
yeah,
for it? 'Cause
I'll
that's amazing.
add it. We're actually recording this right now to add the sound effects. So these, and as you add points, you can see the line fills up. You now unlock the first thing. This is going to get flashier too. As you can see, under construction,
Ready
this
to go?
is not a bug.
You want to go to the next
yeah,
one?
Go to the next one. Boom.
Oh,
so then,
man.
That's the first add-up trait. Click again, next add-up trait. Click again, next add-up trait. Then click again, minor trait.
You want to keep going all the way?
Yeah, keep going. As you can see, what's awesome is like as you're unlocking this thing, it's filling in and becoming all lightning-y. And then when you hit the last click, it like fills in super bright, and it's really cool. And this is super exciting. So that's it. You spent all your points. You have air magic. You can see air magic costs 60 points, 60 hero points. So these core lines are probably going to cost 60. So that's 300 points right there to unlock, which means level up. You can unlock all the trait lines if you want, or all the specializations. Sorry, names. So yeah, all the core specs, 300 points. So that leaves you another 100 points to spend on skills. Generally speaking, almost every skill costs 5 points now. So if you want to like pick one of those, Josh, just to kind of show people.
Which one you want me to pick?
Let's do like cantrip. Cool. Like here's the cantrip unlocked again. This you haven't spent points in. So cantrip training, 5 points. You get the what's it called? God,
this bad boy right here?
Yeah.
Cleansing Fire.
Cleansing Fire. Jeez. Okay, so
it's all right.
Cleansing Fire, 5 points. 5 more points, bam, Lightning Flash. 5 more points, Armor of Earth. 5 more points, Mist Form. Right, and then the last 15 points to unlock the last cantrip. Woo, Tornado. Yes, this is now a cantrip. That also might change, but that's where we're putting it right now because it seemed like it made the most sense.
So did we talk about skill categorization at all?
Yeah, a little bit. So basically what we're doing is we're trying to put every skill into a category. And therefore, like, cantrip training, like all these 5 lines will contain every skill for that profession. And that means things like cantrip cooldown, or like when you use a cantrip, it gives you regen and vigor. Those are going to affect Tornado, which is awesome. Mm-hmm. So, there's going to be some balance work that goes into all this, but as you can see, what is it, 5, 10, 15, 20, 35 points got you this. So let's say you spent all 300 on your lines, so you wanted all the lines. 35 points, you have all the cantrips. So you still have 65 points left to get other skills.
Sure.
So you're going to have, even if you just literally leveled to 80 and have no skill challenges and no points, you're going to have a huge amount of stuff, right?
All right. Did you want to show off the actual specialization panel?
Yeah, we should show it quickly.
All right. So let me do some magic.
Trickery.
Magic here really quick as we come back to this fancy camera. Hello again.
Yeah.
Now there are things
Close
here. There are things here that we're not quite ready to show off, guys. So just so you know, there'll be some stuff blocking things on screen. Once we're ready to talk about elite specializations, we'll definitely be talking about that with you guys, which actually is going to be a lot sooner than people probably think.
Yeah. So the first elite spec is going to be announced next week.
Yes. And it's not.
Oh, and the first one is not going to be Druid, because I know you guys are going to be like, oh yeah, they're going to announce Druid first, so we're really not getting anything. No, it's going to be something else. So be prepared for something exciting next week. Yeah.
All right, let me make sure my thing here is working correctly, and we're going to jump right in here and look at the new panel. Come on. There we go. All right, I think we're locked in. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Boom.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
So this is the new panel.
So let's talk about, there's 3 different slots here. As you can see, I've got a line slotted into 2 different things right now. Yeah. And again, let's just be very clear. This is placeholder stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it looks like there's some art missing right now.
Yes. Like the art is totally missing. Even the screenshot, obviously, that we released with the blog was a screenshot. That's why people said, like, how come the LA skills don't have their ground target icons? It's like, oh, it was a screenshot. It was literally like a mock-up of what it's going to look like when it's fully awesome. This is how awesome it is right now.
So this is the fully awesome panel.
Yeah.
So now the first 2 slots are for core specializations, right? And that third slot, it looks like it's got some gold trim around it, which so is a fancy thing.
Yeah, the gold trim slot is for where you could put an elite spec if you had one.
If you had one.
But for now, you can also put core specs in there. So you can still run 3 core specs, but the idea is that there's a single spot for elite specs that as we introduce more of them, they'll be exclusive to each other.
All right, so there's some cool stuff that happens on this panel, though, right?
Yeah.
So as you guys, just so you guys know, we're not going to use that bottom one there.
Yeah, I'm going to time out for a second, too, right? Since lots of people in chat are complaining about locking stuff behind stuff, like, you get, like, right now, the way it works is, like, at level, every 5 levels or something, you get, like, 10 skill points, which means, like, at level 11, you get 10 of them. So you can unlock 2 skills. Like, 5 levels later, another 10, 2 more skills. 5 levels later, another 10, 2 more skills. Then, like, 5 levels later, it starts being, like, 20 per every 5 levels. So it's like, okay, let me get 4 new skills. So, like, don't think that the goal of this is so that, like, is not like, oh, we hid Tornado behind all these other unlocks. It's like, we want you to get through them easy. We just want it to be clear that, like, what to do. Like, okay, cool, I want cantrips. Like, cool, I'm going to put points into this line. The idea isn't like, oh, it's going to be so hard to get through them. Literally, almost every single one of those clicks is 5 points in. And you get literally, like, 10 points every 5 levels, and then 20 points every 5 levels. And there's points all over the world that you can get. So the goal is not to make it hard and to lock stuff behind it. The goal is just to organize them so it's easy to understand.
All right, so back on this panel. So we're not ready to talk about Ellie yet because we have a whole segment devoted to that, but we're just kind of explaining the panel for right now. So this is it. So you'll pick all your 3 core specializations, or your 3 core specializations, or plus 1 elite spec. Which again is gonna be in the bottom slot here. And as you can see, that the choices have been limited down to 3 per line.
So, I mean, that's the idea of making them better. And I think as we go in, like, pretty soon we're going to roll in Carl to talk, like, roll him in on a chair.
Actually, roll him in.
We're going to roll Carl in to talk about the Ellie ones and the changes there. And you're going to see, like, what the actual changes are. Like, I think what Josh can show you now is, like, he's got fire magic selected. Like, make a fire magic build. Like, let's just do it quick. Like,
no theory crafting?
Yeah, whatever. Just, I don't have points. Just unlock. No, you have points. You just need to unlock.
Hold on 1 second, guys.
No, you can just do it here.
Hold on. Wait.
Okay.
Wait, Peters.
All right.
Landmines everywhere. All right, what am I unlocking?
Just.
Do I need Dev Hackery?
Yeah.
All right.
This, right? Now you have them all. You might want to, like, hide that stuff. And yeah, it was probably good that we let this, like, all fade.
1 second, guys. There's
good point.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think these things through.
Yeah, that's why we brought him. Okay.
All right. So let me make sure that things aren't spec'd in here really quick. Looks like we're fine. All right.
Yeah, that's cool.
So are you ready?
Good.
Are we ready?
All right. Yeah, we're
coming back, boys. And here we go.
Okay.
All right. Whew.
Cool.
All right.
Okay.
So I'm gonna slot in. We have which one has the art? Air.
Air has art. Yeah.
Okay. So
but like go ahead and like pick some air magic stuff, right? Like look how fast how long it takes, and this awesome like magic glowy stuff that connects the stuff so you can see what you've selected. Like boom, he just selected his traits in air magic.
Yep.
That literally takes like 2 seconds. It's so much easier to do, and it's so much clearer, and you can just see like, okay, this is what I've got. Like it's going to just be a lot easier to communicate. You can also look at this panel and see what your skills are at the same time. So, you know, before you went and you looked at it and said like, this improves cantrips. And it's like, how do I even know if I have cantrips? Well, like now it's up there. Your skills are up here. You can see this stuff, which is really, really important for just usability.
Yeah.
I mean, just relatively speaking, especially once these have icons, that old system makes me feel like it's a, placeholder system watching this new one and seeing how awesome it is. So.
Alrighty, so
do you want to drag Carl in? I mean,
yeah, we're gonna go to transition really quick here. Hold on there, Carl. Hold on. All right, guys, we're gonna bring Carl in real quick here. We're gonna go to a short break, and I'll be back in about. The timer says 5 minutes. I don't think we need 5 minutes to get Carl in here. Carl's pretty swift. He's a very nimble guy, and we're gonna get him all mic'd up, and we're gonna come back in, and we're gonna explain. We're gonna go actually over every trait.
Go through the LE traits, yeah.
Start to finish, and we'll go from there. So we'll be right back, guys.
Are we back?
We're back.
Okay.
So it's Ellie time.
It is.
A wild Carl appeared.
Yes.
Yeah, well, Carl did appear.
They
Wow.
dragged me in here. And,
We wheeled you in.
Yes.
All right. All right. So are we ready to talk about Ellie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Alrighty. So I'm gonna pull up the panel real quick here, and voila.
So
Cool.
I want to say that a lot of the goal of this trait condensation was not exactly to cut a lot of the traits, but rather to put them in more opportune spots that you're going to be able to want to use them.
Yeah, merge them. Like
did
ones
a
that
lot
are
of
like,
merging.
this should, like just starting off, obviously, like blasting staff. That's default now, because it was a terrible thing to have to choose. Like, no one wants 120 radius lava font.
Yeah.
It feels terrible.
Like basically all the trait choices feel better now.
Yeah.
Like you feel really good about taking trait choices, and things that were like before, for example, for like a warrior, shout warrior, you'd have to take multiple traits for one thing, right? Now you can just take like one shout warrior trait.
Yeah.
For example.
Yeah.
So.
I think there's technically 2 of them, but anyway.
That's
It was an example. There was less traits overall, so you have more freedom to choose
Yeah,
things.
so let's go
let's do
through
these
them, like
minors.
fire magic. Bam.
So, and also a lot of these are actually in flux. So we've been playing with some stuff. We're not actually convinced of them yet.
Yeah.
And some things that we've implemented don't work with the other things that we have also implemented.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna-
so there's some minors here.
Yeah, going through them, like,
There's
you know.
basically not much has changed. Right now the minor flame barrier has actually changed to gain a fire aura when you attune the
attune,
fire,
right,
and
when you
there's also
attune,
an
yeah.
extra skill factor there. Ha.
That'll be fixed.
Yeah.
All right, so you ready to go through the adepts here?
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right.
All right, so burning precision critical hits have a chance to cause burning, and burning lasts longer. This is the burning extension trait merged in with burning precision.
Yeah, so it's literally
And
2 of
so-
your old traits. Like, now you don't have to take them in. You don't have to take them in 2 different places because they're just one trait now.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Go
So-
through. Let's see what else.
Conjurer, gain a fire aura when an ally picks up a conjured weapon, you use a signet. Conjure weapons have more charges. This is an interesting trait. We've been playing with like merging a couple of different types of things together. I'm not sure this one is going to stick around. You know, if you got any feedback on what you'd like to see?
We're
for
trying to
Conjurer?
find a good conjure trait there,
Yep.
and I think that has some potential for builds with
Yeah.
aura
It's also
sharing
got
and
some
stuff.
aura stuff in it,
Yeah.
which is kind of fun to play with.
Yeah.
Power overwhelming, gain condition damage based on your power. So, being that burning and fire magic is oftentimes about both damage and burning, we want to give it a little bit of synergy together.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Yep, keep going. Fire Master's training.
Yeah.
Deal more damage when attuned to fire. Reduces recharge of all fire weapon skills. So it's kind of just helps if you like to be a fire mage.
Yeah, so that's another.
Yeah,
it's another
it's
merge
a combination of a couple different
Yeah.
traits.
Yeah.
So again, the choices feel better.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, better choices.
Yeah.
One fire. Fire auras. You apply, last longer. Grant might.
When applied, yeah.
Grant
Definitely
might
a
when
lot
you
of.
applied.
I think we're gonna see some Automancers, which I think I'm pretty excited about, especially when we get to water magic and you
Yeah.
see what's happening there. So, yeah.
Burning-
this trait still exists.
Yes,
Yeah.
burning fire. Use cleansing fire automatically when you have a number of conditions on you. Cantrips grant you might when used. There's a little bit of cantrip synergy, a little bit of extra might, and we really like the actual use of certain utility skills in the traits. That way we can like give you, like, fire magic doesn't normally have anything to do with cantrips, but this actually helps you. You know, if you want to take a fire and water build, like water has a whole lot of cantrips, and this gives a good synergy to it. Keep going. Persisting flames, blast fighters users. You execute
Yeah, this is
on
the.
fire fields, grant fury. Yeah.
This is 3 traits merged together, right?
Yep.
Blast fields granting fury for fire, fire fields lasting longer, and the old lava tomb.
Yep.
All rolled into one Grandmaster trait.
The on down traits have been oftentimes rolled into something else, and there are not really any specific when you are downed traits anymore. They'll all have something else along with them. Pyromancer's Puissance has not changed at all. Gain might when you use a fire ability, and I think we actually increased the duration of mine on this one.
Yeah, I believe we did.
looks pretty
And
long.
we probably
Yeah,
will
it's really
be
long.
looking at that. Yeah. And then what's the last fire? Oh, yes.
Blinding Ashes.
So this one got was the ACD reduced?
Yeah, ICD is down to 3. So blind foes that you burn, 3-second cooldown, which obviously with the 1 adept, right?
Yeah, which one was that?
It's the 1, the first adept.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, right. Crits have a chance to burn, 2-second cooldown on there. And then I think we should probably match those ICDs just so, like, crit, burn blind.
We need a
if that's your
producer
build.
taking notes from this discussion.
Yeah. No, that's totally, okay. Anyway, go ahead, keep going, Carl.
We're going to air.
I'm dropping my phone back here so it doesn't give any feedback.
Okay, cool.
It's gone. Go away, phone.
So that's the idea.
What's next?
You can see through going through let's look at air magic too. But
Yes.
just as we go through trying to make some builds, you can mouse over them fast, and then we'll make a cool build out of it. Because people can always go back and
So we like the blind on burn one,
I like
right?
the blinding burn.
So we got that one.
You can call it
and
blindy
then,
burn.
Blinding burn.
Blindy burn.
What's this one? Fire aura.
Burning fire is pretty good.
Burning fire.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take that one.
Let's go
Then
with
we're gonna
blinding ashes.
Blinding ashes.
Yeah.
Boom.
But
Boom.
remember again, you're gonna get 3 lines and make 3 sets of choices like this. So there's a ton of builds that open up, because we're gonna see this right as we get into air magic. I was having this discussion with someone a couple days ago at work. They're like, what I lost this build. I'm like, but you're gonna get the normally you only put 2 points into water magic. Now you're gonna get this water magic grandmaster. That's where you're gonna get that damage back. So people just have to start finding that stuff.
Yeah.
That's why we want to show you guys this stuff, so that you can just start doing some of that theory crafting and talking about which ones are going to work well and not work well.
Yeah.
There will be more power because of this, but at the same time,
We want to help actually kind of limit that in some fashion.
yeah, we're gonna see. These are we said every time. We're gonna say this every 5 minutes. This is totally work in progress. Just relax and enjoy, and then start theory crafting and discussing it with us, so that we can do stuff with it.
So this line is also and this line actually has an example of how we're going to sort of while we're getting more traits and more stuff, we're going to limit just a little bit of how much damage you're going to get out of it. So let's go through this one. Adept or the minor lines.
So
Zephyr speed. I like this one. And electric discharge, always a good fresh air style build. And weak spot. Chance to cause vulnerability when you on critical hits.
So mine is all pretty much the same spot.
Pretty much the same. I'm not sure if I don't think we changed anything about this Grandmaster trait.
All right, so
go over the
adepts.
Yeah.
Zephyr's Boon. Auras grant fury and swiftness when applied. One with air gains super speed when attuning to air. And ferocious winds gain ferocity based on your healing. This is and that one is.
I think we were talking about that maybe being based on precision too. There's some ideas there.
There's some stuff
I think the idea is that we want to push this line's damage through ferocity and not through damage. Not through damage multipliers, but push it through ferocity.
You'll notice no bolt to heart anymore in this in the adept tier, and we'll get to that a little bit. Inscription grants a boon associated with your current attunement when you cast a glyph. Reduce glyph recharge. This is just basically two traits merged together. For glyphs, and let's go to the next one. Yep, Elementalist training, gain ferocity when attuned to air, reduces recharge on all air weapon skills. Since this is kind of the crit damage line and the critical strike line, it's going to have some more ferocity stuff in it. Tempest defense, still a pretty good one. I think we moved this down. Is it? Yeah, we moved this down from Grandmaster down to the Master line.
Yeah, and I think let's go. I'm just gonna based on what I'm reading. We should just go through it faster.
All right. Faster?
Because then we can answer questions about it.
Bolt to the heart.
Bolt to the heart
is now a Grandmaster trait, along with fresh air and
go.
Keep going.
We'll let Carl read it.
Yeah, go Carl. Go.
Fresh air and lightning rod. So there's going to be kind of 3 different styles of builds here. One of them is going to be attacking low health enemies. One is going to be while CCing enemies, and the other one is going to be trying to use your air attunement as often as possible.
Yeah. All right, so let's move to, I guess, Earth.
Yeah, Earth's good.
All right, so
Stone Flesh.
So one thing,
changed.
Really quick. You used to be that the Grandmaster.
We're already trying to go faster.
I know. Used to be that the Grandmaster, and this is why we're going to get this. When we get to the Grandmaster reminder, you mouse over those, Stone Flesh, the same. But when you get to the Grandmaster reminder here, you're going to see boom, G-Master's defense. These things used to always be a damage add, and we felt like we needed that before because you had stats were in here and you were getting only toughness. Now you can go power. You can go all power. You can go berserker and run earth magic. So we wanted to put something that felt more earth magic-y here. So you're going to see a lot of things like this.
There will be some of the damage taken out of the defensive lines in the Grandmaster trait sections.
Yeah.
So all the lines have basically more of a pure.
They're
purpose.
more about earth magic instead of about covering for everything because they had to.
And earth magic is defensive.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. We got Earth's Embrace. Serrated stones and elemental shielding. None of those have changed particularly. I think I'm not sure if we changed the positions of them, but strength of stone. Ooh, condition damage based on toughness. That's changed. We also changed the skill fact it's sort of, we felt that was confusing. So
yeah, it was like conversion. It makes you think that you're losing stats. So there's just like a minor update on all skills that do conversions.
Rock solid.
That's pretty much the same.
Basically the same. Geomancer's training, recover from crippled, immobilized, and chilled faster, reduces recharge on all earth weapon skills. Another trait, like merging. Diamond skinned.
Looks like the
The
same.
Grandmaster slot. Yep, definitely the same. Written in stone. This is the maintain passive effects of signets when you activate them. Reduces
roll
recharge
the signet
of signets.
recharge into it.
This is kind of the signet line. And Stone Heart cannot be critically hit while attuned to Earth. That hasn't changed either.
Alrighty, so let's do, I guess, water, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I want to like get through them and then let people ask questions if we have time.
Okay,
You know?
sounds good. All right, so this looks the same.
Yeah, Soothing Mist, no change.
Healing Ripple, same. And actually, Aquatic Benevolence has moved from the Grandmaster's position down to the Grandmaster Minor. Since this is the more support-ish line, and we want to encourage you to help your allies out a little bit more.
That's a awesome minor.
Yeah, given some,
That's pretty dang
some
good.
healing effectiveness to your ally, outgoing out to your allies. Blech.
Yeah.
All right.
Outgoing heals.
Adepts.
Better.
Yep.
Water magic. Okay.
Soothing Ice.
Yeah. This
Gain
one is-
regeneration and frost aura when critically hit.
So this is basically when you
yeah.
are struck, you get a frost aura, and these numbers got to be off, right? Because there's no way we're going to give you 4 seconds of frost aura every 10 seconds. But that's cool. It's a good. It's the idea. Maybe it's a little powerful, but yeah, we want them to be cool and powerful.
Actually, might be a good moment to mention that right now we're focused on just getting the functionality in, and the number stuff can come later.
Yeah.
Like that's like the last pass.
Yeah.
Or towards the end, anyways.
We're sort of starting some of that stuff up right now. So
Yeah, I mean, like we didn't put frost aura at 100 seconds. It's 4.
Yes, it's
a good baseline.
Yeah, it's within like 20% of where it should be.
it doesn't have a
but,
60-second cooldown, which as well. So
Yeah.
that's good.
But this is a striking distance balance-wise. Yeah.
All right, so Piercing Shard, while attuned to water, your spells deal more damage to vulnerable foes. Vulnerability lasts longer. This is just a simple trait merge. Stop, drop, and roll. We like that one. I think it was in a master slot before, and we
No,
felt like
it's
it was more of a trait, an adept trait. I think did we reduce the cooldown of it as well?
10 seconds.
No,
I think 10 seconds.
That's
is
probably
It's
10
always
seconds
been
before.
So I like this one a lot.
Cantrips grant you regeneration and vigor. Reduce recharge on cantrips. This is your cantrip trait.
Yeah, now rolled in.
Yeah, all rolled into one.
Yeah, this is an awesome trait now.
And a reminder, as we saw earlier, it looked like what was that? Tornado.
Yeah.
Is a cantrip?
Cantrip. Yeah, and also we, since people are asking, I'm trying to read the stream, but like, we're not just showing Ellie. We're showing Ellie first.
Yep,
We're going to literally go through like Ellie, Thief, Guardian, NG, Mesmer, Necro, Ranger, Warrior.
When we go to break next time,
bam.
we'll put the schedule back up again so people can see. Like,
Yeah.
we've got everything outlined. So if you guys are looking for something particular, you can come back and look at it.
Yeah.
Anyways, moving on.
All right, Cleansing Wave. Remove a condition from you and your allies when attuning to water. And then Necromancer's Training. Deal extra damage when your health is above the threshold. What reduces recharge on all water weapon skills. So
it's a merge of an adept
the idea
and a
of this
master,
is,
right?
Yeah. Keep your health high and deal more damage.
Generally speaking, our adepts were not super good, and what ended up happening is they got either merged together and turned into a master, or they got merged together into a grandmaster, or they became default. And therefore, a lot of the new adepts are like old masters, right? And so there's a lot of great stuff. So,
All right, moving on.
Yep, Cleansing Water.
Old
Yep.
Faithful.
Oh, yep. Pretty much powerful aura.
Old Faith. Another good one.
yeah, this one right now says weapon skills, but I think we want to try and make it just auras.
Yep.
So
Like
to clarify,
when you,
from
What?
what are other ways you can get auras?
Oh, there's lots of ways you can
Leaps
get auras. There's
generally.
blast finishers, there's leaps.
Yeah.
There's this attunement
blasting a
one,
frost
like
field.
the fire miner gives
Yeah.
you fire aura. There are, so there's just a bunch of ways to get them. And we nerfed this thing down with like weapon skills. And it just doesn't feel good anymore. Like we want to bring that Auramancer back because it's a good build.
This is a conversation in progress. It's not actually solved.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we've said it 10 times already, but we're probably going to say it at least 100 more.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that everything you guys are seeing right now is still in development. Things will be fully fleshed out. As you can see, like, even for this trait line, there's no background art, and that'll be fixed.
Yeah.
And all the traits are still
Every
in flux.
trait is going to get an icon too, which is going to be super awesome because you're going to be able to just like look through and understand, So just see it and like just read it for readability.
Yep.
Yeah. So and then bountiful power.
Bountiful Power, Grandmaster, actual damage dealer.
Yep. Very cool.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, and then I think you got arcane slotted down at the bottom already, Josh. But
Pop
yeah.
over here.
All right.
What does it do?
There you go.
All right.
All right, arcane. So, Ellie's, be prepared. because this is where like you're gonna have the most changes, and it's gonna be why you're gonna go, hey, like, oh my god, fire magic and water magic and earth magic and air magic, these things are so strong now. Well, like, it's because Arcane is not as strong as it used to be, and it has to be because it was just so required.
Well, a big part of that too that I feel like you should mention is that a big reason people went into that is because of attunement recharge, which has been partially rolled into baseline.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think there's about 50% of it went into the baseline.
Sounds
Well, actually,
right-ish.
basically,
yeah.
someone was saying yesterday, math-wise, it used to be 13 down to like 9.1, and now it's 10 down to
I used to be
8.
like 18 to 8. Or
No,
18
that
to
was a
9.
long
time ago.
But
that
like
was,
now
that
it's
was bad.
13 down.
One attunement
it
swap a
was
day.
13 down to 9 in a bit, and now it's going to go from 10 to 8, or yeah, no, 10 to 8. Yeah,
Yeah,
10
so
to 8.
baseline, basically, baseline attunement swaps are lower cooldown.
Yeah, just 10 seconds, just like weapon swap.
And you can spec into Arcane for a little bit extra off the top of that if you want to have it reduced even more.
So Arcane Fury hasn't changed. Let's go to the other minors.
Oh, yeah,
Did we
sorry.
go to the minors?
Whoops, there we go.
There we go. Lingering elements. So generally speaking, the minors linger for a period of time after you switch away.
Yeah, this lingering elements one obviously is the reason why we're not sure about that fire.
Yeah, the
thing,
fire attunement
'cause
one,
there's
like,
no linger to that.
There's no
so
linger to it, so
we'll have to look at that.
yeah. Arcane Precision, giving basically when you crit, you apply conditions. This is kind of a new Grandmaster-ish type thing. And attunements recharge faster, and the recharge reduced is about 15%. This is
15% of 10, which I think actually ends up being 8.7 because the math is actually like it recharges 15% faster, not it takes 15% off the recharge.
yeah.
That's just how it was coded. And so now we just balance off of that. So, cool. Now let's talk about these.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Arcane Allergy.
Energy.
Yes. Allergy.
Allergy. Allergy. All right.
Arcane skills restore endurance when used and have lower recharges. Another trait merging. Renewed stamina. Gain vigor. Arcane
And an
abatement. This one is actually the falling damage trait.
Yep.
Arcane resurrection. We merged the revive speed. Let's see, we merged a few different traits into this one.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Yes.
Increase revive speed. When you get revive an ally, you get aura based on your attunement.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, moving on.
Yep. Elemental contingency. This was a Grandmaster previously. Now it is a Master slot. And Arcane shield, the final shielding. This is and you'll notice there is one trait missing from
There's
this.
clearly
from this
something
line
missing
that
here.
you,
Yeah. You guys are gonna be. This is the big change to Arcane right here, coming at the Grandmaster level.
Maybe we should have done Arcane first.
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't know.
Get it out of the way.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Well, we're doing Ellie first, so let's rip off this Arcane Band-Aid right now.
Yep.
Oh, you want to do it? All right.
Yeah,
there we
sure.
go.
Elemental attunement is now in the Grandmaster position. It is so strong that we
Yes.
felt like it is definitely Grandmaster worthy, and that's where it should be.
Yep.
So it now fights with Elemental Surge and
There's the big Arcane.
Evasive Arcana.
Yeah.
So there you have it.
There you have it.
That is the Arcane line
Yeah.
and all of the Elementalist.
And I think
Yeah,
like
what's-
now you
anything
got
else?
some time to theory craft about all the Ellie changes and how this is going to affect. We should talk about some of the other skills that we've talked about. Where is Tornado the only one that needs a home? Oh, you know what else needs a home is the channel, the heal channel.
Oh,
Brain,
Ethereal?
brain
Is that
freeze.
what it's
Yeah,
called?
Ether renewal. Ether renewal is got to go to somewhere. I guess Cantrip was probably a good
Could be a cantrip.
category there as well. Actually, we haven't decided, so that's a good thing to talk about.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to like impress upon like how cool that stuff is. Is like now that they're in categories, like all the traits that you use will now affect those skills that didn't have something before,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
reduced cooldown on Tornado, for example, and also getting vigor and. What did you do?
You just keep throwing the microphone.
I just want to break the mic. Okay.
So did you pull any questions out here?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
blasting staff. There's a question.
Yes.
So I think they probably missed the beginning.
If you missed the beginning, so someone said blasting staff. Blasting staff is default now. That's just how staff works.
Activate the skill too?
Because
Can we activate
it
the skill too?
was never good.
No?
Move around.
Okay.
What's that?
All right, don't do it.
Yeah, don't
I was
move
like,
it.
We're not moving the panel.
No, no, no.
Close the
Off
panel.
to the side.
Could you hide the panel?
Just off to the
Hit
side.
H and then.
Does it work?
I don't know if it's
we
default
actually-
yet though. Someone
Oh, yeah,
might
we-
not.
Oh,
have
so
set
let's
up.
probably roll it in.
Yeah, we have. Blasting staff is gonna be.
It's the plan.
defaulted, Yeah. So clearly, people are talking a lot about the dodge trait Evasive Arcana and the boon on attune, those are very core to Ellie. Yeah, they are. That's why like they need to be a choice. You're going to be either a dodge Ellie or a boon on attune Ellie, and then you're going to make up for that by having an extra Grandmaster in some line that complements what you were really trying to do. And that's really the key. And
the other thing that we haven't really talked about, too, is that you have additional trait points now, essentially, because you're getting 3 full lines.
Right.
So before you could have 2 full lines and then an Adept. But now you get an additional...
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you get additional Master and additional Grandmaster, plus those minors that came with it. So you're getting a lot of power back there from what you might have lost. So there's new combinations available now that you couldn't have before, just through that.
Right, which I think is a really key piece to remember, the Windborn Dagger. Since they're asking now about this blasting staff, we're talking about whether or not there are things we can do for Dagger. Like, I didn't feel like Windborn Dagger was super exciting. We might have to roll that into something, but Windborn Dagger and the Scepter one, the Endurance with Scepter, I don't think they were super exciting. I think we're going to give you some more exciting stuff there instead, and that's sort of why this is work in progress. Like, we need to figure that out, so...
And to reiterate, this is stuff that we're all still working on and we want feedback on, so I assume immediately after this show is over, there's going to be probably threads that are already 10 pages long that we're going to spend a good time reading over the weekend. But anyways, feedback on this stuff is exactly what we're looking for, so please jump on the forums or on Reddit or whatever your chosen means of feedback is, and we'll be out there looking for it.
Also, might as well go ahead and say right now, Ice Bow and Lightning Hammer are not going to do the damage that they do when this ships, because they're just problematic. They need to be good still, and I actually think the other ones need to have things about them that make them as enticing as those, but they need to not be like I do these cheesy damage multiplier broken things to kill people with Ice Bow and with Lightning Hammer.
I actually saw a question right there. Boon duration.
Yeah. Oh, that is a good question.
Boon duration, duration, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead,
for one, I'll talk about the condition duration, and in general, we've made instead of like all condition type stuff, we tried to put more of it into specific conditions, like the Elementalist's condition duration for burning, and making that more of a potent thing. We don't yet have one for bleeding or any other conditions that they apply.
And
but
to that end, let's keep in mind the following thing. Everyone saw in the little beta weekend that bleeding stacks over 25. We're, I think, more than experimenting with some of these changes now. They're getting closer to being like,
first base.
They are past first base. Like, they are in scoring position. Some of our baseball analogy time. Some of our Condi changes, and also large impact there that we'll kind of get into, but not today because it's just not far enough. Not far enough along to talk about, but
and there might be some stuff you see today that'll be a direct cause of some of those changes.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
So we are to stay on schedule, so we give everyone equal amount of time. We have about 2 minutes left on Ellie.
We should
Nice.
short. Who should we short? What profession should we short?
Ooh.
Like,
Which one do we like the least?
We should probably, just because people think we hate them, we should short either Ranger or Necro.
There we go.
But maybe we can short Warrior today, just to like balance things out a little bit.
But we should. Never mind. Anyways, so you got any other questions here we want to look at before we move on?
Yeah. I'm trying to see. Everyone's really sad about Ice Bow, like as if Ice Bow was fun and not like just completely broken. Like, I get it's fun to have broken stuff. Like, Ice Bow's not going to be terrible all of a sudden. It just needs to be in line. Like, at least in the ballpark. So, yeah.
It'll be fine. It'll be usable.
Yeah.
It'll still be great.
Yeah, let's just. Guys. Someone said it like, we're not buffing or nerfing. We're balancing. So yeah.
There we go. Good quote. Jon Peters quote right there.
All right. And also, in relation to just all this stuff, I see a lot of questions about like, this guy's gonna get 5 weapon skills. This guy's getting this thing. Like, equal is not fair. Fair is like everyone gets fun, cool stuff, right? And so, the stuff you're gonna get as you see the elite specs revealed, or you see these core specs, it needs to be fun and awesome and cool, and it doesn't need to be equal, right? Or sorry, it doesn't need to be. Yeah, it doesn't need to be exactly equivalent. Like it's never going to be 1-to-1, and that's good because there's no reason to compare things that way.
So I'm bringing the schedule up again. No one can see us, but here's the schedule again, guys. Just so you know. So obviously we did the introduction. Me and Peters already talked about specializations in general. Elementalist, done. And we'll be moving on with Thief and then Guardian. And then we will be taking a small 15-minute break. It is a 4-hour live stream, and I do get hungry, and so do these guys. So we have some pizza getting brought in, but we'll be back after that with Engineer. So anyways, we're going to jump right again with, I guess, Thief. Mr. Carl, are you ready to talk about Thief today?
No. You probably want to turn on the correct.
Well, I'm fixing it in game real quick here. I'm getting
looking
there.
first. Yeah.
But do this. Watch. Do this when you turn it on. Trust me. I'm pretty sure we leaked something. We'll find out later when someone gets the screen caps, but I'm pretty sure we leaked something. We'll see.
Just now?
No, like about 35 minutes ago.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
So someone looked back.
Hashtag
Someone
blame
looked
Carl.
back like. Wait, we're 40.
No.
Someone looked like
Let's
10
just-
minutes in.
all
There's a
we do
leak.
is
10
keep
minutes
going.
in. There's a leak, you guys. Okay. Yeah.
Keep going.
Anyway.
All
Okay.
right. So we had. Why did you? I'm bringing the panel back up. Let me
All right.
bring the panel back
You
up
can bring
here.
the panel up.
Let me.
All right, I'm just telling you, you're going to leak something if you do it.
Yeah. Don't push any buttons over there, Mark.
No, you are going to leak something if you swap screens while you put the panel up.
Okay. I think we're good.
Okay.
No.
Trust me when I say this is true.
What?
Do it.
I know what I'm
Hold
doing.
on.
Do
Hold
it,
on.
Rob.
I know what I'm
Hold
doing.
on, hombre.
So you hide the panel,
I hit the panel.
then you press
Oh, do I?
panel cam so that you block out the side, then you put the panel up.
We already got that. I'm doing panel
No,
cam right
you'll
now.
see what I'm saying. But okay.
Oh my goodness.
All
This
right.
guy. This guy.
Oh, all right.
Where's my mouse? There we go. Are you ready for covered panel? It's gonna go right to covered panel mode.
Okay.
So you ready?
Okay. I'm just saying when you mouse over it quickly, like I think it takes a minute for the panel cover to show up, but that's cool. Go ahead. Maybe it's instantaneous, but if someone's going to screen cap it. All right, go ahead. Let's find out.
We're good.
Yeah.
We got it.
I was sitting here in anticipation.
I finally
just
understand what he's talking about now, though. Okay, I'm on the same page
See?
now. I will be.
Just think
Looking.
about that. Yeah, just watch
Eagle
that.
eye.
Yeah.
All right.
Good job.
Oy
Sorry.
vey.
Sorry, guys.
All right. Which one
That
do you want
was
to start
a-
with, Carl?
All right, Thiefy, let's go.
Yeah, let's go Deadly Arts first.
Deadly
All right.
Arts. Yeah, bam. This one's we got some changes, so.
And the skill facts are kind of like, right now. I'm not sure about that just yet. So, we have Serpent's Touch. So we kind of repurposed Deadly Arts just a tad bit. It is going to be much more focused on poison and delivering, inhibiting conditions, that kind of stuff.
It's going to be focused on
And-
what I like to call the deadly arts.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to say the Deadly Arts. So,
I don't like the menacing gesture you just did there. All right. Next one.
all right, so let's go back to the minor here.
Yeah.
We've merged the downed state trait. So this was the 50% damage while downed. We actually put 25% of that into the base of your downed abilities, and we kind of cut the other 25% because it's 50% is a pretty large jump to make. But we wanted to add poison to all of your attacks while you're in the down state. Even if there is one already with the stealth ability. So, yes, and Lotus Poison, the weaken targets when you poison them. The cooldown's been reduced slightly, so you'll be able to weaken your enemies more frequently. Let's go to the Grandmaster, and there we
Yeah.
go. This is less specific now. It just says if your target is conditioned. So you don't want to first strike expect that damage, but during combat, you should just be frequently dealing more damage to your target.
So what is the major change there?
I think it was more specific to like if your target is poisoned or something like that previously.
Okay. All right. You ready to go over the depths?
It
It was a specific con to you.
yeah, it was specific.
Yeah,
Ready?
it's poison, right?
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
We're
We're
going.
going. We're moving on. We're moving on, folks.
Been a lot over the last day or so.
Yeah.
All right, dagger training. And the skill factor is off on this one, but dagger damage is increased to poison foes. I think I didn't get.
I think this used to be a
Updated.
master.
Yeah.
So what were you
let's
saying?
keep going. I want to come back to this one just
Okay,
a tad bit.
cool.
Mug.
This is good,
Uh,
right? People bring this?
Work in progress, always. Mug, always good.
It's all right.
Yeah.
Trapper's Respite. This is kind of the Trapper's line, but it says drop a needle trap when you use a healing skill. So you're
Man, that one is awesome.
withdraw.
Yeah,
Oh man,
so good with withdraw.
Drop a needle traps everywhere. Resourceful Trapper. Stealing reduces the cooldown of currently recharging traps. This is actually by something we haven't done before. it is actually by a static amount. So any trap that you have recharging will be reduced by 10 seconds.
Yeah. This is wild.
Panic Strike.
I like that one.
We like Panic Strike.
Well, no,
Everybody likes Panic
Strike. The cooldown.
Panic Strike at a master.
Yeah. At a
One
master
thing,
slot.
like when you see that cooldown one, this is a thing we're going for, like that we talked about. When we can because we're doing all this and we can revisit these traits, we're taking things that are very like traits are passive. That's a thing. They're literally a passive buff that gets put on you. But there are ones that are not skillful, and like there's still going to be ones like that that are just easy to understand. But like we want to try and make some that are skillful. Like okay, use my traps now. Steal, get them back. Right? Like we want a little bit more of that like active play that they encourage. So.
Yeah. All right. So Panic Strike is master. The revealed training is down to the master position. I believe this one was great. It was Grandmaster previously.
Yeah.
It's one of the newer traits.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. Potent Poison, increased poison duration, and and this one now actually increases poison damage as well.
Oh yeah.
So quite venomous.
This could become more interesting as time goes on.
Yes.
Yeah. This also interesting, like poison being applied so often. I wonder how that would possibly work.
All right. Down there. Oh man, this is the new improvisation. So improvisation moved up from a master slot to a grandmaster slot. We took away once again. I don't think we got a build in. This was all changed. I was.
Okay,
what's the change?
So you'll see what it is now.
So, yes, you can use your stolen items twice, and one random skill category remain. We like the aspect of one random skill category is immediately recharged when you steal.
But on top of that, you get to use
so we took away the damage
twice.
portion
Those
from
get
the
merged
stolen
together.
items, and we're going to be doing some balance work on the stolen items themselves, like the Fear Skull or the Whirling Axes, that kind of stuff. They might have to be reduced just a little bit, but with improvisation, you'll be able to use stolen items twice.
I just realized, if anyone's watching the stream with the audio off, they're probably having a much different experience than everyone else. Because there are changes that we're talking about that are already in, so if you guys could drop a hint in chat to watch with volume. Plus, you get to hear us, which is just, that's worth it all in itself. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are changes that we'll be looking at that are not actually implemented, so just be mindful of that.
And I believe, and Executioner has moved from the Critical Strikes line to the Deadly Arts line.
Cool. Yeah.
Being that this
Bam,
line is
this
all
is
about
your
power and damage
power,
and poison
kill stuff's line.
and killing things.
All right. We're like
where it's
12 minutes left for Thief, so we should like...
Not too bad. Let's go back to Dagger Training. I think
just talk about it.
the actual design of that one was to, instead of increasing the damage, we roll that in baseline. And instead of dagger damage, I think it is now actually your dagger strikes have a chance to poison your enemies.
Interesting, but with poison, it would just keep adding to the duration, wouldn't it, Carl? Unless that somehow changed. Anyway, what's the next thing?
In a world where that exists.
In a world where that might exist.
So anyways, just to clarify, you said 5% damage roll baseline?
Yes.
Boom.
Yep.
All right, what's next?
Let's go to Critical Strikes.
Great strikes. All right.
All right, Keen Observer, hasn't changed. Unrelenting Strikes, I think this is a new one. So this is stuff where we're still looking at this one. And it's kind of a new thing where actually increasing your critical damage based on certain conditions. Like if your target is below the threshold, deal extra critical damage to them. Let's go on to the Grandmaster slot. The might fact on there was incorrect. First strike's critical damage is increased while your current initiative is above the threshold. So once again, increasing critical strike damage. On to the adepts. Side strike.
Same.
Same. Segments of power. We rolled some signet traits in together into critical strikes line.
Alrighty.
Combo critical chance. Your dual wield skills have increased critical hit chance.
This one feels the same.
It is the same. I believe we modified the. I modified the text and then changed it back when I didn't like it.
I'm not sure it's the most exciting one anyway. We should maybe look at that one again.
Note.
Yeah. Which one is it?
So
it's Critical Strikes number 3. Yeah.
All right. Sundering Strikes. Critical hits have a chance to cause vulnerability. Hasn't changed. Practice Tolerance. Gain Vitality based on your precision. Again, keep going.
Yeah, that's the.
And this one is more
So
of
they're
a
probably
survival-y.
noticing the the change text because that's how we notify what's change text.
Yeah.
Again, that's just the global change. So,
Yeah, it's going to be for all those trait facts. Ankle shots, critical hit. Oh yeah, so we merged in some pistol traits here. Critical strikes with pistols have a chance to cripple foes. Pistol strikes deal increased damage to crippled foes.
Wow, that makes so much sense.
Yeah. So when it activates, you're going to be dealing bonus damage. Ricochet. I feel like this one should still be a choice because you don't always want your pistol strikes to bounce. Yeah. But it is a fairly strong ability when it comes to like getting some AoE damage in on your pistols. Hidden Killer, gain bonus critical hit chance while in stealth. Hasn't changed, still the Grandmaster. And Invigorating Precision to gain health back when you critically hit enemies.
Yeah. And in theory, if poison was going to stack, probably should only be the damage part of it, and the rest should just stay the same.
Yeah, that would probably make the most sense if that was a thing.
In theory.
That would probably
be
the best way to approach that
system.
So let's go on to Shadow Arts.
All right.
Last Refuge still in place. Meld of Shadows still in place.
Yeah.
Grandmaster. The Grandmaster trait has changed. Resilience of Shadows used to be in the Grandmaster position. Now it is in the actual Grandmaster Minor slot. So you're going to receive less incoming damage while you're stealthed.
Yeah.
Merciful Ambush in the Adept
I think
slot.
we increased the revive rate on a bunch of these. The revive traits, since they have these cooldowns or things that don't always come up, it was like, hey, they should have something that they always do to increase revive
and
speed.
since thieves don't really have a dedicated res ability, we feel like stealth is actually more of a res mechanic for them, and so we want to help them out this area. Okay, Concealed Defeat. Create a smoke screen when downed. Deception abilities recharge faster. This is just a merging of a couple of traits.
Yeah.
Shadow's Embrace. Remove conditions periodically while in stealth. We like Shadow's Embrace. It helps you stay alive.
Yeah.
When thieves do not have a whole lot of condition removal.
I think Protector? It used to be that critical strikes, and I think people are saying like, oh my god, critical strikes. So it's just like a normal trait line now, and not just the first thing that you automatically put points into, no matter what thief you are, right? I think that's really what that feels like. I don't know, at least to me. If it doesn't feel strong enough, we'll play with it, and we want them to be more equal, but clearly critical strikes was way out of line, at least in my opinion, beforehand, so.
Alrighty, let's...
we didn't do this one yet.
Yeah, Shadow Protector, this one was a Grandmaster, and now has moved down to the Master slot. It's changed places with another one that was in the Master slot previously. Let's go. Descent of Shadows. Descent of Shadows is now, this is a combination of Hidden Thief and Descent of Shadows. So now instead of activating, instead of just stealthing when you steal from an enemy, you're going to actually activate Blinding Powder, which is a trick and can have its recharge reduced. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter because this Blinding Powder is actually an 8-second recharge right now. Leeching Venoms. We merged all of the Venom traits into the Shadow Arts line. So now Leeching Venoms actually gives you might. It has the might trait when you activate a Venom. I can't remember the name of it right now. It's gone. It's out of my mind. Residual Venoms has been merged in base. So that was the previous Grandmaster in the Deadly Arts line.
Can you clarify what that is?
That means Residual Venom was going to give you another stack of Venoms on top of what you already had. So Basilisk Venom is now 2 stacks by default.
Always.
2 stacks. Yeah.
Yeah, and we can balance around it now instead of basically Basilisk Venom is twice as good when you take that trait.
Yeah.
You're going to see that sometimes in upcoming stuff as we talk later about some other traits that are essentially if you don't bring this skill is useless, and if you do bring it, the skill is OP. There's other places where we're kind of trying to stabilize that too.
Are we on track time-wise? I feel like I'm falling behind. I'm sorry.
We have approximately 6 minutes to get through the rest.
So let's go through acrobatics and
yes. Leeching Venom still siphons life, and let's keep going. I guess.
Yeah. Cruise through them.
Cloaked in Shadow. We felt like this trait is actually more of a Grandmaster worthy trait because it can be triggered so frequently, and that it is actually very beneficial for survival. So we felt like it was Grandmaster worthy, and we moved it there. We want to see how it plays out. Shadow Rejuvenation, regenerate health and initiative while in stealth. So This is an actual initiative regeneration trait. Merged in with your... Yeah, so these are basically just two of them merged together. I guess I have to make a note here that we wanted to remove a lot of the weird, like...
Too many initiative regen traits. So like that's going to become more stabilized also in that way.
Mm-hmm. And in removing some of the initiative traits, it's going to allow us to increase the base by a bit more.
All right.
So Venomous Aura. Venomous Aura actually is the combination of it's still Venomous Aura, but it has reduced recharge on the on Venoms as well.
Alrighty.
Cool. Let's move on.
Yeah.
You want an Echo.
Echo. Expeditious Dodger. Gain swiftness with dodging. Still the same. This one is Feline Grace.
Interesting.
I changed this. This is new.
Yeah.
We haven't actually tested it or played with it a whole lot just yet, and it's upcoming. So we have the ability now to pull when you have successfully evaded an attack. So Feline Grace.
So I think there's two things here that we need to talk about specifically. Yeah. So how does it change from core functionality? Core
functionality has changed. Instead of restoring a static amount of endurance, you're going to get a small portion of vigor for 2 seconds right now.
On a 3-second ICD.
Yep.
But there is this little
caveat in there. Successfully evading attack does not exactly mean dodge roll anymore. This is when you have successfully evaded an attack. So like if your flanking strike evades an attack, you will gain vigor for 2 seconds. This is like once again, this is we're testing it out. Want to see how this one works?
Yeah, and I just want to say, like, because a lot of chat is talking a lot about this, like, this is not final. Again, like, oh my God, Thief 50% damage reduction in stealth, OP, Broken Thieves, destroy all other classes, OMG, like, let's just...
wait till we get to your class.
Yeah, first of all, wait till we get to your class, since obviously if you're complaining about Thief, you don't play one. But, like, also, like, that might not be the final number.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
10 seconds of vigor, 1 second ICD.
Yeah.
That's perfect. So. Let's do that. Ship it. Last Grandmaster, Endless Stamina. The effects of vigor on you are enhanced.
So this is where...
It goes absolutely insane.
Yes.
This is where you get some of that feeling goes back.
You know, you get the thing where people are like, oh, acrobatics is dead because of Feline Grace. Oh, wait, I can make my vigor better?
Yeah. Like, so in this case, the Grandmaster Minor trait is actually enhancing the effects of vigor on you, so you get 20% more vigor with this trait line.
Yeah, I noticed they're all talking about the 120% there from the other tooltip, which I forgot to mention. All right, so that covers us on the...
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So now they know how they get it. All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
let's go through these because there's a whole other line after this.
All right, Fleet Shadow, still the same. Vigorous Recovery, again, vigor when using a healing skill, and Pain Response, gain regeneration and remove damaging conditions when struck while below the health threshold.
I see the text has changed, but it's the same.
Same
everything, right? Okay. Just a text change.
It's the text change and something we've been playing with. Guarded Initiation. This trait is still we've been looking at playing with something like this, where if you strike an enemy while you're at full health, gain resistance.
Oh,
so you cannot.
There's an instance of.
Yeah, there's an instance of resistance in there because you're very sturdy body there. All right, let's keep going. Swindler's Equilibrium, successfully evading an attack while wielding a sword recharges steel by a static amount. So your flanking strike, if you evade an attack successfully, will reduce your steel by 1 second.
So I just want to call out the caveat there again. So it's successfully evading attack, not simply evading an attack.
Not just dodge rolling or
it's
just
a
using
new
your
trigger
evade
that
skills.
we have, which is way more skillful than just dodge roll and get a thing. So it's good.
All right, hard to catch. Instead of shadow stepping you to a random location that usually means death, we decided to change this to hard to catch is now break stun and refill your endurance when you're disabled.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Right. Assassin's Reward, still there. Keep going. Quick Pockets, still initiative. There. Yep. It says this is a defensive line. You get to restore your initiative a little bit more. And don't stop. Periodically evade projectile attacks while under the effects of swiftness. So when you're under the effects of swiftness, projectile attacks will occasionally just pass through you and evade attacks, which would trigger your Feline Grace.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go
so
through that last one.
some
and then
synergy
someone
there.
has some general question.
All right, what are we doing for last one? Trickery.
Yep.
All right.
Kleptomaniac, still the same. Yep. Preparedness, increased.
Yeah.
And lead attacks, increased damage per initiative. Steel recharges faster. Oh yeah, this is the this is the same profession mechanic stuff that we had
Yeah.
talked about. Same for the Elementalist.
To
The
clarify
lead
that
attacks
it's
is now
some of it's rolled
15%.
baseline and the
Yep.
rest of it's rolled into trait line.
So
Right.
15% of it was rolled in baseline, and then 15% of
available
it
through
is
trickery.
available through
Yeah.
trickery. Yep.
Okay.
All right, let's crank through these because we're at time for Thief.
All right, Caltrops.
Yep, uncatchable.
Flanking strikes now activates haste when you're flanking an enemy, so you're going to have more access to the actual haste ability.
Yeah, we might have to make it just quickness too, but
Yeah.
yep.
We're thinking about that one a little bit. Thrill of the crime. We like stealing.
Yep.
Stealing all the
No
boons.
changes there.
Yep. Bountiful theft. No changes.
Yep.
Trickster reduces recharge on tricks. Tricks remove conditions. So activating a trick removes a condition from you. That's very brand new.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pressure striking. Enemies you interrupt are inflicted with torment. So
Yeah.
previously, thieves did not have a solid interrupt trait, and this is now, we're trying it out.
It's
seeing
pretty, yeah, that's pretty good.
and it synergizes pretty well with the next in
Yeah, everyone was
line.
just saying offhand pistol is dead, and then we showed them this, and then we showed them that trait.
It's back, baby.
Yep. Yeah.
So we got hasten replenishment, receive initiative
Yeah.
while using healing skill. Let's keep going. Sleight of hand also daze the target, reduces recharge of steel. Synergizes pretty and then bewildering ambush
Yeah.
because confusion is nice.
Cool.
All right, so
Someone
there
was
you go.
asking generally about hero points versus trait points. Trait points are gone. There's no such thing. You just select 3 specs. Hero points are the things you use to unlock stuff. You earn, I'm going to say like 80% of them through leveling-ish, and then the rest through doing the old skill challenges, which we'll probably call hero challenges. Yeah. Oh, oops, quickness is a boon. We just showed that, didn't we?
Yep.
Cool. Awesome. So, yeah.
all right,
And
so
it can be removed.
Yeah, and a good thing here, which I think we should look into, is like the evade with swiftness. Like, I think it would be better if it was like, when you get swiftness on you, you evade the next attack.
Yeah.
Next swiftness, you evade the next attack. Next, every time it's applied to
Yeah,
you,
it's-
or every 5 attacks, like instead of the percentage. I think we'll look at stuff like that because people are definitely talking about that. And like we said, we want them to be skillful. We want to be like, oh, a shot coming
Yeah,
in, swiftness.
It was
Get
just kind
my-
of this
my
was
evade.
an initial idea of like, what if you had the ability to randomly dodge the projectiles, and that was a bad one. But
Yeah.
yeah, we're looking at changing that around. Let's see what else. I'm trying to look at some of the
Oh,
questions.
someone suggested a new minor, which is if a thief is alive, all enemy mesmers die. I'll write that down because I think we should do that.
oh,
Be
that's a
Hellset's
pretty good.
Yeah. I'm going to call
See,
it
this is the kind of feedback that we-
Hellset's demise.
This is the kind of feedback we need.
Oy vey.
All right, so next one we're going to do
Kill
is Guardian.
mesmers.
And I'll get that prepped while you guys... I love that helmet. It looks like the thing from Pan's Labyrinth.
Yeah.
Yep, so you got any questions while I'm pulling that stuff up?
Yeah, I'm just looking at them now. They're saying Guardian is next. Like, thanks for the
I'm
tip,
sure there's
guys.
some thieves in
Oh.
chat. Sorry, Carl. It's all right. I'm getting a little... You have your Guardian notes, so they're under the table?
Yeah, so I talked about it earlier, hero points while Josh is transitioning. Hero points are we think it's going to be approximately, don't quote me on this, 465 hero points to unlock all core stuff, and you will receive 400 hero points approximately from leveling up. So if you have a level 80, you can literally unlock all, 3 sets of skills and all of the traits. Or leave off a trait line and get the other 2 skill lines. So basically, we want you to be able to get almost everything just for being level 80. And that we want you to do challenges to both A, fill out the rest of the stuff, and B, get ahead, because this is shipping before Heart of Thorns, get ahead and get some hero points ready to start spending in your elite specs.
Alrighty, so I'm going to pull up the panel here, and we'll get jumped into Guardian. Alrighty. Alright, so first line, Zeal.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So this is the sort of a symbol line, or it involves symbols. The minors have not changed. So let's go Zealous Speed, Symbolic Exposure, and Symbolic Power. Symbols have increased damage and chance to burn enemies. So it's about a 33% chance that every pulse to your symbols activate.
Roy just
burning
posted
on
that
your
he
enemies.
finished implementing Helseth's device. Right?
Man, Roy's awesome. He's so fast. He's so effective, efficient.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. I'll talk about skill point conversion some more after we're done with Guardian.
All right.
Yep.
Before we go to lunch, so let's crank through Guardian.
Sweet. Wrathful Spirit, Aegis. Yeah, this is a retaliation trait. It's there's not really much that's changed about this one. I don't think. Where did it move? Well, my notes don't say anything. All right, Fiery Wrath, increased damage against burning foes, and Zealous Scepter, gain might when your justice, when the passive of your justice triggers while wielding a scepter. So if you're attacking an enemy, and like you get a nice smite off, and you get a lot of like procs of your justice. You continuously gain might to deal more damage.
Moving on to Masters.
Yep, Binding Jeopardy. We merged the Binding Jeopardy and where is that? Blind Exposure. They both now deal the same amount of vulnerability. Vulnerability has been increased by like 2 seconds or so for the Binding Jeopardy. So
A lot of synergy there, obviously,
Yeah.
with Virtues. Right? So should have good vulnerability on Guardian.
Zealous Blade, attacks with your Greatsword, deal extra damage and heal you. Greatsword abilities have reduced recharge. Fairly straightforward. Kindled Zeal, gain condition damage based on your power.
Yep, same stuff.
Expeditious Spirit, there is one spirit trait now, or a spirit weapon trait. Spirit weapons burn foes when they strike. They have reduced command and recharge, skill recharges.
Yeah.
So all this stuff recharges a little bit faster. All right, Shattered Aegis. We upped the damage of it and placed it in the Grandmaster slot. It actually, on a crit, it hits for about 1,000 right now, which with a low power build, it's fairly strong. Symbolic Avenger. You deal more damage to enemies standing in your symbol. So like enemies that right now it's that enemies struck by your symbols, you yourself have amplified damage against them.
So symbols have increased damage, and also you do more damage to.
Yeah, so you can like immob someone in one of your symbols, like his scepter's in this line, and then just pound.
That's a
them.
really good PvE thing too. Like
Yeah.
you have like immobile bosses and stuff. So
yeah, and this is a thing like to look at all this stuff to talk about is like generally at every choice we try to make it so that there's like one specific thing at that choice, like this affects scepters, and there's two things that are more general at that choice, so that like even if you're not running scepters, there's a choice there. So,
alrighty, ready?
Whew, yeah.
You
Let's
ready,
go.
Carl?
Radiance line.
Carl,
I don't
do
know.
it. Carl,
wow, you got it, Carl.
All right, Justice is Blind. Still great trait. We like this one. Renewed Justice. Justice renewed when you kill a foe. In general, actually, I'd say we worked to move away from things like on kill, but this trait is actually stuck around because it's very effective and it actually has good synergy with Justice traits. And then Radiant Power. Attacks against burning foes have increased chance to critically hit. So, being that this is the critical line and you're going to have a little bit more, when your Justice triggers, you're going to have a lot more crit chance against them. Let's go over to the adept traits. Healer's Retribution, gain retail. Retaliation is part of kind of the core of Guardian, so we're not afraid to kind of apply it everywhere. Inner Fire, gain Fury when you strike a foe that has... Oh, man.
maybe
There's
Peters
the thing.
Can say it. Maybe Peters can say it.
Yeah, John, you're good at this.
Yeah. Gain Fury when you strike a foe that has burning stacks over the threshold.
Yep.
Threshold is 3 stacks. That would only work, though, if burning stacked.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that is a good trade or not.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Also, again, like on the Greatsword thing, like I saw somebody, Helseth, say that healing for 26 makes that Greatsword. Like, okay, we'll make it 27. Like we'll just for you, we make it 27. But you know, there's a balance there, and we'll play with it. I think it's a cool trait, as good idea. You know, this is going to be easier. There's less of these to look at maintenance wise. Like we're gonna try and make them better, and there's going to be some balance time. And I mean, everyone knows some of that balance is going to happen after we ship this, and hopefully a lot of it will happen before.
That was like the most not exaggerated. Like you do that all the time, where you say like we're like, John, this isn't good, and you're like, well, what if it did 10 million damage? Like, yes, John, that would be very good if it did 10 million damage. Well, there's a number in between. I've never heard you do one increment. I'm really impressed.
Yes.
I mean, that's also the case of the greatsword attacks quite a few targets and
Yes, it does.
has multi-strikes, and each one of them heals for the same. So it's pretty good.
All right, so
Right-handed strength, we added. So critical chance with one-handed weapons is increased. Sword skills recharge faster. Being that this is a lot of times your sword go-to trait. We felt like it's a good place to put the sword recharge as well.
right, next one.
Master.
They're talking about burning stacking as if that's a thing. Anyway, what's the next one, Carl?
All right. Wrath of Justice. Striking an enemy with Justice's active effect, so like you press F1, triggers Signet of Wrath.
Yeah, this thing's actually really fun.
Yeah.
I played with it a lot. It's really good for setting up burst combo.
Yeah. Sometimes you'll like set a projectile, and you're like, that's gonna hit activate.
Yeah.
And you get a nice immobilize in there. So let's go down. Retribution. You gain increased damage while under the effects of retaliation. Radiant Fire. Oh, this is
one of my favorite ones.
Yeah,
Probably-
I agree. Top of the charts.
This
for some of the new ones.
is a very strong trait, I would say, currently in its iteration.
Which can and will change.
Yep. Gain Zealot's Flame when you critically hit. Burning duration is increased. And torch abilities recharge faster. So one of the
Zealot's
things
Flame.
about Zealot's Flame.
What is Zealot's Flame, Carl?
This is the torch, the torch abilities buff that you get on you that burns nearby enemies.
Yeah.
So when you gain Zealot's Flame, your torch ability also flips over, and you can throw that flame off of you to pretty much wreck enemies.
Yeah, not allies. To enemies for sure.
Yeah.
So a
So-
6-second ICD currently, anyways. So you actually get the access to your torch skill again. And you can throw it.
You can keep
So use
throwing
like throw them all day long.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Yeah, that's a crazy trait. We'll see how
call
that
it Hadouken.
plays out.
All right, Amplified Wrath, burning damage is increased. Enemies burn enemies whose attacks you block. This is a trait merging. We felt like the old burn when you block was not all that great, and felt like it could definitely go into something else that added burning. So keep going. Perfect Inscriptions gain light aura when activating a signet. Signets recharge faster and have improved passive effects.
Yeah.
This also triggers on the. I should note that right now this also triggers on the master slot Signet of Wrath.
Right
There
there.
it is.
Okay.
Yeah, Wrath of Justice. All right. Radiant Retaliation. Retaliation damage scales from condition damage instead of power. So if you're more of a rabid guardian and you like your burning damage and you like your retaliation, you can have both.
All right.
If poison and burning were to stack, it seems like probably the damage would have to go down on them a little bit.
That would be like a logical thing to have happen,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yep.
If
Yeah.
You know, like,
if that
let's
was
keep
a
moving,
thing.
Alex.
yeah, like
Yeah,
if it
keep
was
we gotta
it
keep
on
going,
the
we gotta
Guardian,
keep going.
Yeah. Gotta get that guardian going.
We have like
Thanks,
2
Carl,
minutes.
keep us on
I'm
track.
How
sure.
many left? No, we got a
No, we got Carl liar.
5
You're a
more
liar,
minutes. You
Carl.
got it, Carl. Five,
seven,
six,
seven
six
minutes.
or 7 minutes to
7
finish
minutes.
this guardian. Come on, do it.
Jeez.
All right. Valor's Defense. Gain Aegis when you're struck below, while below the health threshold. This is so Valor is sort of your defensive line, and also it's got a bit of ferocity in it as well. So let's go into the minor trait. Courageous Return. Virtue of Courage is recharged when you resurrect an ally or if you rally. So, and that one, I don't know if it actually has a cooldown right now. We might have to talk about
don't
that.
think it does, yeah.
Might of the Protector, gain might when you block attacks. So, blocking attacks is pretty strong because you get a little bit of extra power into that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of synergy with blocking on Guardian,
Yeah.
especially now.
It
Yep.
likes it.
Yeah. Strength of the Fallen.
All right, so this one is move condition to set time interval. Health degenerates slower while down. We felt like
Merge those two.
Yeah, we felt like your health regenerating or degenerating slower was never really a good choice.
But
we
it's,
didn't.
but it's cool to
Yeah.
It's a cool choice. It's not a choice that you wouldn't make on its own.
Yeah.
Whereas here, it's like I die less when I'm alive, and then when I'm down, I also die slower. So.
Yep. Let's keep going. Smiter's Boon.
It's back.
Yeah. All right. So smite conditions. When you use a healing ability, this fires off your smite condition meditation. If you happen to have other traits equipped, like Monk's Focus, it'll trigger all the stuff that Monk's Focus might do.
Which we will get to.
Yep. Let's keep going. Focus Mastery. Gain protection when using a focus ability. Focus abilities have reduced recharge. So this is kind of like being as focused as a fairly defensive weapon. You know, gives you a lot of blocks. If you're in a strenuous situation, you get a little bit more protection when using these abilities. All right. Cool. Stalwart Defender. Gain additional toughness while wielding a shield, and shield ability recharge is reduced.
Yeah. Someone said too, like, hey, only 7 minutes left. How are you going to finish? That's for Guardian. It's not for the whole thing.
No, it's the whole thing.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, we have 1 more minute for each of the other professions.
Strength in numbers has remained as a cool thing. And then we have Communal Defenses, which has moved from a Grandmaster slot down to the Master slot. And let's...
Ooh, I have a question, Carl.
Yeah.
So we talked earlier about how traits would get individual icons, right? Peters?
Yeah.
So does this mean that the strength in numbers icon would change?
Yeah, so you'll see strength in numbers as the icon on people. Also spotter,
Yep.
etc.
So no longer just little gray
Spoilers!
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's not even a spoiler. We
Roy's
talked
going
about
to be
it
so mad.
Yeah, I'm spoiling
All right.
Ranger. But I said I love Rangers
Let's
so
keep going.
much, so.
Next one.
Sorry.
Altruistic Healing still remains a great trait. That's I mean, it's still. I don't know why.
Why did you
I don't
do
have
that?
an accent. I started saying something else, and it just happened.
Look at
Monk's
this trait.
Focus.
This is awesome trait.
Monk's Focus. The we merged the.
This is no one's gonna
we
bring
merged
that.
a few things together. So making this a fairly strong Grandmaster.
It might get used.
Grandmaster choice. Yep. Using meditation skill heals you and grants fury to allies in radius. Meditation skills have reduced recharge. Works pretty well with Smarter's Boon. And Retributive Armor, which is actually kind of one of my favorites right now because it works very well with a lot of the other things in this trait line. Gain toughness for a period of time when blocking an attack. Gain ferocity based on your toughness. So the other things that block within this trait line or give toughness will also give you a bit more ferocity. So if you like your critical damage builds, this is actually a fairly strong trait. You would have to give up Monk's Focus though, which might be a little tough of a choice.
All right, so we did Valor.
Yep, and we're now on to Honor.
Oh my goodness, we still have 2
Top.
more? Okay,
Yep.
go fast.
We have 3 whole minutes.
I know.
We have 3 whole minutes.
So much time.
Yeah.
All right.
Someone pointed out that, and I
Combs.
think this is true, that shield trait is kind of boring, which
Yeah,
I
we
agree
should fix
with.
it.
We should look at the shield trait. Guardian shield trait, right? Yeah. And we'll talk about that one some more.
All right.
All right, Carl.
Honor line Vigorous Precision remains the same. Keep going. Let's do it. Selfless Daring. Dodge rolls. Awesome. And then the Grandmaster Minor trait, Purity of Body. You'll notice that this was previously in the Virtues line, where your Virtue of Resolve passive effect also regenerates endurance. So the Honor line is about it's a little bit more about the
Dodging to
supportive.
do
You'll be able
heal,
to use your Selfless Daring a little bit more to get in and help your allies out. So yeah.
Yeah, let's go through those.
All right, Invigorated Bulwark. Gain increased healing power for a period of time each time you block an attack while wielding mace. Basically, this is to help your mace abilities that tend to block.
Yeah, so when you block with mace, you build up your heal power, then you can use
you can use your
combo.
skill combo to have increased healings.
I think it goes up to
And
500 heal power.
So no
basically.
ICD either, so you can
No
pop
ICD.
pop off a shelter and very likely build up a stack of
And then
it.
you get your plus 500 healing power heal, which is pretty awesome. Yeah.
Go to town with the mace. All right, we have Protective Reviver. We merged a couple of traits here. So one when you start resing an ally, and then when you successfully res an ally. Gain Shield of Absorption when you begin reviving an ally. When you successfully revive, you both gain Aegis, Protection, and Regeneration. So pushing it a little bit more into that supportive. Protector's Impact. This is
The fall damage
The fall
trait.
damage trait. Yep. Hasn't changed.
Cool.
Honorable Staff. Boon duration is increased while wielding a staff. Staff recharges are reduced. So your swiftness and your might that you're going to be granting are a little bit more effective now. So, all right, we have Pure of Heart. Aegis heals when it blocks an attack.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's much that actually changed about
Yeah, it's
this
pretty
one.
similar, I think. All right.
Yeah. Empowering Might. Down there, pretty awesome still.
Yep.
Pure Voice. Your shout. This is the Grandmaster slot. Pure Voice. Your shouts have all been merged into the Grandmaster slot. And yeah, like what was it? 1 second. I have notes here.
Superior Aria.
Yeah,
and,
Superior Aria.
Pure Voice.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like
Yep,
this.
they're both
I like
together.
this idea. Sorry.
It's another Hell Seth idea.
No, it's shield skills when they hit people grant Aegis to them.
Oh, that's cool.
As a, that's, I mean, that's a
That'd be
powerful,
really cool with
really
the-
cool.
I mean,
with
the other
the,
one adds
with
product,
the
right? I think
it's
wave
freaking
and
awesome.
and with the bubble.
Yeah.
Right? People
Yep.
in the bubble and people in the wave get Aegis. I really like
Boom.
that.
Feedback at work.
Yeah.
Right there.
All right.
We actually had that. We planted that person. In chat.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, moving on.
Rate
so
of Persistence. Your symbols are larger, longer, and or they last longer, and they heal allies every pulse. So we wanted to merge all the symbol like the actual symbol traits together, and being as they're they both have like offensive and defensive natures. We felt like we would like the when they're larger, they're a little bit more supportive, and that you can hit your allies in a lot easier, and get more healing off against them. All right.
Ooh, skill changes. Like we should just are we on virtues yet?
No,
no,
we're not.
we're- we have one more to go.
Last one.
Okay. Okay, go quick because I want to talk about skill changes.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Force of Will. You have increased vitality. So this is previously, it only granted increased vitality. And now, healing effectiveness to other allies is increased based on a percentage of your vitality. So what this means is that, so right now we don't really have the skill fact for it. We're working on it. It's work in progress. This is per point of vitality, you gain 0.01% outgoing healing effectiveness. So this is like Elementalist Benevolence, where you gain like 25%, like it's a static 25% outgoing healing effectiveness. But if
It
you
just
have
scales with your fit.
yeah, if you have 1,000 vitality, you have 10% effective outgoing healing effectiveness.
Yeah, we're really
So-
trying to get not just the Bunker Guardian, which I think we know is strong, but
Yeah.
like trying to get the Support Guardian, like to really feel supporty and make you go away from those bunker traits a little and go into these support traits.
Yeah.
Man, they wheeled in the pizza.
Let's-
I
let's-
know.
let's-
so
let's
you
keep going here.
really need to eat fast. I mean, go fast.
Virtues
Do
line.
virtues. Do virtues. Yeah.
Inspired Virtue. I don't. We haven't changed this one at all. A Virtue of Retribution. We merged, I believe. Yeah. There's an add-up trait in here
Yeah,
previously.
that was retail duration, right?
Yeah. And so we merged Retail Duration and that. Power of the Virtuous. Deal extra damage for each boon you have. Virtues recharge faster. This was another baseline profession mechanic. We just, yeah. Same thing as the Elementalist and Thief.
Yeah.
All right. Unscathed Contender is the same.
Yep. Still deal extra damage. Retaliatory is subconscious. Gain retaliation and Aegis whenever you are disabled. I don't know if that changed a whole lot.
I don't think so.
All right, Master of Consecrations. Consecrations last longer and have reduced recharge. You'll notice there is no ground targeting trait or option in this trait. This is the only consecration trait.
Yeah.
Your ground targeting has been made base.
Oh, just like Necro Wells. All right. Moving on.
Moving on. Supreme Justice. Virtue of Justice causes burning more frequently. It's the same.
same
We
thing.
added Aegis to
These-
it. It was just, I was pretty sure about this. It used to be just retail. It's retail and Aegis now.
Oh,
Thing,
okay.
Which is super awesome. Okay. Okay. Cool.
This one's the
Absolute
same.
Resolution, and then we have the we're talking about this one. We haven't really decided quite yet on this one. So Glacial Hammer was removed, but we now have a thing we're calling Virtuous Mallet. I was calling it Hammer Time previously, but
Yeah. Oh well.
hammer attacks have a chance to slow enemies. Hammer abilities have reduced recharge. So this is like
And maybe people really love Glacial Heart, and we bring it back. So everyone who loved it, send us a Glacial Heart love letter or something. I don't know.
don't do that. Just
Send it to
leave
Carl.
feedback.
Send
You
it to the
you
office,
liked
yeah.
Glacial Heart.
It's like a frozen pig heart or something.
Yeah,
Pretty
so
gross.
like the reason why Glacial Heart was kind of removed was because Guardian doesn't really do chill at all ever. It's not a thing that it does. It was more feasible that they could actually probably slow enemies. Permeating Wrath. We haven't changed this. We have plans. We've had talks. We're talking about having instead of Wrath burning in an area around you, actually burning in an area around your target.
Yeah.
And I think
So,
that's
like,
probably something we're going to try to do.
Scepter and stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Battle presence. Battle presence has moved from honor over to virtues, so you can have a little bit of a supportive option there.
Yeah.
And also, you don't have to make a choice between that and something that really helps your allies out with in the honor line.
So this
Indomitable Courage.
Yeah.
Activating Virtue of Courage breaks stun and grants stability to affected allies. Virtue of Courage is a passive effect, triggers more frequently.
This one's super powerful.
Yep.
That's a way to put it.
Yeah. That's one way of putting it.
So we merged the all of the courage traits together into the Grandmaster slot. Felt like we liked it.
Yeah. I want to say, like, Healing Breeze, yeah, I think that's going to be a shout.
Okay.
I don't know. What else could it be? I don't know. Is that the only one that's missing a category? There's Shelter. Shelter needs a category, too.
Consecration?
Maybe.
No.
Maybe. I don't know. We need to think about that. Anyway, so that's good. And then Tomes. Those need a category, don't they? So we need to think about that a little bit.
Yeah, where do you guys think tomes should
Tell
go?
us a little bit what you think about tomes. Let's pause on that note.
Yeah. So we're gonna think about tomes for 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And while we're doing that, we might be over there eating pizza just behind the camera. When we come back, I believe we'll have Matt. So say bye, Carl.
Yeah, everyone say bye to Carl.
Wait! Oh yeah, there's one other thing I want to talk about. Thief.
Yeah.
We did categorize the other two, the elite abilities.
Oh yeah.
So Ambush right now is a deception, and Dagger Storm is a trick, while Hide in Shadows is also a deception, and Withdraw is a trick.
Yes.
So they can all have reduced recharges when you take those perspective traits.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was about. I forgot to mention it earlier. I
no
just
problem.
wanted to talk about it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
War Toy asked a question.
Uh-oh.
Asterisk, no elite duration increase. And that is actually, we rolled in the elite focus baseline.
Yeah. So again,
So
like when you
Focus
see
is
stuff
now
missing too,
baseline.
it's not always deleted. It's
you
sometimes
know, I
just
could go back.
baseline.
Did you just throw your notes?
Yeah, I threw my notes, and I actually probably
I'll
should.
just
throw
throw
them.
Carl.
Mic drop.
Oh no,
notes.
everybody's dropping the
Oh
mic.
no.
Yeah.
All right. Wait, which one do you want?
I don't know. Like those two. There we go. Perfect.
Wait, you want a guardian, right?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Trying to see if there's anything we just straight up merged baseline.
I thought about tomes. Someone was talking about tomes
You gonna
being
come back here,
spirit
Mark?
weapons. But they don't play like spirit weapons. Like you don't bring them out in the world and they like move around. And I think no one wants another like
forgetting
floating
paper here?
book moving around doing
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh, another one we actually made
but
baseline
maybe they
was
do.
improved spirit weapon duration.
Yeah.
How long they last. That was actually just made baseline.
Oh, tomes
Cool.
should be pizza.
Oh,
Yeah,
pizza tomes.
they should be. Hey,
My laptop locked. I'm sorry.
how do you unlock?
I can't say over the
It's
air.
time.
Give me your password.
Okay.
Say it out loud for you.
That was fun, guys. Thanks for having
Okay,
me.
cool.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for
We'll be back
helping
shortly
us
to
go over
talk
these changes.
through NG.
Yeah, so
All right.
everybody say, thanks, Carl. Carl.
Don't do that.
It's a thing. Carl.
When we get back, right before we roll
quick
into NG,
break.
I'm going to talk about how we convert your existing skill points that are sitting on your character, because people are asking a lot about it just generally, into something new.
Okay.
So, okay.
Cool.
Remember, we're going to do like that thing where we like ominously like talk about the thing like when they do on the news?
Oh, yes.
Like-
we should.
So we're doing engineer next. It's like,
Yep.
do you hate looking like
No.
like
Tired of looking like it. What?
oh, are you tired of wearing bindles?
Ah,
There we go. Find out more after the break.
yes.
Perfect.
Thanks, guys. We'll be right back.
See you
Yeah.
soon.
Hey guys, welcome back. So
Two
we're actually
N's in Pennebaker.
oh, there's
It's okay, though.
Pennebaker.
It's okay.
It'll actually start to merge in with your name, and we can't have
okay.
you guys merging because that'd be just too powerful.
Okay.
Anyways, we're gonna actually before we go into NG, there's a lot of questions we had in chat regarding hero points and how those are obtained and spent and what's happening with the old stuff and all that kind of business. So we've got Matt Pennebaker here, who's from the team that's directly responsible for that, and he's gonna guide us through that with the help of Jon Peters.
Sure. I mean, basically, you're going to have a bunch of skill points. People have a bunch of skill points. When this ships,
Presumptuous.
which is, people have a bunch of skill points. We know they do have those. When this ships, right then, which is before Heart of Thorns, again, we're going to do something with those skill points. So, tell them that.
All right, so there's
Good lead in.
Yeah, thanks.
so basically, there's two sort of different avenues for skill points I think currently. It's stuff that happens once, like leveling up and doing skill challenges, and then there's things that happen over and over again, like opening up champ bags and things like that, where you get skill scrolls. And the big concern was, how do I buy my bloodstone shards and my philosopher stones if I don't have skill points anymore? We're making a new thing that we are still hotly debating what to call. It will be a currency, so it'll be account-wide. You'll obtain it from champ bag still, and we're also figuring out other sources to really balance that out and make it still feel pretty much the same as before.
Yeah.
And that's basically the whole system. I don't
That's
know
the
a
whole
whole lot
spiel?
to say here.
That's it.
Yeah.
We got the, obviously, yeah, I mean, that's basically it.
just came for pizza,
Obviously,
didn't
it's a currency.
Yep.
So, right now that means it's going to be used for those things, but it means that there's potential for us to use it for stuff in the future, which is good. Yeah, someone just said Joshua Davis, Matt. Obviously it doesn't have a name yet, so barring us naming it Jingits, like
A thing you promised you wouldn't say on camera, which we're not calling
Way
it
to go.
Jingits, but
yeah,
This is why we
they're
love him.
they're for the Jin Zomeros.
you're right.
Jingits.
All right.
Come on.
Is that it?
So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
basically
All right.
it. Like I said, we're still working on balance on it. We'll be working on it till we can't anymore. Just to make sure it feels as good as possible when it comes out. That's pretty much it.
So we're
Yeah.
gonna go back to a brief break, and we're gonna bring in a different Matt,
Yeah,
We're gonna bring
literally
in-
10-second break.
a Matt
Lotharius.
Lotharius, and much harder to say than Pennebaker, but we'll probably spell that one wrong too. Anyways, we're gonna go to a brief break real quick. You'll see us scuffling around real quick, and we'll be back with engineer changes.
Yeah.
No, thanks for.
Yeah. Anyway,
You're doing this?
well, I just want to quickly.
My role is invalidated now.
No, go ahead. Go
I don't
ahead.
even want to be here.
Just kidding.
Welcome back, guys. So we've got Matt Lotharius with us, who is a game designer that's in charge of the NG trait rework. Before we get into that,
Yeah.
though,
There's just a
Jon
question.
Peters has some things he wants to say.
There were questions about Jingits, my new favorite name.
Are you only
of a
saying that
thing.
because he left?
Well, no, there's actually questions about it.
It's recorded. He'll know.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Right. Also, first of all, people are spelling it wrong. It's DJINN, like a gin. Anyway, okay. Whatever a gin wants, a gin guts. Okay. So. People were just saying, like, yeah, they're going to be in the wallet. Someone asked if they're going to be in the wallet. Yeah, they're going to be in the wallet. And someone asked, there was something else really good. There was like a good question. Oh, someone said Zomerotes. That's an awesome name for them, too. Okay. Yeah. I'll try and remember what you were asking about. But basically, yeah, they're going to be in the wallet, and that's the idea behind them. Is that they're not about taking up space. So, cool.
All good?
Matt, let's kick it off. NG skills.
All right.
So to set the tone, we have this is the thing we talked about earlier. Is engineer is probably the one that we're working on the hardest right now in terms of development stage. So we actually won't be able to show you guys what's going on in game on the trait panel, but we will be doing that via PowerPoint that Jon Peters threw together for us. So you'll still know where the traits are going and what's happening with each of those traits, but seeing them in game right now, they're not really hooked up. Before we get into that, though, there's some other stuff coming to engineer that we wanted to talk about, and we're going to let Matt take it away with some of the fancy new changes.
Okay, are we going to go right into the cliffhanger that we had? Or
I guess we go right. We address the cliffhanger, like tune in at 11.
Well, like in the news, they actually don't address it ever, basically.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to do that, we would like do it tomorrow or something.
Anyway, though, let's do it, because we're not the news. This should be pretty obvious by our high-quality professionalism.
So I've got my engineer here. So we're kind of all used to this. I'm gonna show it. We're kind of used to this happening.
Oh, yeah.
But you'll notice a slight difference.
You'll see that to address the problem of bindles, now we have an item in front of you now. So that can show that you're holding stuff with your hands.
So this one's kind of in between, right?
Oh, yeah.
This one's a little bit in between.
It's like right currently
this is still like a rough sketch, not final, but it's going to be something more like that. But I think everybody here wants to see the real deal, so let's go ahead and put up...
So the way that things are going to change.
Well, first, what's cool is like, that's like, you see the movement too. When you see someone running like this, like their bomb kit, which is going to be cool too. But okay,
here we go. This is a new. I'm not sure what that is. Push the 1 skill and throw something. Well, maybe we'll see what that turns out. Oh, amazing! There's no bindle on the grenade kit.
That is fancy technology we have there.
Fascinating. Well, what else could we have done?
You're holding those grenades in your hand.
What about the heal skill? I mean, I wonder if someone might have done something to the med kit. That would be amazing.
Where's the?
What
zoom
is
in
that?
on that. Yeah.
So right now, this is art. It's not final. It's more of a sketch. We have it doing some other different skills, but you got some syringes on there, and you won't be just dropping kits everywhere you go now. So
yeah, what's this bar down here? I like we're doing this weird thing where we're like discovering things for the first time. We can stop doing that. So Peters.
Yeah, that's right. I just didn't want to lose that. Okay. Yeah. So you're gonna see some of these things change too. I'm gonna get into the one that's gonna make you sad first, which is grenades.
Well, do we want to talk about this one first?
Well, yeah, let's talk about this one first.
Because it's already here.
It's up. Let's talk about it.
So some of the changes we decided to do for the medkit is that we noticed a lot of people didn't use it, and that the way you would convey medkits just seemed a little tedious. It was kind of the same skill 1, 2, and 3. Well, now we decided that it's more fun to blast you in the face with healing beams.
Just feel that healing all over your face.
Yeah.
It's good.
It is effervescent and quite fizzy. Same word, just different way.
And I would say this is probably temp.
Yeah, temp.
Yeah,
that is like a guardian thing that's flying through the
air.
It's
literally healing breeze.
Yeah.
And you'll see another, like you get a new drop, like the 2.
Hit the 3 skill.
The 3 skill.
Yeah. This was pretty fun. This is the extreme gleam syringe.
Sanguine.
The extreme gleam. It gleams with power, with energy.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. And then the antidote is still currently the same. I mean, it's still functional, and same thing with the stim pack. And then we have another item, number 2, which is a new part of the kit, is a buff pylon. So this will give like an area buff to some of your buddies. It is not an actual in-game in-game gadget item. It's more of like
it just looks like it.
Yeah, it looks like a thing, but it's just to be fit in the theme of an NG, so you'll get some extra.
Oh, they're calling them grapes. They call them the grapes. I kept saying it was like a bundle of garlic or onions or something.
Onions. I think we should call them onions. Let's peel that layer.
Oh god.
Let's peel back another layer.
People are really wondering why there's a skill next to your F4 skill.
Whoa, there's a skill next to the F4.
We gotta stop that, man.
Okay. We're done. Okay. Yeah. So actually, put on the last kit there. What is that last kit? I believe that is.
Is that a? Did you say a last kit? You mean you're talking about toolkit, right?
No.
You mean all the way over on the
side?
All
the kit in your elite slot?
That's madness.
Well, this is really bad. We gotta stop.
Okay, serious. We stop trolling, guys.
So.
Hit it.
What
Boom.
is this bad boy?
Right now, it's just the artwork of just the flamethrower, but it is the mortar kit. So now you can equip your mortar kit, walk around, and blast people in the face with mortars.
This one looks like it's under work still.
Yeah, that one, we're trying to figure out like a better timing for that one. But right now, we're still toying a bit with the speeds and the ranges. But the idea with the mortar kit now is that it is your long-range solution, whereas the grenade kit,
It's going to have to come back down a
yeah,
little bit.
we're going to shorten the range in the grenade kit, but we'll get into those traits in a little bit here. But this would be like your long-range solution, and it will drop fields at the other end that you can combo with and put blasts.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be all about fields. So on grenade, I think the idea is grenade, the poison is just going to become a poison grenade. It's just going to explode and do poison. There will be no fields on grenade. Grenade range is coming down to 900, which is a huge change.
Yeah.
And mortar is going to be the big long-range field kit. And then I think one of the mortar skills, and we're not sure exactly how we want to play this yet, is going to be that basic mortar shot that is blast finisher on those fields.
So, and right now it's just, we have pretty much the same skills that were in the original mortar launcher, but we're going to be tweaking those pretty soon here.
Yeah, and the key here too is that that F5 skill, that's for reals. It's the default. Like your elites are going to have
elite tool belt
skill. That's just a core thing for engineer that we're changing.
Yeah. So this one I don't think is quite where it wants to be yet.
The elite,
the
tool belt?
The F5.
Yeah, but you should show it anyway.
Yeah, you should throw it on somebody to see what that does.
Nuclear launch detected.
Can we get a sound effect?
No. Oh, I can.
You ready?
Yeah. I can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So each one of the elites will have one of their own, right?
Yes, that is correct. And then we'll be doing some things also to the supply crate. So some of its functionality might be split off into the two halves of it, or we might redo it all together.
Yeah,
but
the
that's
old
still in the works.
Elixir X.
Oh, yeah.
Toss Elixir X.
Would that to show that or no?
I can't show
You
it to
can
you.
show it,
yeah,
but we can
tell them
what it does.
Yeah, go,
Like,
you get it.
All right, I can get to it.
Josh wants to throw it because he's super excited. Do it. Show
let me
it.
put on my
Let's
Catholic
show
face
it. Let's show
really
it.
quick.
Just hide some stuff.
Hold on.
show it,
Let me get it done real quick here.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I'm the keeper of
it'll be
secrets.
It'll be worth it.
Hold on.
Yeah. So supply crate's
Stay with me.
Supply crate's probably going to be a turret, right? So that you're going to be able to like overcharge and detonate it. That's sort of the idea.
Let me just make sure it works.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it works.
Oh, it works.
We need to
people get
caveat
mad.
this one though, and just say that
This is not the final.
this
it's
is not
balanced.
this is not it. Like this
Balance.
is
Yeah.
we're,
Balance.
well, yeah, we're like thinking
getting
about
there.
it.
We're
It's
This is what we're
towards
thinking
it.
about.
a roughed-in thing
Yeah,
that we are.
We're slowly sculpting it to its
We wanted to
its
see what it
final
was
form.
like.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
If you by the way think that mortar kit will still compete with supply crate, which is what I saw someone just say, I also believe that Elixir X is going to compete.
all right,
with
yeah.
let me get back into the game
we got to
here.
show them Elixir X.
Yeah.
now.
All right.
All right. Let
All
it
right,
rip.
toss
I don't want to
that-
mess it up.
Toss that Elixir X.
All right. Big money, no whammies.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, what are those little
happened?
moas?
Unbelievable.
Oh, little moas.
Area effect MOAs. That's insane.
Yeah.
We might have to tweak that.
Yeah,
We might have to
play
change
with
that.
it.
Yeah, we're gonna probably
We'll play
need
with
to
it.
increase the area.
cool.
Probably increase the number of MOAs happening.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's my
increase
thoughts
the area,
anyway.
increase
Bigger
duration
area,
of MOA.
20-minute duration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's an example of how all of the elite skills will get F5s.
Yeah.
And turn
this
everything in
is
creation into MOAs.
Standard for every
This
NG.
is standard for NG,
yeah.
yeah.
So every NG is going to be getting the 5th tool belt skill.
Yeah.
So that'll be coming out. You won't even need the elite specialization stuff for that. So.
All right, so yeah, let's hit up those traits a little bit.
All
I
right,
think
so
that'd be
I need to
good.
do some more wizardry because it's actually not in game like we said earlier. So I'm going to back out real quick here and get us going into that PowerPoint real fast. Make sure it transitions here. There we go. So you guys don't see this awkward thing where I'm switching to PowerPoints on my computer here. This is a great PowerPoint. I'm so proud of this.
Yeah, it's high quality. High quality.
High speed, high explosive.
Yeah,
I'm
like
sure.
it's gonna have a lot of like Michael Bay effects.
Yeah.
That are gonna happen during it. I'm waiting for the thing.
Oh, probably.
I'm just waiting for it to start filling the chat. It's gonna be glorious.
You're waiting.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys ready?
Yeah.
Bring it on.
Which one of these? We have to go to 11. There we go. Crank it up to 11. Boom. Look at that. All right. So unfortunately, you guys won't be able to hear us during this. Or sorry, you will be able to hear us. You won't be able to see us,
Yeah.
which is arguably
AoE
worse.
moas.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So
Mesmer is dead.
Oh, no.
That was the first comment I read.
Stop.
Okay.
So, you want
On
to
top. Let's. No. This is you. This is your show. Like.
Okay.
So we've got explosive traits up here right now. let's walk through and talk about some things that have been rolled baseline and where we're going with this. And again, caveat. We want to say that this is still heavily in development right now. This is the one that we're working on the most right now and trying to get into a good spot. We didn't want to show it in game because we didn't want you guys to get
informed.
Yeah, there'd be things in places that didn't make sense.
Yeah.
I like when you turn the stream on just in time to see it.
Just to see
there we go.
Yeah.
Anyways, so walk us through.
Yeah. So the problem is when we reviewed it, we found that there were a lot of traits that were just very weak. We felt that some of the traits could stand to use a buff, and then our whole process of condensing and making them more exciting to use, we ended up just saying, you know what, we have to, not the ground up, but we have to take it down and really look at it really closely. So we're going to take a lot of things and move them into baseline, and we're going to rearrange the way some of the minors are going in. And you'll see a couple of TBDs in here. Unfortunately, we can't reveal any of those yet, but those are skills we're still working with that we still have to review. And of course, if you guys have any feedback, please feel free to throw it up there.
Yep.
So for the miners anyway, so let's get to explosives then. A lot of the miners stayed pretty much the same. I believe evasive powder keg is still the same.
Explosive powder used to be a major, and we pulled it in.
And we just put it in there, yeah. We believe that it made more sense to have it in the explosives line. And steelback powder is now Vuln on explosions.
Same way.
Yeah.
Same way. The one that got removed was the mines.
That was it.
Yeah, the
mines
mines.
one. Yeah.
We just felt like it wasn't as good as explosive powder there.
Yeah.
So the next one here, like we mentioned before, kind of ripping the Band-Aid off, my NG brethren. Please bear with us through these next trait descriptions.
The adept for grenades is radius and velocity is what Grenadier does now. So the explosive radius is bigger, and you throw them faster.
Yeah.
It does not increase the range anymore. It does not add an extra... What's that? Oh.
That was for me.
Yeah, okay. It does not add an extra... grenade anymore because that is default now.
That is default. Now you're getting your free grenade.
It just made no sense that there was a trait that was 50% damage boost on grenades.
One that everyone always took. So there was no reason to even just withhold that. And we wanted to give you more meaningful choices.
So did you mention baseline roll-in?
Yeah, we've been loosely kind of hitting them. But
well, the baseline roll-in with the 3.
Yeah, the 3, one more, is the baseline. The extra grenade is baseline now, you can see this is probably the final name for this trait, explosive rocket belt thingy. The idea is that basically when you're critting, or it was hitting, as you hit, on hit, a rocket will launch out of your back at the target that you hit and try and hit them there and do extra damage. It's sort of a cool, damage add.
And then,
the third one is one of my favorites. It's called TBD.
Yeah, it's kind of like along the lines of HGH and AED.
TBD.
TBD. It's a good one.
Yeah. So we'll move on to that. Leave that as a surprise.
Yeah.
Master damage versus targets with Vuln. I believe that one's still the same. We just kind of shifted some of them around. Explosive Descent is your fall damage one. And short fuse for bombs.
Yeah, so this used to be bomb and grenade cooldown, and instead it's just bombs. And it's going to reduce the cooldown, but also going to reduce how long before the fuse, essentially.
Hence the short fuse. So.
Yeah, short fuse. It's like we should have done this from the start.
Yeah. And then moving on to the Grandmaster, mortar fields last longer. So this one is the one that's dedicated strictly to the mortar kit. So the fields that you put down with the mortar kit will last longer, and we're going to probably change the way the barrage skill operates, and then we'll make it so that there's more blast finishers in there, so you can get more combo fields going.
Yeah. Our old friend Shrapnel, it used to be an adept, but definitely not going to be an adept anymore with this as its trigger.
So bleed and cripple. Percent chance. So I think those will help it out damage-wise. Because before it was just a little bit, it was a little weak. But
and it definitely is going to basically empower everything because now all your explosions are going to be crippling people.
And then evasive powder keg now becomes a blast finisher. So I think that that will give you a little bit more play when it comes to using the bomb kits.
Yeah.
Alrighty, moving on. You guys ready?
Yeah, that's a big one, actually. We feel like that, I'll just really quickly touch on that one. That's taking your minor evasive powder keg, the powder keg on dodge, and making it into a blast finisher. We just felt like this is like the blast line. NGs are like the blast guy. Let's give him a Grandmaster where he can literally dodge and create a blast finisher. Yeah, that one I think is going to be super exciting.
All right.
So some of the stuff that we had rolled baseline, I think we actually forgot to mention here that Grenadier has the one added to by default. But some other cool stuff.
Accelerant pack turrets. There's now baseline. So you're going to get that.
Yeah, that's the explosion, right?
you detonate.
But what happened was we're going to actually make it baseline, but make it only on detonate and not on kill. I think that was the discussion.
As opposed to it being killed and detonating now, it is only when you actively
detonate.
Yeah.
But it will be baseline detonate.
Forceful explosives
Will
is
be
along the
also
lines
part
of
of the baseline detonate.
yeah, just like well, forceful explosives is the radius, right? Bomb radius.
Yeah.
That's bomb
yes,
radius.
yes,
Bomb
yes,
radius.
yes.
Right? So
Yes, yes.
it's kind of like the same along the lines of like what we do with blasting staff.
Yeah.
It's just like it feels weird having to spec in for just
like
yeah.
it's a bomb and it hits this little area here. Like it was just they're bombs, so let's let them blow up.
Yep. So now they're more bigger. And then
Turrets become destructible for TBD.
the bald destruction.
pistol 1 and rifle 5 become explosions. So
The best damage to be dodged, man. There's so many good ones. Good work.
I like these guys. I like them.
Yeah.
We got some smarties.
All right,
All right.
cool.
So let's go ahead and move on to the
Yeah,
next
let's
one.
move on to firearms.
Oh, did you mention pistol 1 and 5?
Oh yeah,
become
pistol
explosions?
1 and rifle 5 are going to be explosion skills that can trigger the explosion stuff. So that when you have your weapons out, you can also play with this line, which is heavily explosion based.
Yep.
Yep. So it's really nice for you get extra damage on your jump shot, which is really cool.
Yep.
Actually, it'll proc on both. So the beginning and
Take off
end.
and land.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Let's do firearms.
All right. So firearms. Again, I believe we can.
Minors are staying the same.
the same.
Yeah,
So
the
these we thought
bleed
were
on
pretty good.
crit,
Yeah.
the crit on under 50%,
Yep.
and the damage against bleeding. I think that is. Yeah,
Don't put me on the spot like that, man.
that's what they are. That's what they are. I looked
And if
them.
not, they will be. So shall it be written. So shall it be done.
Yeah.
Well, then now we have for the adept a new pistol trait. It's
Also,
going to.
hang on.
Oh, sure.
People think that means that pistol skill and the rifle skill are blast finishers. It means they are explosions that trigger off explosion
Yes.
traits. They are not blast finishers.
Oh, my
There
goodness.
is not a blast finisher on pistol 1.
That would be amazing. Maybe we should think about that.
Go ahead,
right?
write that down. Go ahead, write that down. We'll test
Want to put
it
it
out.
on the notepad
We'll add
there,
that.
Peters?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
for pistol, we're going to have condition focus, which means the conditions will either add more stacks for the condition, or it will add more duration depending on the quantity that it puts out. So that should buff out the way the pistols will be working.
Yeah.
The crit chance less than 600 range. That it was
Yeah,
really
so
scope.
basically,
It was
yes,
long
this is the
range.
old scope trait, and it's going to have to be
But
called
flipped.
like
buckshot or something like that.
ekpos or whatever.
Ekpos?
Scope backwards, because it's now crit chance when you're close instead of crit
Open
chance when
sights.
you're far. Open sights.
Oh, write that down.
Boom.
So
I like that.
Yeah,
just,
yeah,
how
so
do you
magic-
do you just come up with that?
I just
Off the top
well,
of his
I
head.
didn't invent the term.
yes,
like,
but you're right. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. So then also we're moving on, and we'll get precise sights and infused precision. We'll be merging those together. So those are some of the skills that we felt, or traits, excuse me, that needed to be put together to make them a bit more useful.
Yeah, someone said it, double bleeding on pistol 1 when you get shrapnel. The thing is, shrapnel is a grandmaster now, and it means you just decided not to take explosions or blast finishers.
Yeah.
So,
Where were we? Moving on.
or that dodge is a blast finisher. Yeah. Okay.
Rifle spear gun trait. That is my favorite trait name that we've got so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your rifles and spear guns.
Something
they'll
to
be trading,
make that's probably going to be crit focused.
and we'll probably use that to increase the probably recharge speed. I think on the skills.
Yeah.
So that your rifles and spear guns will be a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah.
To at least get you that choice back in there.
Yep.
Connie damage based on crit.
Yeah. So this one,
remember.
it says conversion trait. Colin's gonna shiv us. These traits are not conversion traits. We're going to change the text on them. They do not convert stats. They take your stats and give you an amount of the other stat. I think most people know that, but there are people who don't, and it's like,
Sure.
people always ask about it. They do not convert, and we're all going to say, like, you gain this much based on a % of your precision. So gain this much Conti damage based on a % of your precision, not convert. Yeah.
Yeah. And it looks like a lot of people love them robo legs.
Oh, you said it so weak.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, go ahead, hit it.
Robo legs.
Yeah.
I don't know. That one's a little too robotic.
Yeah.
Such a thing.
Rowboat legs.
Nice. So this one kind of combines, I think it was like
She's
power
like-
shoes and then
Yeah.
another
Just
trait.
jump up and down a couple times. You can show your robo legs. But
They can't see them right now.
oh, we can't see us. Yeah. Well, I'm jumping up and down. Like I just jumped like 40 inches in the air.
Yeah.
You guys
You can
missed
jump
it.
over a whole house.
Yeah.
So this is kind of combining a couple of different skills, and then we wanted to make it where swiftness has a greater effect on it. So you get super speed.
Yeah. Swiftness is faster when you've got robo legs. Obviously.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's just a thing that everyone knows. It's
I mean,
common
that's
sense.
common knowledge right there.
Yep.
So let's see, modified ammunition. I believe that's still the same.
Yep.
But Juggernaut now is pulsing stability.
Yeah. Pulsing stability.
Yeah.
for Juggernaut, so it's the same as it was, but now it gets it used to have that stability, but also
yeah.
used to make you like walk.
Yeah.
Which was comically
I remember the
bad.
days fondly.
Yeah.
So
And then we combined Incendiary Powder and Napalm Specialist.
Yeah, in general, firearms is more of like the
Condi line.
yeah, Condi and crit.
Condi
right?
crit. And look at that,
Crit,
like
yeah.
I don't have to take Incendiary Powder in the explosives line anymore, right?
Yeah.
That's my firearms line. Like this line just feels like firearms now, and the other line feels like explosives. Like we really went back and just literally made a spreadsheet with it completely empty, you know?
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Uh,
So we're done.
yeah, so we move on. So I think we got the
Baseline,
baseline
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so some of this stuff, coated bullets maybe going to be baseline. We talked about that. Rifle barrels, you know, especially the range on
That's a
it.
good name that went out there. I thought that was pretty good. We
Ooh,
could use
high
it.
caliber.
Right?
What's-
I saw
for what,
that.
though?
For the close range one.
Ooh, that's another
Right?
good one.
I
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
that was
Okay.
pretty
Yeah, I
sweet.
think someone actually corrected me. It's actually iron sights and not open sights.
Oh, yeah.
So I was
yeah.
close. Iron sights is the one that we
Iron
wanted.
sights,
You
high
did that.
caliber, also a good name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll put them both.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So I described myself as.
Back to here. Rifle barrels and coated bullets will both be made baseline. So.
Someone also wants to know what happened to Bunker Down, which they're going to be pretty happy pretty soon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, well, we'll show them
depends.
that.
It depends on what you're looking for, but I like
true.
the new version.
Yeah.
Right.
Remember, there's a lot of things that were shifted around. So if you didn't see it in the trait just now, it might have been cut or might have been given new life and moved into another trait line.
Why did we buff Incendiary Powder? Because it was in the wrong line, and it was a master trait, and we moved it to Grandmaster in the right line, and we still think Napalm was a good trait, and we want to put them together. I think that's actually a good trait.
And those other things we talked about
And-
earlier.
And also, by the way, I don't know, like, in theory, if burning stacked, Incendiary Powder would need different things, like different duration and different cooldowns, so...
Yeah, we're not. See, the thing is, we're not hovering over these tooltips in game like we did for the other ones.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you guys just have to use your imagination.
Yes.
As I put my hands in the air and do the imagination
With the
side.
rainbow.
Magic.
That's a nice rainbow you had there.
Illusions.
You see that? That was nice.
Yeah. It
All
only
right.
works off camera, sadly. But.
Yeah.
Yeah. Moving on. Inventions.
Yeah. There's your...
So, we had to shift some things around. I believe this used to be using Achilles skill.
Yeah, and this literally, we literally, I think we nuked the whole line.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain.
Yeah, there was a lot of...
Like, those miners,
problems.
we are all sort of new. One of them is kind of coming back, but yeah, using a heal skill removes a damaging condition from allies. That has no name yet. It's very supporty, but kind of in an NG way. When you remove a condition, you grant regen to yourself and allies. So basically, like, when you remove a condition from yourself or an ally, you grant regen to them.
Yep.
And then
Oh,
when
I
you
can't
are
remember
under the
anything.
effects, we're like there.
Oh
Hey,
man,
sweet.
I was
Now we're
enjoying
in.
the privacy.
I know.
Actually,
When you're
I
under
didn't see the rainbow.
under
in that
under
sense.
the effects of regen, you have more healing power.
Yeah, more healing.
So this is a really like kind of wacky
Yeah.
minor set, but I
Yeah.
think really cool. Like
Yeah.
I want to take this line right now if I could. Only we haven't even finished putting it in the game.
Yeah.
Then
So
go
for shields,
adept.
So for adept, shield skills grant protection to nearby allies with a 20% cooldown reduction. So that should be to help get some more synergy with the weapons that are available to NG that feel kind of neglected. So we want to add that in there. Using a heal skill triggers a blast finisher at your location. That one's new, and I'm not sure about the implications, but we're gonna have to. Like most of this line, we're gonna have to test it up.
Yeah.
Auto defense bomb dispenser, that was moved, I think.
Yeah,
from-
that was in the explosives
explosives
line. It
line
was a
moved over
defense
here.
trait. Like,
Yeah.
It's
and
a
it's
Grandmaster.
sort of, and it was a grandmaster. It's an adept in inventions now. Like, just to give you an idea, like because I know a lot of people were like, well, what about all my trait builds? Like, I'm gonna say this. Like, if you, there's probably a build that, like, your build, we probably did something to change it. Like, if there's a build that's intact, someone let me know. Joke incoming, and I'll make sure that it's not. We'll figure out a way to break it.
Don't do that.
But at the same time, if there is a build you had and the spirit of that build does not really exist anymore in builds, then we should do something to fix that also.
Yeah, we can do that.
Like, we really should. We should get the idea behind every build should really still exist, plus more. But the specifics builds, like, I suspect we'll lose a little bit, right?
All right. let's move on to Master then. So experimental turrets, that kind of combines, I think, the...
That's the boons. That's the boons around your turrets.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was fortified and metal plating to combine.
Yeah. So we kind of combined them and made them experimental turrets.
John, do you want to read the next one? Because I know you're so...
Heal Explosion, I love this trait. I love it.
Yes.
I love heal trait,
explosion.
right? Like, blast finishers heal. I don't know if you can go backwards in your PowerPoint, but remember that
God.
dodge roll creates a
You're
blast
asking for
finisher.
advanced tactics here.
Yeah, go back. Look at that. Dodge roll creates a blast finisher plus blast finishers heal.
Wait,
Plus
is this the right one?
all the way back.
Oh,
Right here.
there we go.
Plus, look at mortar fields last longer, and skill 1 becomes a blast finisher.
You'll be
And now
blasting and
you
finishing
throw your
all day.
mortar fields, blast into them, heal. Look, we'll figure out how much it's going to be.
Yeah,
it
we're
will
trying
be
to
somewhere
get-
between healing 1 and 1,000,000 health, and somewhere in there, there's a
Somewhere
number
in
that's
the
going to be
1,000,000.
awesome.
You can quote that.
Yeah.
Between 1 and 1,000,000.
I mean, it's accurate.
Yes.
Oh, for
Is
sure.
that 100% accurate?
Yeah, definitely. And if it's 1,000,000 to 1, then we'll have to nerf it just a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be broken.
And then we have yet another skill, TBD. This one is the Thermal Bandolier Desensitizer, and we have yet to implement it in the game.
Yeah.
But we're sure you guys will be thrilled by it.
Yeah.
Now, Grandmaster, you bunker down.
Bunker down.
Did you want to take that
I think we might still keep the mines on bunker down, but certainly since it's a Grandmaster now, and since it's in the support inventions line, also dropping med kits around you, which I think is going to be awesome.
Defensive.
Yeah. Someone just suggested that we nerf TBD. It seems like it's too OP.
It sounds really good
Well, wait
already.
until we
like-
get it into the betas, and then we'll see like how the balance shakes out with that.
Yeah.
Incoming heals heal allies for a percent of that heal, so it's like a shared kind of healing. So
Yeah, so basically, when you're healed, a percentage of that healing happens to allies near you.
yeah, it's kind of a synergistic healing device, I think, is what's going to be invented for that. And then
Yeah.
here it is: the fortified turrets and metal plating are combined here for a Grandmaster.
Yeah. Cool. We
so
should
that
cruise
keeps
now
them-
since we're slow.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Alchemy, Hidden Flask, Transmute, still the same.
Yep.
Those are good. We don't know what the third miner is yet. We're trying to find something that synergizes well with those.
Yep.
Protection injection, still there.
Yep.
Elixir gun trait, we need to find one. We're working
There
on
will
that.
be one.
There will.
There
Or
will be
we
one.
hope there will be
There
one.
There's
will
going to
be
be
one. Invigorating speed, I think this is vigor on swiftness.
Yep.
And that's staying. Backpack regen.
Generator. Yep.
staying.
Still in.
A
med kit trait that we're going to figure out.
And you see,
With the
like,
new
there's
or-
a trait for every
kit.
we
a
feel like
weapon.
kit choice is a lot like a weapon choice for an NG, and we
Yeah.
wanted to give you a trait for every kit choice.
Yeah. And it's TBD mostly because we're still trying to iron out the rest of these skills
Yep.
and what they're going to be doing, like their balance
Yep.
and all that. So, self-regulating defenses, I
No
believe that's
change.
still the
Yep.
same. HGH is being combined with fast-acting elixirs, so that'll give it a bit more potency, which is why I think it was still a Grandmaster before, wasn't it?
HGH?
Yeah. I
HGH
think
was.
so. Yeah. So we're making it more.
It's just more of like where you had to take these two traits to make the HGH build viable.
Yes.
Now you've just got it rolled into one. You could take a different trait that'll make it a better
Yeah.
build.
Yeah.
Automated response is still the same.
Yep.
Yeah. And TBD.
Strike
Someone
again.
just said bunker down is still bad. I mean, so I'm going to make sure that it basically drops a med kit every time you hit.
Every time.
Just to prove
So
them wrong.
yeah. Right, like, obviously, there's a version of it that's good. Cool.
Set it to 1 million.
Tools.
See what happens. Adrenaline pump, I believe.
These are all the same, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
except
All
tool
miners-
belt recharge is new because that's like
Because it got rolled in
'cause it got rolled
baseline.
in
yeah,
baseline,
yeah.
And
Stack
for clarification, though, so was it 20 or 30% possible?
I
before?
don't remember what the new number is.
It was
but
half of what it was before, and maximum points is now rolled baseline. and
into
you
the
have-
skills, and the
yeah.
other half is into this. Yeah.
So onto the adept stack discharge. Is there always prepared and power wrench? Those are all relatively untouched.
Yeah. Speedy kits and kit
kit
refinement.
refinement, yeah.
One trait now, because those weren't traits that people took.
No, but now there they are. Well, speedy kits to get around.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Now you get
So-
an extra bonus for
Yep.
the speedy kits. Adrenaline implant, and then another TBD strikes again for that master.
Yep.
Gadget trait. This will be
TBD also.
We're looking at you, VWE. It's coming.
Yep. And
Gadget Meta Inc.
cleansing Formula 409. Still the same, I believe. And then another TBD.
Someone said 409 is the new. Someone said why not use 409 as the third miner? Because it is elixir only, and if you don't have any elixirs, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't help you at all if you do not have.
Okay.
Moving on. Is that it or no?
That's
I think that's it. Like,
NG.
I'm going to go
wow.
to the next one, but I think it's going to black
It's
screen
gonna be
us.
go
go
with
black
black screen.
screen.
Go black screen. Yeah, NG.
Explosions.
Okay.
So
Florida is there.
Yep.
People are asking about it. It's there.
Yep.
Okay, so we should move because we want to get through all these guys, and there's 4 more professions to do.
Yeah, we got 4 more. So recap: Hobosax going away. Mortar as a kid.
You mean Bindles?
Bindles.
The burlap sacks.
What you guys call hobo sacks, but what I call beautiful engineer
I
backpacks.
love them.
I actually am the only person in the world who likes them.
The only
That is
person
probably
who kept
accurate.
Bindles as long as... No, maybe not that much. But.
Anyways, so lots of cool stuff. If you guys tuned in late or missed it, feel free to rewind to the beginning. We showed off the new versions of what kits will look like for players, so you can retain your back piece and whatnot. That's more correct way to say it, I guess.
There you go.
Anyways, again, this is Matt. He's a game designer, and he's working on the engineer specialization stuff.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming on.
Appreciate it.
We'll be back here shortly with Robert, right?
Yeah.
Seems like he's on deck
Robert's, he's waving at us. He's ready.
Yeah, guys, so hang tight. We'll be right back. Hey guys, welcome back. We are now joined by Robert G., who is the designer that's working on Mesmer and Necro. You've been with ArenaNet for a while.
Yeah, I started on Guild Wars 1, actually. We did a lot of changes with the Mesmer there as well.
Okay.
In fact, I was working on some changes for several different classes in Guild Wars 1. Did some of the, I guess, the equivalent living world updates for Guild Wars 1, which we had like Warren Krita, Winds of Change, which were basically live streaming updates before I moved on to Guild Wars 2.
So you did, you worked on a lot of balance in Guild Wars 1?
Yeah, we did balance for a lot of the PvP stuff. We did a big rework of like the Dervish profession, as well as some Mesmer and some Elementalist changes too. Those are some of the bigger ones.
Cool. So been around for a while then.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so we're going to roll right into, I believe we're going to go with Mesmer first, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so let me jump into the game real quick here. And so we're a little bit behind, so we're just going to start going right into the traits.
Okay.
Start
Yeah,
walking us through the changes.
do it.
So let me pull up the right thing real quick here. Alrighty, everything looks
Mesmer,
like it's going.
7,000 people watching for Mesmer.
Alrighty, boom. All right, so we're going to start with Domination.
All right, so the domination line, the first two traits, illusion of vulnerability and dazzling, have not changed. Those are pretty much the same. There's this new 25 minor, which is fragility. Call back to Guild Wars 1 for those who remember that skill. Basically, it increases your damage against foes who are vulnerable. The previous one, Wastrel's Demise, I believe, or Wastrel's Punishment. Didn't really fit in with the other ones. It wasn't very. We wanted to make this a little more vulnerability themed. It was also kind of lackluster since it was only 5%. This one, because we can predicate it on a condition, we can make it a little stronger. Let's see. So it looks like the first one is Confounding Suggestions. We moved this actually down from Grandmaster. We're still working on this one. There's some balance issues we're trying to deal with. Most notably the fact that if you stun a guy and daze a guy, they don't actually overlap. So this one's probably going to go through a little bit of iteration. Right now we're trying to make it so that it is a 100% stun chance, so that you at least, rather than a 50% stun chance, but with an internal cooldown so you can kind of feel that difference. Let's see, the next one, Empowered Illusions. So this one is pretty similar to the one. This one really didn't change very much. It's just basic damage trait. This one felt like something you take if you don't want to think too hard about like what kind of conditions you're putting on and things like that.
No change here either?
Rending Shatter, I believe.
No change,
Yeah, that one hasn't changed. Shattered Concentration, that one is also the same. Boon removal's pretty core. Blurred Inscriptions. So this one actually is a merger of a couple of different signet traits. It includes the Signet Distortion trait, which is what was originally named after, plus the Signets Remove Conditions trait. So that way you can get two of them at once. Beforehand, if you want to run a Signet build, they were kind of spread out among different lines. They were pretty deep in the lines too, so you couldn't actually get it very easily with your point investment. Furious Interruption. This used to be in the Dueling Grandmaster. We didn't feel it was really great in the dueling line necessarily, and we wanted to make the domination line a little more about interrupting. You can see the minor is, or is it, which one is it? It's the first minor, Illusion of Vulnerability, is also an interrupt trait. So we wanted to kind of package more of the interrupt traits into one spot here. And so this one, we also lowered the internal cooldown a lot, 5 seconds, because we feel like interrupting is difficult and really should be rewarded. Moving on to the Grandmasters. Let's see, what do we have here? First Grandmaster is Greatsword Training. This one, we've changed it a little bit. It gives you free power. I think this was always the case. We're playing around with a lot of different ways to handle recharge traits. There's a lot of flat 20%, and sometimes those are boring. We're experimenting with something here, which is a little different, which is that if you or your illusions hit with Spatial Surge, it will cool down all of your Greatsword skills. And so it kind of encourages you to like get more of your clones out, have them hit.
A portion of the Greatsword skills.
A portion of the Greatsword skills, yes. And it only does it once, so you can't like line up 5 guys and get like 40% recharge on this. We're working on different ways to express balance for recharge traits. Mental Torment. This one is an interesting one. It moved up from Adept tier to Grandmaster. What we're trying to do here in this Grandmaster tier is we're trying to provide 3 different ways to play. The first one, as you could see, was kind of a Greatsword trait, just flat power. This is more of a Shatter-based trait. It gives you, we increase the damage pretty highly. It also now works with Cry of Frustration, so it's any damaging Shatter it works with. And it also does increased damage against foes that aren't using skills. This is kind of where the old Wastrel's punishment kind of melded into. The numbers are a little high. We were testing this earlier. We were just executing some of these light golems, so we're probably going to tune these numbers down a little bit. But this is kind of the direction we're taking that. And then Power Block. If you're wondering where Halting Strike was, Halting Strike got moved into Power Block. We're playing around with some of the numbers to make this feel a little more compelling. It's also giving a little bit of weakness as well, to try and make it feel a little better in those situations where you're hitting like a champion who can't have his skills disabled. And I think that's pretty much it. We also added some caveats to the skill. Like you can see it in the dark gray. This was more because when we have skills that function that have like there's a couple other skills. We'll get into those in the Necromancer when we get into that. But these particular skills, like if they have these caveats, we want to try and make sure we include them so you understand like why the skill isn't working in this situation.
So nothing actually changed with the skill. This is existing functionality.
Yeah, this is how it always worked. It never actually would work on skills that had 0 recharge. So we're just calling it out here.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, pointing it out, quickness is now a boon. Because people are talking about it.
Great observation.
But yeah.
All right, on to dueling. It's a favorite of mine. Critical infusion. This one hasn't changed. Figure when you get a critical hit, pretty core to the line. Sharper images, illusions inflict bleeding on critical hits. Again, this one's the same. Now, confusing combatants. This one is going to be a little bit of a point of contention. This one was originally your illusions when they were killed, like by another player, or when you just generated too many illusions, would cause confusion. We're kind of with Mesmer. One of the things we're moving away from is, I guess we're trying to encourage healthy play patterns, is what I want to say here, in that we don't think that like letting your illusions die or trying to get people to kill your illusions is necessarily the kind of healthy play patterns we want. We want you to be shattering them. We want you to be keeping them alive in those situations. So those kind of traits that you'll see later on, like crippling dissipation, those kind of traits are being phased out. Confusing combatants now causes you and your illusions to inflict confusion on critical hits, which is going with the theme of this line, which is critical hits and conditions.
Yeah, again, work in progress. Like balance is still incoming. So keep this in mind.
Yeah, like we said before, the first step to doing these things is getting the functionality in place first, and then playtesting it. And then if we find that this new thing, when these two things are combined, is ridiculously strong, then we'll tune the numbers.
Yeah.
But functionality is the first thing.
Right. So Phantasmal Fury. This one hasn't changed. This was always a pretty solid trait. It synergizes really well with the rest of the line. The next one, Desperate Decoy. This one had a few basic bug fixes to it. The description's been clarified a little bit. It used to say when you drop below 25 health. Also, the health threshold's been increased a little bit. There was some times when you drop below 25% health and get hit and just die, so it wasn't really very useful in those situations. So this also, you'll notice the recharge on Decoy has actually gone down a lot. This skill is now actually attempting to line up with the actual manipulation, illusion skill Decoy. So if you're lowering your illusion cooldowns with one of the other traits, it'll also lower the cooldown of this trait. This is something that you'll see throughout, I guess, really for all of them. Whenever we have a trait that activates a skill, if the skill is like an actual skill you use, like if it's a weapon skill or if it's a utility type, when you take a trait that influences that skill type, it'll also influence these traits. This is some kind of the synergy we're trying to bring in here.
That makes sense.
Duelist Discipline. This is the pistol trait. We tried to make this a little more less of a power line and a little more of a crit. This used to just increase your damage with pistols. Now what it does is it causes your crits to just have a chance to cause bleeding. And then, so it's more of a condition thing. This was my mistake. Also, this is another experiment that we're doing with how we handle skill recharges. These skills recharge when you interrupt foes. So you can actually recharge them very quickly if you're landing your interrupts. Also, this, because there needs to be some clarification on this, this applies to your illusions bullets too. Like, there was some confusion on this when we initially rolled it out.
Someone is mousing, saying, like, when you went over, go back to confusion.
Go back to confusion.
Yeah, go something that gives confusion, because they're just going to be talking about this.
Okay.
Look at the numbers on it. It's like really
weird.
low. They're really
Yeah,
low.
it seems
so,
low.
yeah, they're low, you guys.
Like,
there must be something weird going on with confusion.
There?
So,
Yeah, there's like
anyway.
a new fact.
Yeah, so, anyway.
Okay. All right, well.
Cool. Confusion's like a little low. Yeah, must be something weird going on there.
Right,
okay.
So Blinding Dissipation, this is a new trait. It's when we did a lot of the shuffling and merging, we sometimes ended up with little gaps that we wanted to try and fill in. So this is a trait that allows you to blind foes around you when you activate a shatter. It's really nice for skirmishing, since if someone gets, like, a warrior jumps on you and tries to 100 blaze, you can pop one of your shatters and blind him for a couple seconds and run away.
Yeah.
Go ahead and go on the next one. Evasive Mirror. Here's another fun new one. We got some new tech recently that lets us tell when an evasion actually happens. So we're playing with some traits with this one. Evasive Mirror basically gives you reflection every time you successfully evade. There's a small cooldown, so it doesn't stack with itself. We'll probably be adjusting that value, but basically you can dodge an attack, and then if, say, it's like a ranger volley or something, you dodge the first attack, the next 3 are going to get reflected in his face.
All right.
Blade training, I don't believe this one has changed. I think this is still the original. Basically, bonus precision, boost your sword skills, nothing major here. Very popular trait. Harmonious Mantras. Okay, we're probably going to have to change the name of this one. This one we merged in the old Empowered Mantras from the Domination line. And so one of the things I always disliked about Empowered Mantras is that it gave you damage for not using your mantras, which seemed weird to me. So we're trying to move some of these skills to be a little more active. So what Harmonious Mantras does, it does what the old Harmonious Mantras does, which was give you an extra mantra when you charge it. But it also gives you a free damage boost whenever you activate one of the mantras. And this boost can stack several times. It's equivalent to the old boost. So now instead of just sitting on your mantras, you'll actually have to use them in combat and kind of stagger.
So you can build up the spike.
Yeah. The Mesmer was always like a very high skill profession in Guild Wars 1. And so we're trying to bring some of that back to see if we can convince some of the high skilled players to start playing Mesmer.
You look at me with a troll face.
Troll face.
There's cool play here, right? Like you can pop off multiple mantras, build up that nice damage boost, and then go in for like a big spike with a shatter combo.
Exactly.
All right, moving on.
Mistrust. This is
Someone
another.
says the stream is dead.
Stream's dead?
Are we frozen?
Dead stream? No, not dead stream. They're trolling. Peters,
Just making sure.
you got trolled. You got trolled.
I'm just trying to help the peoples.
I know you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
A little baby.
So this next trait, Mistrust, this is another fun little Guild Wars 1 callback skill. This is another interrupt trait, but it's condition-based, so you can kind of combine this with some of the other interrupt traits. And what it does is if you interrupt a guy, everyone around him gets confused. So you can use it for really heavy condition spreading. I know the Mesmers lack a lot of the ability to spread conditions around, hit a lot of targets. So this is something to help that out a little bit. Deceptive Evasion, this move...
This is where it is.
Yeah, I guess...
That's a lot of questions in chat about that.
Yeah,
Where
so
is it?
It moved up here. Deceptive Evasion has always been one of those skills, traits that change the way you approach the game, and we feel that a lot of those types of traits, like changes the way you think about how you play, how you think about all the other skills in the game. Those should really be at the Grandmaster tier. So this really fits more in line with that kind of design philosophy.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah, like if we don't think that's strong enough there, I think we would rather keep it there but add something to it than to say like it doesn't belong there, because it just defines what a Grandmaster trait is all about. It's like it changes literally how you play, right?
So, alrighty, moving on.
All right, this is the Chaos line. So I think as we mentioned in the earlier part of the stream that we're trying to make these lines more defined as to what they're for. Like, so the Chaos line is a little more defensive. So the first one, Metaphysical Rejuvenation, yeah, this one hasn't changed. I think we were talking about lowering the recharge. I guess we didn't get to that yet. Yeah. But that one really isn't changing too much.
Which one?
Yeah, we were going to lower the recharge on that.
So it's
I
a
think.
chaos.
Minor one.
Minus.
Yeah. Next one, Illusionary Membrane, gain protection when you gain regeneration. This one hasn't really changed.
This trait is insane.
Yeah. Chaotic Persistence. Okay, so so this used to be a trait that converted your toughness into condition damage, and again, we wanted to like. It's still around. We'll revisit it a little later, but we wanted what the minor traits to give you, not to avoid giving you that kind of these free stats, and to fit more in line with what we want this line to do. And so the Chaos line has a lot of boons in it, and so we wanted this one to be like, so your boons, the more boons you have on you, the more boon and condition duration you get. So it kind of encourages you to just put as many boons on yourself as you can.
I want to talk about a general system thing too. Oh my God! This Deceptive Evasion is a Grandmaster. All you need to do to get it is put in that line. Like you get 3 Grandmasters now. So that line, you pick 2 other Grandmasters. It's not like you have to put the points into this line there's no like Grandmaster means something different than what it used to mean.
So
it
you
means
have to pick
build
one of these other,
right.
Yeah.
But it means build defining. It doesn't mean you have to commit more points into that line. And I think like it's really easy to get in that mindset that we used to have, and I do this all the time when we're talking about these. Like, oh, how am I going to get? I have to get all the way to Grandmaster in this line? No, you don't. Right? You don't, because it's
So like
you
the
just
builds
pick
it
the
would,
line.
the
right?
builds it would affect.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about this now, is if you wanted to run a mantra build, you couldn't have Deceptive Evasion now.
Yes.
If you wanted to run a build that gave you confusion, anytime you
Mistrust
interrupt
on interrupt, like confusion on interrupt or mantra, those are the only things you're giving up but for this trait. Nothing else.
You get 3 full trait lines now. You actually have more trait points now. So just keep that in mind as we discuss these things.
Yes, so someone else finally said it too. Like, no RIP, every Shatter Mesmer will go 66006 now anyways, so stop trolling. I agree with you, Ravezar.
Ravezar. He's the hero that we needed.
Seriously.
All right, moving on. Chaos.
So where did we leave off? I think we left off on the majors. All right.
Yeah.
So Descent into Madness, this one hasn't changed. It's basic fall damage rate. Illusionary Defense hasn't changed. More illusions, more defense. Master of Manipulation. All right, so here's where things get a little fun. So Master of Manipulation used to just give recharge, and that wasn't really super exciting. So we're throwing in some mirror there. So what's really fun about this one is that it activates the mirror after the skill is activated. So if you activate the heal skill mirror,
which is now a manipulation,
you'll get the mirror during the time that you're healing, and then when it ends, you'll get mirror again.
Yeah.
So you get it's like 4 seconds of reflection. It's really crazy and fun. Mirror of Anguish. This is the anti-CC trait. This one hasn't changed. No.
It's okay. Keep going.
I'll fix this.
Just you do.
I got
just
it.
go over these.
Chaotic Transference. This used to be the 25 minor trait. It's moved down here. Again, it's not a conversion. It's gaining condition damage based on your toughness.
And this is nice where you can actually see the new trait. It doesn't say convert, it says gain condition damage based on your toughness.
Chaotic Dampening, this used to be the staff trait. We're playing around with a couple things on this one. The first thing it does is it causes, whenever you get Chaos Armor, it gives you protection. And so, I think it's outgoing Chaos Armor in theory. I don't remember if it's outgoing or incoming, how we handled that.
Yeah.
But it also causes your staff skills to recharge faster while you have Chaos Armor on you. So what you can do is you can drop some, drop a couple skills, activate Chaos Armor, your skills start recharging faster.
Yeah.
Then you can run into your Chaos Field and do a Leap Finisher out of it, the Escape, and get Chaos Armor again. This also affects Tridents, and you might be asking, well, Tridents don't have Chaos Armor.
Yes.
Well, we're going to be adding that to one of the Trident skills.
Yes.
For all you guys
Underwaterers?
Yeah, all you guys who fight underwater all the time.
Yeah.
All those guys.
Yeah.
Tons of them.
Chaotic Interruption, man, this is a huge skill fact. We need to work on lowering that.
Yeah.
So Chaotic Interruption was merged with Bountiful Interruption. Chaotic Interruption would put conditions on foes when you interrupted them, and Bountiful Interruption would put boons on you. And so this is yet another interrupt trait. Interrupt traits, because it's more of a general mechanic, aren't necessarily confined to one line. You'll see these kind of pop up every now and then. So there's usually be at least 2 or 3 kind of crazy things you can do with interrupting. Since Mesmers are kind of that class, we want to be the kings of interrupts.
Yeah.
Prismatic Understanding. Okay, I guess you guys are probably going to go nuts here. So we're playing around with some changes to Prismatic Understanding. We did add another boon to it, so it's a little more random. But you'll notice, what does the duration increase say there, Josh?
Looks like 100.
100. So
100.
that means any stealth skill you use has a 100% increase in its stealth duration. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess that was something we're experimenting with. This only goes, by the way, for outgoing Mesmer stealth. So if someone puts stealth on you, like a thief, drops a stealth field on you, you'll still get the bonus from the buffs over time. But it's not a thief's buff. Stealth on you isn't going to last longer. But if you put stealth on a thief, for example, like having him walk through your veil or casting mass invisibility, that'll last twice as long.
All right, let's keep going.
Bountiful Disillusionment, we're still playing with this one. I would expect this one probably to change, but right now what it does is, in addition to the boons that it's giving you, it's also giving a stack of stability every time you use a Shatter skill. And the boons, the other boons that aren't stability, are also being applied to allies, because this is kind of the buff my allies line.
Okay. All right. Ready to move on?
Yep.
Cool. Let's do it. Yeah, let's get through these last 2 quick so we can do.
Taskmaster Peters.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Got it. Just do it.
Scroll down too far. Okay. So, Persisting Images. This was merged with Vengeful Images, so this causes your phantasms to have more health and to have retaliation. The Inspiration line has always kind of been the Phantasm line, so we're trying to push it a little further in this direction by putting more Phantasm traits here. If you go on to the next minor, Protected Phantasm. This is a new trait. You guys might have noticed that Triumphant Distortion went away. That was one of the old dueling lines that gave you distortion when you killed an enemy. Mesmers, we're kind of taking away their on-kill trait since that's not really a Mesmery thing necessarily. But we really like the distortion on Phantasm, so we went back and put it here. So it's definitely going to be a really valuable trait to take, since it makes your Phantasms invincible whenever they're summoned.
Yes, it's going to increase mass and viz.
Does it increase mass and viz stealth on allies?
Yeah. It's all outgoing. It's all stealth that is given from your Mesmer skills.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
So it won't increase stealth that someone else gives you, but if you are giving
Also,
Mesmer
work in
stealth to
progress.
someone,
Maybe it's 50%. Right now it's 100.
Yeah, and you did say you added the boon, right?
yeah, we added a boon too.
So
It's not
the
gonna
pool of, because before it was like Aegis, Prot, and
regen.
Regen?
It used to be
Yeah.
3, and then we moved up to 4. Now it's 5.
Yeah, so it's 20% chance each one instead of before it was like 33.
Yep.
So you're guaranteed to have something amazing.
Cool.
Phantasmal Healing. This one, I believe, updated a little bit. We got rid of the not Bountiful Interrupt, Disruptor Sustainment. That used to be around here. I think that was the gain healing power whenever you interrupt someone, and that was always been kind of a really tough trait to use. So we kind of rolled it into this minor, and it's more Phantasm based now. Well, rather, the healing power that you gain from that is. So what is this? Your Phantasm gain regen. This was always here. This also gives you plus 100 healing power for each Phantasm that's out, or actually no, each illusion. So every illusion you have, you can get up to like 300 extra healing power just for having your illusions out. So now onto the minors. Medics feedback. I think, we didn't do much with this one. It looks like I forgot to do
revive
this.
speed
Yeah,
increase.
we just added a revive speed increase. We think that revive speed skills that activate when you're trying to revive someone should also increase your revive speed to be a little more valuable.
Cool.
Mentor's Purity. Okay, this one's a little more complicated. So, Mentor's Purity used to remove a condition when you activated a heal skill. Instead, it's going to cast the mantra Power Cleanse. This is after you charge your mantra of. I forget which one it was, but this will also give you a slight bonus to. Will also cause your mantras when you charge them to heal people. So it's a little bit of a heal trait, it's a little bit of a mantra trait, but it'll kind of we're kind of trying to roll in that kind of mantra healing guy into one spot. Vigorous Revelation, Shattering Illusions. This one hasn't changed. Shatter Illusions give your allies vigor. Always pretty useful.
Okay, let's go.
Warden's Feedback.
We're there, Peters. We're not gonna make it. I'm here. I'm moving the mouse.
We're not going to make it.
We'll make it.
Warden's Feedback. This one hasn't changed. The text has been updated slightly just to avoid some confusion on what a focus skill is, but that one hasn't changed. Restorative Illusions, Heal when you shatter illusions. This one also has not changed. Pretty similar. I may have moved tiers, I think. I'm not sure. Compounding Celerity. This one had a little bit added to it. It gives you a stacking movement speed buff when you summon an illusion, and then whenever an illusion shatters, that illusion gives you back some speed. So it helps you maintain your in-combat speed a little better. Shattered Concentration, Shattered Skills, remove a condition. This one hasn't changed. And I think that one's the same. We can go to the next one. Illusionary Inspiration. This is kind of a more experimental trait that we're working on. This one causes you to activate Signet of Inspiration when you summon a Phantasm. So what it basically means is, like, if you're alone, it'll send all your boons to your Phantasms. And it'll also proc your Signet traits, like it'll proc Blurred Inscriptions from earlier. We're still playing around with what the right numbers are for this one. And this is kind of the feel we're looking for, but I think that this one's still going to need a little more iteration. So Temporal Enchanter, here's our Glamour trait. We've done a couple things with Glamours. You'll notice there aren't any other Glamour traits. The Glamours actually have several other traits. Some of them have been removed, and some of them have been made baseline. Glamours have all had their recharges reduced as a baseline, so that's why there's no recharge trait for mantras, so Glamours. And there was another trait that caused Glamours to apply confusion when people entered them. We ended up removing that one because most Glamours are defensive in nature, and it felt really weird to say, like, oh, you should be putting this defensive skill on top of your enemies to confuse them. So we changed the offensive thing to a defensive one. So now when an ally walks through Glamour, he gains super speed. So you can jet out of portals faster. If you run through Veil, you'll run faster coming out of that.
Okay, last one.
Onto illusions. All right, so illusionary retribution.
No, it was already there.
Yep,
Sorry. Sorry.
So illusionary retribution. This is the first minor.
Yep.
All shadows inflict confusion. No changes there. Illusion of celerity. This one has also not changed. Shattered strength. So we rolled in the. This is the cooldown for Shatters line, and we rolled part of it in. We've probably said this like 3 or 4 times during the stream so far. It also just reduces the recharge of your Shatters. So you can go ahead in the minors. Compounding power, this increases damage for each active illusion. Again, no changes there. Persistent memory, this is a new one. We're trying to find more healthy ways to support Phantasm builds. A Phantasm build by its nature tries not to use Shatters, which is something it's really counterintuitive to what we want. It's like saying, hey, we want you to play Mesmer, but we don't want you to use your profession mechanic. So we're trying to find ways to encourage Phantasm play, and then this is one of them. And basically, if you shatter a Phantasm, it recharges all your other Phantasm skills a little bit. So it encourages you to just try and cycle your Phantasms rather than just leave them there. The Pledge. So this is the new Torch trait. Bonus points for anyone who catches the reference on this one. It used to be called Cleansing Conflagration, I believe. So what this does is it causes your Torch skills to remove conditions, as they did before, but it also causes your Torch skills to recharge faster while you're stealthed. So it syncs really well up with the Prestige, and it works actually really well with Prismatic Understanding since you get a lot more stealth duration out of that. But you have to stay stealth to get the recharge bonus. Sum of All Fears. Here's another fun callback skill.
Great movie.
Right. It's also a Guild Wars 1 skill.
Is it really?
Yeah. Yep.
And basically, this is a kind of a this line like focuses a lot on confusion effects, and so this one is if you apply more than 5 stacks of confusion to a guy, which Mesmers are very good at applying confusion, and we kind of want to emphasize that hey, they should be the best at this kind of thing. And so they basically get a bonus effect if they apply enough confusion to a foe. There's an internal cooldown per target, so you can't just like continually apply confusion torment to the same guy. Phantasmal Haste. This is the same Phantasm trait that's always been. We just reworded it because it was really oddly worded and very confusing before. Malicious Sorcery. This used to be, I think, in the Inspiration line. Yeah. This is your Scepter trait, and what it does is rather than just increasing condition damage, this one increases the damage that Torment deals. And since Scepter deals Torment, it basically makes your Torment better. It also causes. This is another one of those recharge traits that we're experimenting with, which is this one recharges your Scepter skills when you apply Confusion. So there's a lot of different weird synergies with that one. This one probably needs a little more balancing though. Blinding Befuddlement. Okay, so this one used to be a minor trait. Actually, it used to be, I think, 2 adept traits. And so we merged them into 2. This is the Confusion lasts longer, and Confusion you cause confusion when you blind a foe. So we kind of like merged, like if you want to be the Confusion guy, this is the trait you should be taking. Yeah. And we also increased the internal cooldown has been lowered significantly on the blind effect, and we increased the number of Confusion stacks too.
And this one. Big one here.
Okay, so there were 4 traits in the illusion line that used to affect your shatters. One would affect Mind Wreck, one would affect Cry of Frustration, one would affect Diversion, one would affect Distortion. And so we just kind of mashed them all into one. And this is the one, Master of Fragmentation. And so Master of Fragmentation basically does what all 4 of those traits did all in one. So I think there was a small change. Cry of Frustration, instead of doing Retaliation, it does an extra stack of Confusion instead. But in general, all those traits just kind of got mashed into this one trait. So if you want to be the Shatter guy, this is definitely a good trait to take. Yeah. And the last one, Maim the Disillusion. We're still playing around with this one. This one hasn't changed too much. We're just working out numbers, see if we can buff this one up a little bit since it's a little weak and has to compete with Master of the last 2, which are really good.
Yeah.
All right, so that I think accomplishes everything on Mesmer.
Yep.
Is there any other
we'll
final
talk about
notes?
like Time Warp. Glamour?
Yeah, Time Warp and Glamour.
All right. Mass Invis. Manipulation.
Probably going to be a manipulation, yeah.
And MOA? We're not sure where MOA's going to land.
Yeah.
I'll take suggestions.
We should probably talk about some of the stuff that we made base. Mesmer had a lot of things that were removed and made baseline. Probably the most controversial, I'll throw that one out right now, is you probably noticed that Illusionary Persona was not one of the traits we talked about. Right now that's baseline. I don't know if we're comfortable with that yet. We're still debating this issue, but right now Illusionary Persona is baseline. Illusionary Elasticity is also baseline. Protected Mantras became baseline, so now, and that one, as a reminder, is anytime while you're casting a mantra, you gain extra armor. We felt like that should just be a function of mantras, since you're already spending a lot of time trying to cast these and making yourself vulnerable. Let's see, some of the Phantasmal damage traits, there used to be 2 Phantasmal illusion damage boost traits. We just kind of made one baseline, and the other one is a trait now. Manipulation range that was made baseline. Let's see.
A lot of the stuff for the skills that it's like just didn't do anything actually cool to them, like a range of manips or stuff like that. It's just baseline.
Yeah. Another big change that happened was a lot of the retaliation traits that Mesmers had got removed because we felt that like if you're a Mesmer, you really don't want someone to hit you in the first place, and we didn't want to like give you buffs. Like if you're a Guardian, sure, I want people to hit me because I'm tough. You know, if I'm a Necromancer, I've got like double the health pool, so of course I want people to hit me because it'll damage them. But if you're a Mesmer, it's like I'm not going to take like 2 or 3 hits.
We're not that crazy. Like I know everyone freaked out because they didn't see Illusionary Persona and they're just like hearing that it's baseline, but like yeah, like it's baseline. Oh, okay.
I feel the relief like washing over them.
Oh, okay. Oh,
we
my
really
God,
should
you
do
guys,
these first instead of at the end.
Those Mesmers who had already deleted their accounts. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Can I have your stuff?
Yeah.
All right. Does that wrap up all the baseline stuff?
I think that hits all the major ones. There were a couple other small changes, I think, at the very bottom that we were talking about. Let's see.
Season Midnight.
Oh yeah, so we're also looking to improve signets a little bit. One of the things we're experimenting with is the passive on Signet of Inspiration. I'm trying it out right now with a guaranteed swiftness plus 1 other boon. So for all you Mesmers who felt really slow in World v World, my heart goes out to you.
Cool. Let's hit Necro.
All right, ready for Necro? All right, let me
Let's
change the
just get
camera. Let me move these guys around real quick here. You guys can start.
I mean, I think Mesmer is probably number 2 as far as overhauls go.
Yeah,
relative
definitely a lot of really huge
NG
changes.
obviously maybe being the most, but I think Where's Illusionary Invigoration? Dude, I'm gonna look because people want to know.
I think we covered that one, didn't we? Oh yeah, I think that one ended up getting removed.
But maybe there's a space for that.
It might be.
Let's write that down because you know what, that is a pretty good trait.
Yeah, and part of the reason that one got removed was because there's a Signet that also does the same effect.
Yeah.
It's like the Signet, I believe, has a lower recharge actually than 60. Right.
All right, let me get this bad boy set up real quick here.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So, Necros. Let's start with
We're getting there.
We're gonna go faster. I know.
I'm trying to go as fast as we can, you guys.
I know they don't want us to.
Simmer
but
down there, pal. We're good. We got time.
Okay.
We got time. All right. Let me,
Yes. So, we removed Necros.
Yeah, that's what happens.
We fixed all their down bugs and then removed them.
Yeah, like, I mean, they have the access to their final form now, the Super Saiyan down state. So. Yeah. All right. Let me pull up this.
Spite's the first
Staff bouncing attacks, Mesmer, default.
Yeah, staff, all bouncing attacks.
The bouncing
when
attack
extra bounce
stuff.
is default.
All right.
Yeah.
Necro time.
All right, so Necro, the Spite traits. So these all got adjusted slightly. They are now all based on health thresholds. Kind of fit with the theme of like, hey, I'm a Necromancer. I'm spiteful. I want to just kill this guy. We're moving away from like this used to be an on-kill trait, spiteful removal. It used to be Parasitic Bond. It actually got merged with Spiteful Removal, so now it heals and removes a condition, but it only does it when you hit a foe at low health, rather than if you kill a foe, because those tended to be really feast or famine. You know, if you're fighting like a champion, doesn't proc until after the fight's over. You're fighting in World v World, procs all the time, you can't die. Death's Embrace. This was a merger of the original Death's Embrace plus the downstate one, I think. I don't remember exactly how we handled it. The downstate, we did reduce the damage on the downstate trait because even though it's pretty awesome for Necros to just kill people while they're downed.
With the bug fixes all happening at once, it was pretty strong.
Yep. So we're looking to tone that down a little bit.
Yep. It's cool.
And then the next one, Siphon Power. This used to give you might when someone hit you. We're making it give you might when you hit someone else now. Basically, it's going to be a lot easier for you to control this one.
Yep.
Spiteful Talisman, let's see, so this is the Focus Recharge trait. We added an extra damage bonus on this one for if you strike a foe with no boons. This will help it synergize with its innate boon removal.
What are you doing? What are you going through my email?
Yeah, checking Josh's email real quick. Yep.
Right.
Yep. You got a new meeting.
Excellent.
All right, Reaper's Might. This one hasn't changed. Life Blast and Plague Blast Might. Old classic. Bitter Chill. This is a new one. If you can't tell by now, I like my Guild Wars 1 callbacks. This is named after a Guild Wars 1 skill. Causes chilling a foe to inflict vulnerability.
It's pretty self-explanatory.
Pretty self-explanatory, yeah. Chill of Death. This one hasn't changed. It actually synergizes really awesome with the Bitter Chill because this one casts a chill skill when you hit a foe below low health. Death Shiver. Well, we're playing with this one, trying to increase the amount of vulnerability it applies per stack. Right now it's at 6. This is actually we test this a little bit. It's feeling a little high, so it'll probably come down before final. But basically trying to buff this one a little bit. Axe Training.
Sorry, I'm just going to see if there's any questions coming in.
Okay.
Did my girlfriend write me back yet?
Yeah. She said
Excellent.
hi.
Could you? Thank you.
So Axe Training, this one we're giving it a damage boost against crippled foes because axes have a cripple on them and necromancers have a lot of other sources of cripple. It's kind of a conditional one, so we can boost the damage a little bit. Additionally, this is another one of those recharge states we're playing with, so this one recharges faster when you hit with the auto attack. So you kind of want to get this cadence of hit, hit, auto attack, hit, hit, auto attack.
Cool.
Signet Mastery. So we move this one up to Grandmaster. We're adding a lot of things to it. It's still giving you the might when you activate a Signet. It's still reducing Signet recharge, but it's also allowing you to cast Signet of the Locust when you're hit at certain health thresholds. And you notice the recharge is on 30. So if you want to actually just click on that for a second.
Click on this bad boy?
Yeah, just go ahead and click on that, and then mouse over it again. The recharge went down because it's synergizing with itself.
Yes.
So
Yeah, and I think Signet of Locust, we're going to look at that skill a little bit too.
yeah, we're
It's
actually
just close.
we're actually kind of doing a lot of changes to some of the other Necromancer signets. I think we're lowering the cooldown significantly on some of them, just to make sure that this trait is still very worthwhile compared to the other ones. Close to Death. This is kind of your execute trait, in spite never hasn't changed. Let's see. This is a new one. Spiteful Spirit. It takes the old name from the other previous skill name, Spiteful Spirit, which is gone now. Basically, this will cast Unholy Feast, which is Axe 3, whenever you enter Death Shroud. This kind of replaces the old Spiteful Spirit, which activated Retaliation when you enter Death Shroud. But because
retail and cripple,
but now it's like retail and cripple, and also
boon removal.
also this also scales recharge with the Axe trait, so you can take it with the Axe trait. So that's some pretty cool synergy there.
Yep.
Alrighty, we're gonna move over this one real quick here. So we got curses.
Curses. So curses again, condition and crit line. Bar precision. This got merged with hemophilia, so it causes bleeding on crits and also makes your bleeds last longer. Fierce Demise. Gain Fury when in Death Shroud. Hasn't changed. This is old classic. Target the Weak. This used to be increases damage per condition on foes, but we wanted this to kind of be the condition line, so now it's increasing
Crit.
critical chance
Yeah,
instead.
Alrighty.
Toxic Landing. So again, this is another one of those times where we were trying to say, like, hey, this skill uses some invisible skill that the player never gets to see. Why don't we just have it use a skill that the player already knows about? So instead of casting, like, generic Poison Cloud, it now actually just cast the Corruption Corrosive Poison Cloud, so it'll scale with your Corruption. It also, I believe, reduces your recharge on Corruptions too, so that'll also benefit from that. Weakening Shroud is, again, this is another one. It used to just cause weakness. Now it'll actually cast the Dagger skill Enfeebling Blood. So it'll scale with dagger traits.
Yeah.
Chilling Darkness, this hasn't changed. Blinding a foe will also apply chill. Pretty fun with Wall of Darkness. Reaper's Precision, you have a chance to gain life force and critical hits. Hasn't changed. This one's still the same. Path of Corruption, this one changed tiers, I believe.
Yeah.
This used to be
It's a
Grandmaster.
Grandmaster, and now it's just Master.
Yep. Banshee's Wail, this one hasn't changed. It's just pretty good Warhorn trait, really.
Yep.
Lingering Curse. This one changed slightly. So this used to be increases the condition duration with your scepter skills. Now it just increases, what does it say? It says, oh yeah, so it increases your outgoing condition duration while you're wielding a scepter. It just makes it a lot easier to use and makes it synergize with a lot of other spells. And also gives you a bonus to condition damage. You're definitely, if you want to be the condition guy, this is the one you want to take. Parasitic Contagion. Now, you may remember this one from the Spite line, but it really didn't make sense for the Spite line to have a condition damage trait. So we ended up moving it down to Curses, where it fits a whole lot better because you're already going to be doing a lot of
And
condition
increased
damage.
how much it
Yeah, the
does.
percentage also has gone up by, like, I think we tripled it? Gosh,
Yeah.
is that right?
Yeah, it was
Wow.
really low before.
It's really high. So
Like, there's
we'll
a thing.
see what
There's a
happens.
thing there. There's
Yeah, this is a build for sure. Yep.
Terror. We moved this one up. This used to be, I think, the Master
Yep.
trait. So We moved it up here just because we feel like it's definitely, if you take Terror, you're building a Terromancer.
You are literally called the Terromancer.
Yeah, exactly. And so like we want because it's build defining, we wanted to make sure that it was recognized as such.
And like we mentioned before, with all the other things like evasive deception, like it's going to Grandmaster, but you have 3 Grandmaster traits, so
so that doesn't
keep
it
that
doesn't
in
have
mind.
as much of an effect as it used to. Yeah.
All right, Death Magic.
Yeah.
All right, what do we have? Armored Shroud. This one just got rewarded a little bit. It gained toughness 1, Death Shroud.
Yep.
No big changes there. Soul Comprehension. Your passive life force gain from nearby deaths is increased. I know I said that we're trying to move away from on-kill traits where appropriate, but Necromancer, he's got to at least have some.
They do a little bit of death stuff.
Yeah. He's got to have the on-kill stuff.
Yep.
Beyond the Veil. This is a new trait. Whenever you leave Death Shroud, it puts protection on you and all of your minions. So this is kind of synergizes with how the Death line is all about minions and also about toughness.
I love how people only focus on like the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the numbers are changing, guys.
Yeah, the numbers
We're still
are going to potentially change.
Focus
okay?
on functionality. Numbers are the easiest thing.
We really should have just set all the numbers like 5,000 so that
everything is
everything's over 9,000.
All right, so we go to the miners. Flesh of the Master. This one hasn't changed. We just kind of clarified the description here. You can see like we put the caveat at the end instead of like in the middle of the sentence where it used to be.
Yep.
No big changes here.
Yep.
Shroud removal. This one also has not changed. I think it may have. Did it jump? No, this one didn't even jump. Jump tiers. Putrid Defense. This is a new one.
I'm gonna get you caught up here.
Basically, this is kind of a defensive Necromancer. We're in defensive traits since Necromancers have a lot of poison. Like if you poison a foe, he'll deal less damage to you. The number's probably a little high right now. We're going to be messing around with that one.
Yep.
Let's see, Greater Marks. This is your Marks trait. This one hasn't actually changed at all. I think it's even the position. Actually, yeah, even the same. Yeah.
Yep.
Reaper's Protection. This is your anti-CC trait. Again,
Still there.
it's still there, yes. Deadly Strength. So this used to be the Grandmaster. We moved this down because, again, as I mentioned this during the Mesmer portion, we're trying to move away from free power when you spec into these lines. So you have to kind of opt into it.
Cool.
Death Nova. This one hasn't changed. It's always been a very long description trait.
Yep.
Makes your minions blow up, basically.
Corruption.
Necromantic Corruption. So this one's going to be a little bit of an explanation. Necromantic Corruption is kind of a combination of the original Necromantic Corruption, and I think it was a Fetid Consumption.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a really strong defensive minion trait. What it does is it makes all of your minions take conditions from you, and then when they attack, they'll send the condition to the enemy.
Cool. Yep.
Unholy Sanctuary.
They're good. I'm excited.
Unholy Sanctuary. This is your Death Shroud traits. Like if you can see, like just looking at the 3 Grandmasters, you have your Death Shroud trait. You've got your minion trait, and I forgot what the top one was, but like your Death Nova trait. So they all have kind of a different feel to how you want to build your Death Necromancer. We move on to what do we got next? We got Blood Magic. Okay. So Blood Magic, full of life. I think we lowered the recharge on the internal cooldown on this a little bit. It used to be like a lot higher.
It's like 10 to 15. Okay.
Vampiric. This one we rolled in Vampiric Master with this one, so you are a vampire and also your minions are vampires. This one's feeling a little strong right now, so it's probably going to go through some balance iteration. And Blood to Power. This one used to be gain additional power, I believe, while your health was above the threshold.
Yeah.
This was changed because this is more of your healing power line. We wanted it to be healing power. It also is when you are below the threshold, so it benefits you when you need it. Like you get more healing power when you're at low health, so you can actually heal yourself up better. Okay, we can go on to the next ones. So this is Ritual of Life. This is your res trait. There are a few minor changes to this one. We added the increased revive speed. Also, it puts the Well of Blood at the beginning instead of at the end, so it helps you stay alive while you're rezzing people, rather than like after you've rezzed them, it heals you and you still have to stand in the same position. Bloodthirst, Siphoning Health. This one hasn't changed. Siphoning Health, more effective. Always a great one. Mark of Evasion has not changed. Quickening Thirst. Okay, so this is a merger of a couple of traits, I think, or it has the movement speed while wielding daggers. This used to require you to wield 2 daggers to get the maximum move speed, but daggers on Necromancer have never really had great synergy with each other. So like it's the main hand dagger has a lot of melee attacks and close range, whereas the offhand dagger has a lot of long range attacks. So we wanted to not like allow you to build other things with daggers. So this now just gives you the bonus if you have 1 dagger. You just need 1 dagger. It also encourages you to be at high health. It causes your dagger skills to recharge faster as long as they're activated while you are above some health threshold, 75% health. Vampiric Precision, Siphon health when you critical hit. No changes on this one. Transfusion, Life Transfusion. This one also has not changed. Modifies your Death Shroud skill. Vampiric Rituals. This is your well skill. We merged in the protected wells in addition to the well recharge traits
and the well siphon. Yeah.
Yes, and the well siphons. This one's kind of doing like
Super well
the work
trait.
of like 3 well. So like if you want to be a well guy, take this trait.
And well targeting is baseline.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
wells
ground
are
targeting
all
is baseline.
now ground targeted.
Yep. Awesome.
Unholy Martyr, I don't believe this one has changed at all. We increased the life force gain significantly, so it's a lot more valuable now. We'll probably need to do some more testing to make sure this is competitive with the other traits. Deathly Invigoration, heal an area when you... Oh, so this used to be heal in an area when you exited Death Shroud, but, it's kind of weird that we kind of encourage you to go out of Death Shroud. Mm-hmm. So we're trying this out as when you enter Death Shroud. What that means is that it won't heal you, but what it does mean is that we can bump up the healing modifier a lot. Like, you can't see it here because I think you're running, like, generic armor or something, but...
Yeah, just made the character, I'm not sure.
but the actual healing modifier is, like, gone up a lot. It's like... And I think the radius also went up to, like, 360. It used to be 240.
Nice.
Alrighty, moving
All right,
on to
let's get our soul reaping.
Soul Reaping, what do we have? The first couple, there's not too much to look at here. Life Force Gain, Spectral Armor, all these were all really solid beforehand. Strength of Undeath, again, this is where we rolled in that extra 15% that was missing when we took
From
the
Profession Mechanic.
Yeah, from the Profession Mechanic. So no big changes there. Unyielding Blast, man, I love this one. This is such a great trait. This one hasn't changed. Soul Marks, this is your mark trait. We merged in the marks recharge faster with this one, so if you want to... actually, it's just staff skills, because, honestly, staffs are basically all marks anyway.
Marks, except for the one that has no recharge.
Yeah. Speed of Shadows. So this, we kind of combined... There used to be, like, I think, 4 Death Shroud traits in this line.
Yeah.
So we kind of merged them, so there's now only 2. This is the first one. Speed of Shadows. It merges in, I think, was it... What did I write down? Path of Midnight? No. Near to Death. So this reduces your recharge on Death Shroud, and it also increases your movement speed while you're in Death Shroud. So you can use Death Shroud more often and run faster. Spectral Mastery, we merged the Spectral Recharge trait with the duration increase in Life Force gain. So this is just your one-stop shop for Spectral skills now. Vital Persistence, so this is the second merger. Your Life Force drains slower while you're in Death Shroud, and your Death Shroud skills recharge faster. So not the Death Shroud, the skills that you can use while you're in Death Shroud. Master of Terror, let's see, we merged this one with the Fear on Down trait, which is Fear of Death, I think it was called. So it's just, if you're gonna take longer fear, it's gonna benefit your, when you go down, you're gonna fear them for longer too.
Free damage, if you're assuming you're taking terror.
Yes. So Foot in the Grave, this actually, I think, did this already change on live?
This is already on live.
Yeah, so Foot in the Grave now has a stun break.
Thank you, Based Carl.
That's very strong.
Yep.
So this is kind of your defensive Death Shroud trait, Grandmaster trait. And so the next one,
change
Death
here.
Perception. This is your kind of offensive
Kinda.
power damage. And oh, hey, look, this is I guess this is where Doomfire went.
Ah, yes.
It used to be in Spite. It's now down here with the rest of the Death Shroud traits. It feels a lot more at home. It thanks us for
And
helping
it's
it move in.
literally every life blast does burning.
Yeah, there's no internal
the
cooldown
ICD
in
has
it.
been removed.
Yeah.
There's no
Yes.
internal cooldown in there, is there? Yeah.
Oh, but you know what? They can kind of see the burn number.
Yeah.
So the damage number on burning. So
Yeah, I mean,
it's
it's another one of those things that would be weird in a world.
Yes.
The other
yeah,
fun
and,
thing about this, by the way,
yeah.
I don't know if we can show this, but the Deathfire, the
Hold
Doomfire.
Hold on, Brian. Yeah.
Do it. Click it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay.
the actual.
Let me. Yeah, we can make it. Let me switch screens real quick so we can
Okay.
go build some life force and then shoot some dummies.
You can't build life force otherwise.
Well, I have to move the screen.
Well, couldn't you just H?
simmer down there, pal?
Just
Hold on
hit
one
H.
second, guys.
Oh, I see. I see what you're doing here.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
It's just like the NG thing. Let me.
Okay, so while this is happening, we can talk about some of the traits that that didn't make it or went baseline. There's a minion recharge trait called Minion Master. We didn't go over that one. That's because we just reduced the recharge of all the minions. Yep. So they all just have lower recharge. Dark Armor. Did anyone miss Dark Armor? I don't know if anyone actually missed it. This was toughness while channeling skills. That one kind of just went away. I don't think anyone was really using that one. Like that was not very popular. Right. The ground targeting, and then the Spiteful Talisman trait. All the focus range skills just got increased baseline.
Let me actually.
And then switch
There's
back
nothing
so
else
they
in
can
there.
see it.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. You ready?
Yep. Look, Doomfire, like, it looks like Doomfire instead of like Life Blast. Yeah. It's like you can actually, so if someone has Doomfire, you'll see that they have it because it's actually its own effect.
Yep. We've been sitting on that one for a while. I'm glad we finally got it in the game.
Alrighty. All right, do we have anything else that we wanted to show off in there?
No, I think we should hit, we got
we still have 2 professions to go.
Two professions left. Even though, as much as I like to short rangers.
We don't want to get yelled at?
Yeah.
Make sure that I got all that. Yeah, we did show off everything. Cool. All right, so that's Necro. That's where we're at right now with it. Again, thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on, Robert. Anyways, guys, we'll be back here just in a brief moment. We have to switch out. We got to got to kick Robert out and bring Roy in. Then we're going to talk about Warrior and Ranger. Maybe not in those order. I don't remember. I think it's
Ranger first.
Ranger, then Warrior.
Yeah.
So hang tight. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
We're gonna book it now.
Oh man,
great intro.
Let's do it.
The YOLO has begun.
So we're back with our final segment. We're gonna do Ranger then Warrior.
Yeah.
We're at the 3 hour and 30 minute mark, so things are getting weird. So
Yeah, it's about time.
anyways, we got Roy Kronecker here. He's a game designer. On the skills team, you've probably seen before on various live streams, and he's been around for a while. So we're going
Be forewarned, I was not the one who actually did these changes.
I'm
stepping in for someone else.
I can't believe you put it out there. Yeah, he is here as
I'm
a proxy.
covering my own back, okay? Like,
So there's another designer named Arenya, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but he did do a majority of these changes, but we love Roy's shining face anyway, so we forced him to come on live stream and help us out with this, because I certainly didn't work on Ranger Warrior, so...
yeah.
Anyways, I'm going to put us in game here, and we can... Where's my mouse? There we go. Covered panel. There we go.
Yeah, that Necro uninspired 100% Condi duration. They're dead. Necros are useless.
Yeah.
All right, ready?
Killed. That's a nice bear you have there, John.
Yeah, get your bear bow out.
I have a bear and my bow here ready to go, and this character's actually
I can
named...
see you're quite esports.
Yes, I am. My character name is the Bearbow Bandit, so
Style.
I am ready to bearbow.
All right, let's do it.
So, want to talk about some categorizing?
Yeah,
for
skill
skills
categories first.
Okay, so like some of the other professions we talked about, for heals, like Troll Engine is going to become a survival skill because it makes the most sense, basically. Seems fitting. For shout category, we're going to throw in a heal as 1 and a rampage for shouts because they both affect you and your pet, kind of like most of the ranger shouts do, sending your pet to do something.
Someone wants to know if condition duration is going to stack beyond 100%. I'm not sure yet.
TBD.
It's, the best deal.
Do you guys think it should?
Okay.
Okay, and a change with traps that we're doing, this is a bigger change, is traps will now have an arming time, but they'll be balanced around it. So that means like when you throw it, the trap won't like explode and have its effect happen right away. They'll actually be throw it down, be a half second to arm, and then the effect will happen if an enemy is in it. But the numbers will all be balanced accordingly to make it still feel good. Spirits have some changes that we'll go over with traits.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why don't you go, John?
Yeah, Roy, you can volunteer to tell about
Everyone
some
knows
of those
that
things.
spirits are your favorite thing.
That's true.
Yeah.
Spirits
Petting
is-
zoos?
Spirits
I
and
believe-
signets, Jon Peters.
Well, when we get to the traits, we'll talk about it. Good idea. Good
Okay.
idea.
Sure.
All right.
All right, ready?
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
Marksmanship. Oh, let's do the minors. Roy, let's
Minors,
do
no
Roy, I
change.
really prefer we did the minors first. Stop
no
jumping
change
in.
to the
There's no
minors.
change on the minors.
Boom.
Okay, Roy, I really prefer we just jumped into the adept traits.
Yep.
We don't need to cover the minors.
Man,
Yeah.
that was so fast.
Bang. Signet of the Wild on low health, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got it.
Next level commentary.
Yeah. I'm going full hog. All right, let's go. Whole hog, I believe is the term.
So, Predator's Instinct.
I don't think there's any changes here.
Man, Ranger, no change. No change. No change.
Let's see.
Oh, a change.
That one was unchanged.
Yeah.
The first one was actually changed from Nature Magic.
Yeah, moved
line
over.
moved over because it made more sense in Marksman, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, this is the marksman damage signet line. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool. So the third one, Beastmaster's Bond, basically casts Call of the Wild when you swap pets using more of the skills, like traits that proc other skills. That way you can have other traits that play into it for that like weapon type. For example, a Warhorn trait would actually like affect this, things like that.
Right.
We're just nerfing traps. Even though Roy said we're going to do stuff to them to make it better, we're just making traps not a thing that you just like are spells. We're making them traps.
They're less like
But they're gonna be
grenades
fun.
that you throw and more like actual traps.
But they'll just have to be good because of that. Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's going to be okay, everyone.
Balance is ongoing.
Yes.
If it's not
I have a
awesome,
note
we'll
here.
eventually make it
I have
awesome.
a note here that says work in progress.
Yeah.
Okay.
Work in progress.
Yeah.
For this one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Beastmaster
moving on?
Beastmasterism. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
If you're ready.
Well, are you ready?
I'm pretty ready.
Look me in the eyes and tell me you're ready.
As ready as I can
Activating
be.
a signet refreshes opening strike, right?
Yeah.
Anyone gonna want that? because I want that trait.
It's a pretty cool trait. Fits
Yeah.
in with the signet build. We're trying to add in like more signets into the line and create play that way. So if you run a signet build, you get a lot more opening strikes and can maybe output a bit more damage or spike with the opening strikes. Steady focus damage is increased while endurance is full.
It's the same, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the same.
That's the same.
Moment of clarity looks the same, except maybe moved.
Yeah, Moment of Clarity is
yeah.
not a Grandmaster anymore. It's a Master.
Yep.
Because it was bad. It was a bad Grandmaster. This one, though, is
Whoa.
real.
Whoa.
Going
This one's
crazy.
real.
Josh.
Josh
Predators
is getting a little
onslaught.
twitchy. It's okay.
Basically added daze and stun, I believe, to this, right, John?
Yeah.
Consult the sheet.
Yes. No, it's true.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
To create synergy. With moment of
This
clarity
one
as
is
well.
a big change.
Yeah.
Big change.
Opening strike deals more damage.
Why don't you explain it, John?
Yeah, I mean, basically, opening strike whenever you gain Fury, and damage increase of 25% to opening strikes.
Yeah. So
It's
now
a huge hit, especially, Josh, go pick the number 3 Adept. Call of the Wild. So when you swap pets, you get Fury. So every time you swap pets, you get an opening strike if you
Yeah.
run those two traits
So now you
together.
actually can have like an opening strike.
And you can
build.
also get it on Signet use, right, with that. So you can just have a crazy opening strike build, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Let me just take
So you
this
can be
book real quick
using
here.
like
And then
weaving
that last
attacks
one
back and forth with
the old-
opening strike.
Lead the wind, though.
Yes, it was renamed.
yeah, I don't know why we renamed it.
It's because the velocity was actually baked into the baseline for the longbow traits. So
Yes.
now the
Yes,
velocity
yes.
increase will be baseline, so all your longbow attacks will attack like a machine gun, basically. Base. And this one instead will increase your attack speed. So not only will you be a machine gun, but you'll attack that much faster with your machine gun.
Yeah.
You've upped your machine gun
Yeah,
game.
this is a big, strong longbow. Just
Lead the wind.
Yeah.
We changed
See,
one letter,
you attack
right?
so fast
yeah.
that you're faster than the wind.
L is faster than R.
That's the big change, right? The wording.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But seriously, I think there's a couple of really good builds here for the Ranger, like that one we set up. But there's another one. There's a couple I was looking at. I'm really excited about this.
Yeah, there should be a few different lines. We've,
Yeah.
with the other professions as well, trying like actually create builds and synergy between multiple trait lines, so you have like more options, even though there's less traits.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about skirmishing.
Sure. The minors, I believe, are unchanged. It looks like.
Yes. Swiftness on swap.
Yeah. Swiftness.
Fury on swap.
Hey, there's that synergy you're talking about.
Yeah, that
another-
also would work with opening strikes
Yeah.
build.
Oh yeah. Deal more attackage when attacking from behind or the side.
Package.
What damage? Deal more damage.
Attackage.
Attackage.
Yeah.
New term.
Yeah.
Heard it here first.
Yeah.
Similar door.
Some slight changes here. This trait is now you and your pet have chance to bleed on crit.
Yeah.
That's the first sharpened edges.
Just so more synergy between you and your pet, buffing them
Yeah.
up a bit as well, making the trait a little bit stronger. Most dangerous game. While below 50%, you gain stacking might. Basically, so like while you're fighting at low health or like about to die, you become stronger, and it just like stacks up the
I
longer
want to
you're
move this
low.
trait to be a grandmaster.
Yes, I agree.
This is a grandmaster trait, and it's
It
gonna be
seems
awesome.
pretty strong.
Bark skin would be really cool.
Yeah, this one's gonna be really good. So like, I'm super excited. Also, what's gonna end up happening is there's a trapper one in the master tier. It's right here, I believe. That's gonna come down. Trapper's expertise is gonna come down to adept.
That makes
We're
sense.
guys design meeting right now. And
You
then-
can see our process, how
then
we
the
do
most
things.
dangerous game is coming up, and then I think the Shortbow one is going down.
Let's back up.
Yeah.
Let's explain what these traits are.
7 steps. And
Jumping the gun a little bit.
let's talk about. I guess we have Trapper's Defense here, which is a different one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Creating spike trap when you revive an ally. So basically a way to damage people around your ally while you help them to try and
Give me-
keep
give me
them
this
off of them.
What?
You've been yelled at.
For the
You get the
pen?
pencil. Yeah.
What's wrong with the pen?
You're clicking it. You're
Oh.
doing this thing. You've been.
Okay.
You lost pen privileges.
Yeah, so this has traps in the line, synergizes with other trap traits.
Alright.
On to the next one. When you successfully evade an attack, gain vigor, kind of like I think you saw in the thief traits. New trigger, like when you actually evade instead of on dodge, you gain this thing to make it a little bit more skillful play than just like hitting your dodge at any time. You actually have to avoid an attack with your dodge.
Yeah. Someone wants to know what Healing Spring is going to go into. I think the answer is we're not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still thinking about it.
All right.
Yep.
Spotter.
Spotter, the same, basically. AoE precision around you for you and your allies. This is the trap trait that Jon was talking about. It kind of does a bunch of things. Reduces recharge, increases duration of them, and the radius increase, which we might want to consider making that baseline almost, in my opinion, which could be a little nice buff to traps baseline.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Quick draw. When you swap weapons, your next weapon skill recharges faster. That is crazy. Pretty awesome
These are
Grandmaster
awesome.
trait. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a great Grandmaster. Weapon swap, use a skill, and then you basically
Oh,
get
man,
to
I
use
So
it.
you could be
gotta-
like a great sword build with like maul and
Double-
just like double maul.
Double
like,
bear.
Yeah.
What
Double
about
bear.
double rapid fire? Like
Yeah,
by the time
double
it's done
rapid
casting,
fire.
you'll already be doing the next one.
Yeah, with your super machine gun rapid fire,
Yeah.
and you can
I
do
think
two
quick
of
draw
them.
is going to be a lot. That's going to be a big trait for Rangers.
Yeah.
I'm very
You
excited
know,
about
it's
it.
almost like synergy.
It's almost like synergy.
Yeah.
Okay. Light on your feet.
Yeah. So this trait, your damage and condition duration are increased while moving, and your short bow skills recharge faster, and they pierce. This does a whole lot of things. Since condition damage is kind of the focus of short bow, because you apply bleed stacks stacking up. But it's also kind of like the hybrid skirmish weapon. You get the damage and condition duration for it as well. And you get the pierce put in baseline, just like, well, not baseline, but into the trait, just like the longbow trait did as well.
Healing Spring trap. That's the suggestion.
We
So-
did talk about trap.
Yeah, I think that's sort of where we've been leaning, but how it triggers, we don't
Yeah,
know.
because it's a little bit weird to trigger on an enemy, but be like an ally thing.
Yeah.
But
So we'll have to figure that out.
ally triggered trap.
Yeah, rapid fire, 66% recharge. Actually, bow and longbow, greatsword, and that
Yeah.
trait.
Double bow.
Yeah.
That's my new build.
Watch
Okay.
out for Josh's
Yeah.
bear bow.
The
Yeah.
bear bow bandit will be running double longbow.
Yeah.
Double bears.
All the bears.
All right. Did we do the last one? Stratos defense.
Yeah. Basically similar, but got added what is it? Sword skill recharge faster and deal more damage.
Yeah, this
Right,
makes sense,
yeah.
right? You're in melee range.
Yeah,
You should
in
have-
melee range, help your melee weapons deflect some attacks.
Yep.
Yeah, it's almost like it makes sense.
Yeah, pretend you're Legolas, like fighting off.
Yeah, I don't
a
have to, I
bandit.
don't have to pretend.
Yeah,
Oh,
Josh
man.
I'm
already
the
is.
most renowned bear bow there is.
Oh,
So.
I'm sorry.
All right, moving on. Wilderness survival.
Yep.
This looks the same.
Yeah. According to this, minors are the same, except bark skin reduces damage for you and your pet take while above 90%, which is, I think it didn't affect pet before.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so now it's like you and your pet.
You and your pet take less damage while your health is above the threshold.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So when you have
while
high
you're
health, you
full,
take
your
less
pet's tanky.
50% less damage, right? When you're, is that what it is?
That
Yeah.
was the. This
It
is
was a
old-
Grandmaster.
Yeah, it was a
Well, you'll see.
Grandmaster.
We'll get
Yeah, it
there.
was.
We'll get there. You'll see why.
But now, like, while you're high health, your pet can be tanky, and you can actually, like, use that bear bow to your advantage and tank
Yeah.
if you want to, like, run around in PvE or
Did
do
you say
other
my
things.
bear is getting buffed?
Yes.
I'm on board.
Nice.
All right.
The fall trait, the muddy terrain.
That one was unchanged. Just creating on the train when you fall. This one, I believe, is new.
Yeah.
Gain condition damage while wielding a torch and dagger. Torch and dagger skills recharge faster since they're both condition-focused weapons. Makes sense to improve how well they do conditions and basic recharge stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. Expertise training added. Looks like pets were added as well.
Yeah, pets gain extra condition damage and have their condition damage or condition duration increase.
Oh yeah. Before it was condition damage, and now you have the duration increase as well.
Yeah.
So when you have the other trait that applies bleeding from your pet, this will synergize with that and help buff it up.
Oh yeah. Oak itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ICD was lowered, and while you have regeneration, you take less damage, basically. So you're a little bit more tanky, and it can proc a bit more often.
Right, so if you get a bleeding or poison or burning on you and you're at high health, you get Oak Salve, which gives you regen and reduces your damage a little more on top of the reduced damage from the bark skin.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
And Troll Ungent with that.
Is it
Yeah.
trollish?
Yes, that's going to be the Troll Ungent build.
Yeah. This one was unchanged, I believe. Your pet deal more damage while your health is above the threshold, 10% more damage. Nice trait, kind of like the other 90% one as well.
This one looks the same.
Yeah, Shared Anguish is the same.
Yeah, Shared Anguish.
Emphatic Bond is the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Wilderness Knowledge.
This is a powerful trait.
Yep. This combined old sharpened edges with the old Wilderness Knowledge trait.
And it removes a Condi.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is a big trait.
A Condi.
Yeah.
2 Condis.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Sorry.
So basically, when you use survival skills, you get the Fury and remove conditions.
Yeah.
But then, what is it? You also can proc the Sharpening Stone when you're attacking. So it's that built-in survival skill that will automatically trigger that Condi removal and Fury, which also plays into the opening strikes from the marksmanship build too.
Yeah.
Poison Master, I believe, is the same. There's 2 poison stacks.
Where's the subtlety?
We've reached the 3-hour, 51-minute mark.
3 hours. All subtleties out the window now.
Yep.
There will be more information explaining all the weirdness you've seen with conditions at some point in a
We've
blog
done so
that I
well
write.
up until now,
I
being
know.
cheeky about it.
Yeah. We've lost it, though.
I mean,
There are 2 stacks there.
Let's not.
I mean,
Thank you, Roy.
come on, Josh. Everyone can see.
Yeah.
They're not blind. Give them credit. They see the little too.
Well, now we know they can hear too.
If not,
so.
it'll be on Dolphy as
All
well.
right.
Focus.
Let's hit it.
Focus in.
More information on that later.
Well, yeah. All right. Swapping pets. Your pet's first attack inflicts poison, 2 stacks, and your poison damage is increased.
Yep.
All right.
Seems good.
Let's
Awesome.
do
Nature Magic.
Nature Magic. All right, we'll get there.
Minors are unchanged except the Grandmaster minor, Lingering Magic. Boons applied to you and your pet last longer. Pet is 50% duration, and you are 20% duration.
Yeah. The last one.
The last one.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, there we go.
So
I'm up to
you and
speed
your
now.
boon have more pets. Or, I mean, you and your pet have more boons.
No more pets.
Not the other way around.
Very awesome.
No petting zoos.
Yeah. Awesome. You and your pet deal more damage per boon on you. This is a great.
Yeah, this
trait
line's
here.
all about getting boons and stuff, so
it's
it
a
makes sense.
heavy boon line.
Yeah, basically becoming more powerful when you have boons. Yeah. So
Gain power based on your healing. Your pet gains extra stats.
Yep.
So this is your way to get. This is an extra stat pet trait. Putting those together.
Yeah, we've added a lot more stuff to help out your pet as well.
And then this is the res trait, which now also has revised speed in it.
Yep.
Evasive Purity. We added Cripple.
Yeah,
to this.
cripple as well.
So that gives you a little bit more to work with. Especially because blind isn't that exciting to remove while dodging, because it's probably going to be gone by the time, or you just have to swing. So we wanted to give
Well,
you
you
something.
can't attack while you're dodging.
Yeah, yes, that's true.
Unless you're playing something that out now.
Yeah, warrior. You can attack while you're dodging as a warrior.
Maybe we
Oh,
should
it's
address
true.
these concerns
What?
since it's already out of the bag. Right there.
Yeah.
In a hypothetical
I-
sense.
Look,
in a hypothetical
no,
way.
only the damage is going to stack on poison. The other part is not going to stack. It's going to be, if you have poison, it's minus the healing. The damage will stack.
Yep.
Yeah.
As I said, there'll be a lot more information on that stuff
Yeah, a
later
lot.
for
We're
you guys.
Just diffusing.
We're kind of gathering
yeah.
all the info about that and the real numbers on it and all that stuff. When we have all that stuff, we'll send it. We'll tell you guys.
Like, are you talking to the chat box?
I'm
Man.
speaking
Listen,
to
guys.
you, Repex. Also, Zephyr GW2. This is
Oh, man.
so for you.
Them call-outs.
Yeah.
Like,
Thanks for
the camera's over there, dude.
thanks for following us, Fight Lights. Thanks for following.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
man.
We're
Yes.
trying to twitch
Focus.
it. Okay, yeah,
It's been
this
a
is
long
big.
week.
Call of the Wild also grants regen and Warhorn skills recharge faster. This is a big trait. It's a really cool Warhorn trait.
Yeah, buffing up your allies with regen.
Also,
it
you go
also
back,
plays into
there's
the other trait.
Yeah, the regen trait.
Take
yeah.
less damage.
Will this work with the other trait that grants Call of the Wild on swap?
It will,
Yes.
in fact. Oh, you
Boom.
synergy.
More synergy.
Yeah, this is a big synergy.
It's a buzzword.
This is big. All
Yeah.
right, spirits.
It's almost
I'm just
like
gonna
we're
say
creating
it. Spirits
builds.
are not going to move anymore. They're not
Oh,
moving anymore.
you finally said it.
Yeah. They're not
So,
going to
yeah.
move. We'll make them good as not movers, but I think we want the spirits to be more static area
Yeah.
control. It just doesn't
Spirit's
feel right.
unique thing is it's like a positional thing that you put down that buffs up your allies. We didn't want to take that away, and we kind of wanted to focus them more in on that cool thing instead of trying to get them to be these pets that follow you around but don't attack, and you kind of use them to
So
AoE
we
people
brought
around
the
you.
cooldowns on them down. Like you can move them easily. It's just about
We'll
not.
probably buff up passives most likely
Yeah,
and
it's just-
rebalance that stuff.
They need to feel right, and before they didn't. So
It allows them to have that cool, unique version of a pet, basically, because they have their normal pets already, and this is just like another way of like their way of supporting their group through spirits.
I know Josh is going to be sad to see the zoo build go, but what do we call it?
No, we call it the
Petting
petting
zoo.
zoo.
Petting zoo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the chaps.
Yeah.
His call.
Yeah.
Petting zoo. Yeah. So we're gonna give that a shot. We think it's the
Yeah.
right thing.
And we realize
there.
it'll be work and balance, but we'll
Yep.
make them cool for what they are, and they'll be awesome for that unique thing, kind of like positional buffing up
You guys,
allies.
we're gonna go over 4 o'clock because we're gonna talk about Warrior. But let's get through this.
Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't plan on it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
When you
Poor
receive
warriors.
damage, nearby foes are weakened, and your pet gains protection. This
Yeah.
is a big, cool trait. Protective ward. Basically, when you get hit,
Yeah.
apply weakness to people around you and apply protection to your pet. Like, this is going to be awesome.
Yeah. Some more of that tanky trait that synergizes as well with bark skin.
Yeah, I think
things like that.
basically they're going to be like turrets, by the way, the spirits.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
All right, and Invigorating Bond is the same.
Yeah. Okay,
Yep.
are we just Beast Mastery?
Yep.
All right.
We're gonna beast mode through it and get
Yep.
to Warrior.
I like your style.
Yeah, so let's make
Yeah.
spirits good. Let's not make them bad and move. Let's make them good and not move.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. When
Settled.
you're down, your pet gains quickness.
The miner's adept was unchanged.
Yes.
It looks like.
Yep.
The master pet
Yeah.
swap and skills
Loud
recharge
whistle.
faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big trait here.
I believe this was combined from
Yeah.
2 other traits. So your F2 will recharge faster and all the pet base abilities as
Yep.
well.
All right. This is powerful too. Pets move faster and deal more damage on crits. So basically pet ferocity and pet speed.
Yep.
This is a big pet line here. It's Beast Mastery. No surprises.
Alrighty.
Hey, Super Havoc Doji, your PvP build is killed. What did you used to run? Tell us.
Yeah.
Okay. What you got?
Uh-oh, the police are here. All right, so we did Companion's Might.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Critical hits, grant might.
Yep, I think it's unchanged, right?
Yeah.
To your pet.
Yeah. Pets inflict bleeding when they critically hit. That's rending attacks. That's a big
Yeah.
good
Kind
trait.
of stacks in with that other trait as well, and buffing up concentration for your pet.
I want you to say that word.
Oh, resounding timber.
Dang it, I wanted Roy to say it.
Okay. Shouts apply regen and
Too bad.
swiftness to allies. Reduces recharge on shouts. This literally used to be a grandmaster, and all it did was give regen on shouts. It was terrible. This is a good trait now, I think, especially with heal is 1 and
swiftness
rampage
as
is
well.
1 being a shout, and those giving and them giving swiftness now. Like now you get swiftness on heal is 1. So I think all you need to know.
Yeah. Plus rampage as well and the other stuff.
Yeah.
Like you'll actually have a full shout line.
Yep.
Moving to the next one.
Yep, moving to the next one.
Your pet F2 skill abilities cause weakness. Yeah, I
this is
think
strong,
that's
yeah.
about the same.
Yep. Okay, two-handed training. This is the great sword trait. Great sword spear damage
This was
increase.
combined with some other
Yeah.
parts, great sword and spear together, Grain Fury as well, and damage. Pretty cool trait. The Fury synergizes with those opening strike traits in marksmanship.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 70% trigger rate is baseline for spirits now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. All right, and then natural healing. Your pet gains regen and improved healing. This is merging two traits, the natural healing plus the actual heal power into one.
Yep.
And then the Grandmasters, get ready.
Beastly Warden, your F2 abilities give you and your pet AoE taunt. So, like I brought up with Revenant, and you guys might have seen from the closed beta streams and whatnot, taunt is a new status effect that we're adding to the game that actually is going to be a condition as well. Might as well just say that. It'll kind of work like how Fear is, where you can stun break it or a condition remove it. But will be a way to make your pet more tanky, basically. Like for Josh's bear bow, like he can make his bear super tanky and taunt targets off of him.
Yeah. And then next one. This is awesome. You and your pet gain might and quickness when you swap pets. Zephyr speed. This is super strong trait. This is your big like pet swap damage trait.
Yep.
And then honed axes, the big axe trait. This is really, I'm super excited about this as an axe guy. Gain ferocity when wielding an axe in your main hand.
The second sentence is the most important thing.
Yes. Winter's Bite is now AoE.
Yep.
And axe skills recharge faster.
Yep. AoE Winter's Bite. That chat.
Yeah, you guys. Well, I don't know. The chat is like talking about something. I don't even know what they're talking about.
Apparently, something about Colin.
Like you guys all had a vision of Colin.
I heard that they liked
something.
Colin's smile.
Yeah, they had a vision of him. I guess. Colin is here to welcome in the Warriors. Hey, Warriors, let's bring it. All right, let's talk Warrior, right?
Oh yeah, we're doing Warrior.
Yeah,
All right,
cool.
So I gotta swap.
Swap over to Warrior.
I was like,
We're
what trailer
ready.
are we doing next? All right.
We're doing Warriors. We gotta do this.
Let me move this over real quick here.
And guys, if you know, I don't know, we're obviously we're running over. I remember I read top post. This was the top post on the Reddit thread about the AMA. Said, how are they going to fill 4 hours? Well, we're at 4:02. We haven't got to Warrior yet, nor have we really answered any questions. So, you tell me.
I feel like there were
lots to say, and I hope you guys. I think the big thing that I hope you guys get out of this is, it's a work in progress, but look at this stuff and start to theory craft and think about how these changes are going to make you still be able to make the kinds of builds and the spirit of the builds that you wanted to have.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said on stream chat a while ago earlier, like this is the time definitely, like you see the changes we have in now, like you can make posts on the forums telling us like, hey, my build's ruined because of like X and Y, and like we can actually look at that and iterate on these traits and try and like account for like all you guys' builds while opening up all these new ones as well.
Yeah.
So I think we should, before we go into the Warrior thing, I think we should just accept that we'll probably do another one of these at some point before this build comes out.
Yeah,
like once things are a bit further along down the road.
Good call.
We'll basically group up again. We'll circle back. Some buzzwords.
You'll get to see the final UI and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like
so we'll be on
let's
stream
do
talking
that.
about this one more time.
Yeah, it probably won't be 4 hours long.
No, hopefully not. Anyways,
But,
I mean, yeah. So anyways, I guess we can go into our last bit of stuff here today. Let me make sure I got the right thing pulled up here. Again,
No
walking
spoilers.
on landmines. Oh man, I think I'm pretty I haven't seen Reddit yet, but like I haven't gone there, but
I'm sure it's already there.
Like
everything.
I saw Colin come in, and I was like, "This is it." They're letting me go. But so far, I think I'm good.
And John's checking Reddit.
Of course he is. All right, let me go to the cover panel. Boom. All right.
1,118 scrolls of knowledge open.
They watched our live stream. I see that they were paying attention.
Oh, live stream notes. Yeah, let me read all about these.
Nice.
Cool. Let me see what they're doing.
Oh man, it's gonna be updated.
Blasting staff confirmed to be default. I guess people like that. That's good. That's good to know.
Top comments.
All right.
Elementalist confirmed most played.
Yep. Let's do it.
All right.
Cool.
Rick
So
Stotch,
this
still,
is the same.
Still awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still
Building
awesome.
momentum. Yep. All right, here we go.
Still awesome.
Same thing. Warrior.
All
Strength
right,
line.
that's
But now
story warrior.
we're
No,
going to get a little bit more here going.
All right.
Okay. Death from above.
Falling damage
Still
rate.
there.
Yep.
All right. Restorative strength is still in
Confirmed,
place.
still a trait.
Yep.
we
Physical
go.
training.
Here we go.
Hold
Physical
on
training.
tight. Physical skills deal more damage based on how much adrenaline you have.
This is something I know John's hype about.
Physical skills recharge faster.
Why
So
don't-
basically, they do more damage for adrenaline. But wait.
Why don't you
There's
talk about
more?
what's a physical skill?
Oh yeah. So rampage,
Hold on.
Yeah,
You're going
really?
to save that for the last one, I thought. Like, build up the height.
mending.
Okay.
Also,
How much damage will
physical
mending do?
skills. Physical skills have a new thing to them, which is that if your endurance is above 50%, they are more effective than otherwise. So this is kind of hard to show, but basically, like when you stomp, it knocks guys further back if your endurance is full. When you bulls charge, it knocks them down for longer. I think that's like sort of there's an in-between amount.
So there's more
you
play
throw
with how much
bolas
endurance you
faster,
have.
so they're easy to hit when you have more endurance. The kick is kicks them.
Kickier.
Yeah, actually, the kick kicks them further. The stomp is a bigger area that it stomps. And so basically the idea is that the physical skills, if you're not dodging and you keep your endurance up, they're more powerful.
Yeah, so there's that play, and since endurance is pretty much a physical thing, it made sense to mix in with that and add more play and skillful play with that, managing your endurance.
All right. Oh, so anyways, you mentioned Rampage,
Yeah,
the elite.
Oh, yeah.
That
Yeah,
might be a
physical
skill.
Physical
Maybe a
skill.
physical skill now, yeah.
kind of crazy.
Yeah, might need to.
A lot
The
of
numbers
damage.
might get.
Yeah, we're going to play around with all these a bit, you know. I mean, mending is a physical skill. We'll see what that actually means. But that's the idea right now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Oh, we lost. Josh needs to log in. if
Yeah,
you wanna.
we've. Hold
Cool.
on. Oh my
so,
God! Tripping over the power cord.
So let's keep going.
Breaking everything.
Here, do you want me to drive us through those while you're logging? No. Oh, my God, you can't even
it's
log
like
in.
hackers. Like I got
even
like
log
8
in
computers
anymore.
here. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
There we
That
go.
multitasking.
Body blow, stuns, dazes, knockbacks,
God.
blah, blah, blah. Launches, inflict bleeding and weakness. This is sort of a way for us to get that weakness into your stun stuff. This is like your big, heavy
Also
strength
helping
guy.
out some Condi builds
Yeah, and helping
as well.
out some Condi builds. Forceful Greatsword. Gain might on a critical hit with a Greatsword and Spear. It's still sort of there. But Greatsword and Skill Spears deal more damage and recharge faster.
I think I'm going to address this question
Okay,
really
what is
fast. So the question is,
Ranger.
so for, I was going to
mean?
do that one.
Which one? Oh. Yes, that's
Yeah.
a big question.
So basically the question was, are these changes for people with expansion or for people without expansion? All these changes we're talking about today are for the base game, and they're going to go out, as John said earlier, before the expansion as well. So this is changes for
everybody.
everyone.
Yeah. Now that stats are separate entity from traits, how do we customize our stat allocation? It's more gear-based. I'll just say that, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, I think, at some point, but I don't want to derail the Warrior too much. And then finally, 1500 range. No, we're not taking that away from Ranger. Like, don't worry. No. That's going to be longbow range.
Yeah.
Okay. Great Fortitude.
It's just the tooltip.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay, Berserker Power. This is a little bit different.
This is a little bit stronger.
This is
No,
this is a new one.
Yeah.
Yes, it has a duration now.
Yeah, gain a damage boost when you use a burst skill.
Okay, so
Ooh.
this actually promotes you to use your burst skill instead of sitting at that stage 3 adrenaline, just getting more and more damage as you sit full. We thought it felt bad, like encouraging you basically to not use your skills to do the most damage. So this way, it actually encourages you to fit those burst skills like into your PvE rotation to get that extra damage.
Mm-hmm. This is Distracting Strikes. You can see now it's Confusion and Might. So this is that big, like, Interrupt Warrior build
But
with the Body Blow
but Grandmaster.
and Grandmaster.
Yeah.
But now you can use it with Body Blow.
Yeah.
So if you're going that way, you've got to build here. And
Yep.
then, Axe Mastery. So,
This is a lot of stuff.
yes.
Yeah. Critical hits, grant extra endurance, gain ferocity
Adrenaline.
for
It was close. It was a
adrenaline.
word.
Sorry.
It was interchangeable.
Ferocity for each axe you're wielding.
yeah.
Reduce recharge of axe skills.
So if you're dual wielding axes, you get even more ferocity, which is kind of cool.
Hang on a second.
All right, arms.
I believe that one's the same.
Yep. This.
Oh,
Failing,
this one
failing
was
strength
made.
isn't going anywhere, guys. We haven't got to that line yet. That's in the tactics line. Okay.
So this was a change. Unsuspecting foe is now baseline. So critical hits against stun foes now have 50% increased crit.
Yep.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Damage to bleeding
bit.
flows.
It's pretty good.
Damage,
It sounds
damage versus bleed, and bleeds last longer is the other arms. This arms line is really strong now, and I'm super excited about that.
Yeah.
Wait, do we? No.
Yeah, so
There we go.
Berserker's Fury.
Yeah.
Gain adrenaline in combat. Gain Fury when you strike a foe that's low. This sort of is like a replacement for the terrible trait that was like Gain Fury when you take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
This is just like Gain Fury when you hit a guy who's low, and also
Yeah.
gain
Help you
adrenaline.
finish them off. Things like
Yeah.
that.
Let's see. Oh, Signet Mastery. My personal favorite.
I know. How many signatures you got on your
So this
bar?
time is
You know that 5
stacking
Signet
buff
build.
on use
Jon Peters
instead
special.
of just on sit. So now you don't just put the signets and sit on them. This is way better. It's a stacking buff on use, and then you cast Signet of Might when you strike a foe that's low on health. So if you hit a guy that's low and they're getting ready to block, you get a free Signet of Might to get through those with a couple unblockables. That's
Yeah,
the
to
idea
help
there.
finish someone off.
Yep. Deep Strike, Fury you apply also grants Condi damage. So basically, if you're you can run a Fury Warrior now and do Condi damage and not just crits.
And help you get, like, those crits also can help you proc bleeds,
Procking
things.
bleeds, yeah.
Yeah, just plays into that. Running strikes, your hits have a chance to apply vuln, and swiftness. It looks like swiftness was added to this as well.
Yep.
So you weaken your foes, and you become faster to help chase them down. Gain fury when you immobilize a target.
Yeah, Opportunist is still
Yep.
there, which is good. Now with that new Fury trait is pretty cool because you immobilize. Hello, Sword Warriors. Like you can actually flurry now, and your flurry does more damage because you get your Fury off of the mob and bleed on crit and extra damage to bleed. Like I think there's going to be a sword build, which I'm super excited about.
Yeah. Blade Master. Speaking of swords,
This is the sword, actual sword trait.
increases sword crit hit chance, help proccing those bleeds, things like that. Effect is doubled versus bleeding foes, actually. So against bleeding foes, you have even more crit chance.
And luckily, there's no bleed on sword.
Nope, not at all.
Yeah. All right, Grandmasters. Burst Precision. Burst skills have a 100% crit chance.
Yeah, that's still
Big
there.
trait. Critical hits. Oh, what is this one? Bonus adrenaline.
Yeah.
And gain a stacking condition damage buff. So we basically build up Condi damage as you're critting.
Yeah.
This is a great Grandmaster.
really buffing up
and
that
then
sword.
the old dual wielding, the attack speed when you.
That's gonna be a tough choice between those two for the
Yeah.
sword build.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of options.
A lot of good options for arms, which is really great.
That looks like damage increase as well, and
Yeah.
attack speed buff too.
Yeah, although
Yeah.
I think that that's too much.
Yeah.
So let's pretend that that's
Probably too
let's
much.
ignore that we saw that. 'cause
The
that's
numbers
look
ridiculous.
pretty
Numbers
high.
can change.
Yep.
Work in progress.
Imagination.
Yep. All right. What else we got?
All right, so we did arms, so on to.
Defense. Let's do it.
All right, thick skin's the same.
Dude, that's
Yeah.
the same.
Adrenal
Eternal
health.
Hold is the
Also
same.
the same.
Old Faithful here.
Yep. Yeah. So this is
Oh.
spiked armor is becoming the minor now. So I think that's really cool. It lets you. Right, you don't have to, this build you can run with Berserker now, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't have to. You can get max power with it in defense. So there's things you can try here.
Right.
could be a
And the
little
trigger
fun.
is when you block or are crit. So you have 2 ways to trigger it as well.
50% uptime on retail.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah.
I mean, but
It's a
good
number.
idea.
Numbers.
It's a number.
It's a number.
Yeah.
All
Cool.
right.
Shield Master, shield trait. You gain might when you block as well.
Yep. And shield skills recharge faster.
So if you're blocking a bunch of foes, you can
You
stack
don't
up might on
understand
yourself.
Deep Strike. Deep Strike now is. Wait, which one is Deep Strike? Is it
It's in the other line.
arms?
That's right.
No, it's in
No,
the.
it's
It's,
earlier.
it's the bottom one. Bottom one there. Yeah. You're like Fury gives you extra combat damage. Hang on, who is like literally? It doesn't make XX Wolf. I'll call you instead of Wolf. No, just kidding. XX Wolf. Come on, like you have Fury on you, you get extra Condi damage. The end.
So anytime you're affected by Fury, you have additional Condi damage.
Yes.
There we
Yep.
go.
Boom.
Boom.
Simple. Okay,
This
cool.
is my job. This is what I'm here for.
Yeah. Sorry, you're there, technically speaking.
He's on the other end of that thing.
Technically speaking, he could be like, here,
Yeah.
we don't know where he lives. Where do
That's
you live?
true, but he's
We'll
definitely not in the computer, right there.
If you tell us where
You
you
should not
live,
tell John where you live.
tell us where you live.
That's a
we'll
dangerous
look
thing.
at
Highly
you.
advise against that.
We'll look in your direction. Okay.
All right, how much time we got?
All right.
This over.
So, okay,
Shield,
next one.
that one we did.
Oh, that also reflects.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it looks like a
Yep.
bunch of stuff.
All
combined.
the shield
Yep.
traits, just
Yep.
compressed.
Everything.
All right. No, the old dogged march.
Dogged March there.
Yep.
As well.
And armored attack. Gain
Yeah.
power based on your toughness. So yeah, this is a
Yep.
good.
Some different options: shield trait, minus concentration on you, or gain some extra power. So we have balanced stance here.
This is everything. This is all of the stance traits.
Yes.
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 So
Yes.
passive.
I think we said that we might have to rip the vigor here.
So passive,
Probably do.
Yeah, passive bounce stance on
Unfortunately.
CC, increase stance durations, and gain vigor when using a stance.
In other words, I just said,
This
hey,
is-
you
Or it's
guys,
a
we're
Grandmaster.
ripping the vigor off of that.
Too strong
No,
for
we're just
a
ripping the vigor off of it. Because the
Master.
thing is, we don't want to give you vigor off of those stances. If you want to be safe for one of those stances, use balance. I mean, use interpain. That's what that's
Yeah.
for. That's your defense, right?
All right. Well,
As a
it's
stance
a
guy.
discussion note. We'll
Yeah.
come back to that. So we have a Cold of the Week.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. I'm just writing it down.
I'm only reading stuff
Roy,
when, it's
go.
when I'm
Go.
helping out
Okay.
here. So this is all you, Roy.
Hey, I actually make these changes. I'm just helping
Fury
out
is a
today, Josh.
boon.
You think I made the changes?
Someone just said, what is Fury?
You
Fury
think I
is...
did?
Hey, guys. Okay.
Increased damage to weakened foes.
Yeah, Fury is a boon. Someone asked, what's Fury? Okay. Call the
Okay.
weak. Increased
Oh,
damage to
okay.
weakened foes.
He's telling me.
Striking a foe with health below threshold weakens. So,
Yeah, so it plays into itself a bit.
Yep.
Cleansing
Ire.
Ire is the same. Basically, getting adrenaline when hit, and remove condies when you use burst skill. Cool. Sundering Mace, Mace trait, deal more damage, and cause vulnerability to disabled foes. Mace has a lot of CC, so it plays into that, basically weakening them while you hit them with CCs.
by the way, XX Wolf lives in Pasadena, so if we want to look at him to speak to him. So, Wolf, what it is when you
Pretty
get
south.
Fury, you get cut.
South is that way, right?
This is south.
That John's right.
Is he right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
You're supposed to back
actually
me up, Roy.
and actually a little, yeah, almost due south. Literally, I
Yeah.
think you could draw a line right here. So, Wolf, just at least look at him when you're speaking to him. It's rude.
You so
Anyway, yeah, increase
Every
counter
day.
damage.
Yeah.
this arena.
This is our lives.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. Road trip.
Yeah. Cleansing Ire, we
All right,
did
here we
that
go.
one.
Here we go. So we already did this
Mace trait, yeah. Vulnerability against CC'd foes, stacking up, making them weaker when you're hitting people who are CC'd. Mace has a lot of CCs. Synergy.
Yeah. This trait is
This
already
is the
there.
same.
Defy pain trait.
Defy pain.
Yes, this is
trait
the
was
toughness on
changed
stun
slightly.
break, and we added a heal to it. Heal yourself and gain toughness when you stun
And
break.
it looks like there was an internal cooldown, but that was removed
yes.
as
So
well.
this is a big.
So it's just
stun
whenever
breaker
you
trait.
actually
stun breaker
stun
trait.
break, yeah. Yeah.
Awesome.
Tankiness.
The possibilities.
Yeah.
All right. Tactics.
They're endless.
Tactics it is. All right, here we go.
I'm mean mugging you right now. All right. All right. So determined revival looks the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, go back.
Wait. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's toughness while reviving.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Grant my tally is that
Yeah. Right to allies when you revive them. Yeah.
Here we go.
boon duration and outgoing healing is increased. So
Yeah.
kind of like
This is a big
the
change.
Ellie Aquatic Benevolence, warriors also get a way to increase healing to allies. Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right,
Moving
here
on
they
in.
come. So leg specialist still there. You can
Yep.
help support by immobilizing when you cripple.
You have the Warhorn trait, quick breathing still.
Yep. And the empowered trait. So with boons on you, you do extra damage.
Yep.
Shake it
Shrug-
off.
Shrug it off is
Shrug it off.
unchanged. So you
Still
can
the
bring
same.
Warhorn trait and shrug it off.
More condy removal.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Look at this.
Dual
Now,
shot.
So I
causes
want to
burning.
clarify. Does this proc on both strikes on the first?
Dual shot causes burning, and longbow skills recharge faster.
So there's two.
There's it hits twice.
Right.
So it puts 2 burns on there. Whether they stack in duration or intensity is yet to be determined.
Condy changes.
Yep. All right. Let's go. Hey, hammers, you guys chill out. Hammers are coming. We just moved them to a different line.
Yep.
Okay.
Empowered allies, this is the same. Basically, power to allies around you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Powerful synergy. When you activate a leap combo finisher, it activates twice. Yep.
That's synergy.
Yeah. So basically, you know, twice the length of the things, twice the days on the lightning leap.
More
basically
fire
just
aura.
more fire aura. It's basically just making you a leap finisher guy. You know, warriors, that's what they are.
Yep.
Forceful Greatsword, if you missed it, was in the power line. All the things in it were merged into a
We
single
already did
Greatsword
Merciless
trait.
Hammer too, didn't we?
No, Hammer's coming in the next line.
Yeah.
Okay, here it is. Shouts heal
Shout
allies and grant adrenaline. Shouts recharge faster. So Shout Warrior, literally,
You
know,
click
you
that.
were talking about like, oh, how am I going to, if I can't take minors here, whatever, you take this Grandmaster, you now just opened, with this build now gets new traits with it, right? You get all that stuff back. It's a huge deal.
Opening up a lot more builds.
Yeah.
Right. And then Failing
Here's
Strength.
Failing Strength, someone asked about as well.
Yeah, Failing Strength is still here. It's a
Yep.
great like offensive
Still
support
about the
for
same.
warriors.
It's a very cool support role that we like.
Discipline.
Yep.
Discipline it is. Adrenaline on
this
weapon
is the
swap.
same, I believe.
I bet that next one is the same too.
Yep.
Fast hands. Good. We didn't take it away.
It is really strong.
And versatile power. This is a big one.
Yeah.
Gain might on weapon swap. Burst skills recharge faster.
Yep.
So it's the same, but just the burst skill thing is merged into it.
Yep.
Okay.
Lost it again. It's too late.
Yeah,
Rip.
it's okay.
Rest in pepper.
All right. So crack shot.
Yep. Rifle and harpoon trait pierces and reduces cooldown.
Yep. So this is where rifle pierce comes back in discipline.
Yep.
Warrior sprint, we rolled this in with the move skills break immobilize.
Yeah,
so now
so
you get the move speed and you get your savage leap, etc.
So it's
to
more
break your
just
immobilize.
focused about mobility.
Yeah, this is a good mobility thing. Yes, all the vengeance traits all in one. I've been running a build with this
Endurance,
right now.
100%
I'm
trigger
loving it.
chance. Yeah. Health
Then
increase.
yeah, you come back with endurance and health and 100% rally chance. It's really great.
Yeah. Banners give regen to allies.
Yeah, so we see banners have come here, which means you could actually run a single banner and shouts, and you get banner regen, and then still have shouts heal.
Yep. Create
Speaking
those
of
support
shouts,
builds.
Healing Surge is becoming a shout.
Yeah.
So extra shout for shouts heal. Like the numbers have got to be looked at. We understand, but
Yeah.
get an extra shout. No elite shout. So I'm foreseeing a lot of like battle standard with the regen and shout heal warriors,
Yep.
and we'll have to look at how that all plays out. But I think that's going to be exciting.
Everything will change.
Yeah.
All
Remove
the
condies
things
when you
are-
swap weapons. Brawler's recovery. Okay, and now Grandmaster's Merciless
Merciless
Hammer.
Hammer. That's
it's
where it
back.
moved.
Here it is. Hammer damage is increased when foe is disabled. Reduces recharge on hammer skills. So this is where your Hambo returns.
Yep.
He was very happy.
Yeah, Hambo returns.
I bet he was.
Hopefully at a reasonable rate and as a good build, but not as like the only build.
Yep.
All right, and now,
Burst
but you
Mastery.
got to give up burst mastery. So it's a
Yep.
big deal, but
It's a pretty big trade-off.
yeah, good, but a
Making that
good
choice.
trade-off. Yeah, someone asked if quick breathing still exists. It does still exist. It's an
Yeah,
adept.
we
We,
went over it.
showed it. It's
Went
an
over that.
adept in tactics.
Yep.
Yep.
And finally.
Yeah,
Heightened
finally,
focus.
heightened focus. This is the old trait from Arms. Gain quickness when you strike a foe that is below health threshold. So now your choices here are Merciless Hammer, which is awesome, Burst Mastery, or this trait. So this is like a finishing line, right? Discipline is like your...
And it's a pretty low recharge, it looks like.
Yeah, so this is going to be I'm really excited to see the builds that come out of this Discipline line.
Yep. A lot of
Yeah,
different
they'll just get
diversity.
double aura duration on the leap finisher thing.
Yep.
Which is going to be awesome. Obviously, like, we want warriors to be durable. Speaking of which, you have heal signet slotted. Mouse over it, Josh, so we can see what the description.
Venturing out of my bubble.
We can see what the description of heal sig is.
It's dangerous.
That's right. Okay, we are going to lower the regen a little bit on heal sig. However, when you heal yourself, you grant yourself resistance, so you become immune to condies for a little bit. I think it's 6 seconds right now. We've got to play with
Yeah.
that number. But
So
that's
it's
the
more
new
of a
active on
reason
heal sig. So there's actually going to be
push
a
it.
reason to push heal sig. However, we're going to have to lower the passive on it a little bit.
That would be really nice.
But I think people are going to be really excited about that, and we'll find out when they start talking about it in chat in a few seconds.
Well, then like people will be basically not have that regen up while it's on cooldown, and they'll actually have a reason to push it now.
He did a live stream the
there'll
other
be
day
more
where he was teaching people how to play Warrior, and he pushed Heal Sig on stream.
Nice.
But now you'll have a
Are you
reason
sure
to.
they weren't teaching him?
Community teaches you how to play
Yes.
Ambo.
Yeah, I
like
it.
5 more minutes. I don't know if I can take a couple here. Give me a...
Josh,
Josh,
why
log
don't
us in and
you
see if we can
fix
answer
this?
a few more questions.
Let me log into this thing. Gosh, so
Obviously, again, let me say all the important things. If there's builds that the spirit of which have been lost, like, talk to us. We want to hear about it. This is going live before
expansion.
Before expansions, and it's also for everyone that owns the game. It is not just for people who have Heart of Thorns. 3, work in progress.
Yep.
Yes.
This is not the final numbers. Sometimes not even the final traits. We'll probably come back to you and show you all this stuff when we can. And
We
last but
definitely
not
love
least,
your feedback as
next
well on
week,
that.
Elite Spec #1. We're going to announce it. So get pumped.
Yep.
And it's going to really change the game. I know people talked about how, it's not a billion builds anymore. It's still 270 combinations without elite specs for just how you spec your traits, and each elite spec adds another 270.
The thing is, while it's less potential, we still want to create more builds than there are currently. Like, a lot of traits right now are just in a bad state or, like, undertaken or not used. And really, the amount of viable builds right now is pretty low. So we hope by buffing up these traits, that number actually gets drastically higher for the amount of viable
we're
builds.
super excited, guys. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot of work to be done. So I'm talking to the screen.
I give up.
I'm talking to my
I
peeps.
give up.
Like, all
peeps?
these peeps, yeah. Like, Asman 1 and Dracomus. They're all here chatting with us.
Yeah.
So, you got to talk to them. Anyway, hey, over there at camera, even though that's not really where you are because you're really somewhere on the internets. This is it right now. We're going to kind of, I think we got to call it.
Lots of changes.
Lots to think about. I want you guys to just go theorycraft for a while, and then come and talk to us. Post. Do
We want all your
stuff. We want feedback. Oh, Elixir Infused Bomb. Someone asked about that. Yeah, it's gone. That's why that Blast Finisher's heal trait is there. We feel like it's a more reliable way to get it rather than having to run the bomb build. Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
I think that's
I think it was like, I was just letting Peters do the sign-off thing there. It was
Banner's cooldown. I think that's in the banner trade. If it's not, we'll put it in there. Banner cooldown, or we'll make a baseline. There's a lot of stuff you guys still like. We didn't get through everything, like all the baseline stuff.
yeah, there's a lot to go through.
There's so much too. 4.5 hours to like scroll through to figure out what happened to your skill points. What's happening to them? Should I one thing we didn't say. Scroll of the XP scroll tome.
Yeah.
They're gonna level you up. Leveling you up does what leveling you up does. They'll
It
stop
levels you up.
They'll stop leveling you up after 80 because at that point it's gonna be masteries. So other than that, they're just gonna do what they did. Yeah.
Yep.
Which elite specialization will be first?
Can't say. We can say what it's not.
It's not Druid.
There we go.
Yep.
So it's gonna be,
Compromise.
and I can tell you that it's not gonna be the Revenant one.
That's also true.
It's going to be one of the.
Can we say what
others-
profession?
No, we
No.
can't say what profession.
That would-
One of the
that would be-
one of the other 7 core
You guys
professions.
are no fun.
So,
We're not.
all right, whew,
We made it.
we made it.
We did it.
Yeah.
4.5 hours.
Success.
I'm gonna wrap
Enjoyed
it up. Do you have
Hey.
anything else to say?
Go ahead.
Wait, it's not over yet. Hold
No,
on.
but still, just
we
good work, Josh.
Good job.
Good work,
Roy. It
People
was,
of the internet.
all right.
Nice.
Shake hands with the people of the internet.
2 hands. There's a lot of people out there. Kiss the baby faces and whatnot. All right.
All of them.
Thanks, guys, for watching. Again, like John said, next week we'll be revealing the first Elite Specialization, and that'll be on POI next Friday, actually. So if you guys want to see that played firsthand, come and join Ruby for that. And, of course, the week after, I'll be back with something else. So look forward to that. And also, as John said, so everything in here was kind of tentative. Things are still in development. We're going to be iterating on this from your guys' from your feedback and also from just our internal playtesting and discussions and whatnot. So we'll be back eventually with a full breakdown of everything that we've done. And shouldn't take 4 hours, but we'll definitely update you guys before this stuff goes live. But yeah, thanks for watching today, and hopefully someone compiles this all for you so it's easy to parse through. Because I know
sure it's online already.
Yeah, it probably is.
Somewhere,
Like someone's writing my exit right now.
Yeah.
Anyways, those of you who stuck around for 4.5 hours, you're awesome. Thank you for watching today,
seriously,
and
yeah.
we'll
Thanks.
catch you. We'll catch you next time, guys. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.